All right, folks, we are live again. Sorry about that. We had to shut down the stream and increase our security in our server because some people just won't play nice, you know? But anyways, we are back. Topic today, why do you believe in or lack a belief in God? So we're wrestling with the God topic as we do so often here at Pangburn. I do have to share everything again. But we were on to, I won't repeat my position. Everyone on here should know my position by now on the,
It was a long spiel that I went through, so I don't know if I can remember all of it, but
it's all good. Thomas, if you want to do a quick,
I can just organically roll into the conversation. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So who wants to share their position on the God issue?
Well, earlier, I think both of you guys' positions were that when someone goes and they speak from a place of faith because of personal experiences, you have a hard time accepting it because there's no empirical evidence from the standpoint of it can't be tested, it can't stand up to the scientific method, and therefore can't be proven to other people. I think you also covered basically that you don't see the Bible as infallible or a good source of evidence. Do I have that correct?
Are you asking me or Travis?
I think I was asking Travis, but I think both of you are on that standpoint, except that you have the caveat.
We have differences. We have a few differences in opinion on terms of the God topic, but not many. Maybe like 5%. That's about it.
I think you had the caveat in which you were saying, but it can't be necessarily completely dismissed just because it can't be.
Those are unfalsifiable claims. Those things scientists wouldn't even waste their time with. If it can't be falsified, if we can't somehow show that it might be wrong in some way, then it's just a conjecture without evidence. But the logical fallacy is, hey, you can't prove me wrong, therefore I believe this, or therefore this is right, because that can't be proved wrong. That's just a bad reasoning problem. You know what I mean? That's a fallacy. So that goes with anything in existence. Just because you can't prove something wrong doesn't mean that it exists, or vice versa. You would need further information and more evidence to figure out what the answer to that truly is.
What's the thought experiment of the teapot circling Mars?
Yeah, that's Russell's teapot. Of course, they hadn't made it to the moon when he was going around, but he said there was a teapot orbiting Mars. Prove me wrong. And of course, that just shows that if you can't prove something wrong, how do you know if it can be right? The example that's always given is, what would falsify evolution? Well, if we found rabbit bones in the Precambrian layer where there's only supposed to be dinosaurs, that would kind of throw evolution into a loop. That would be the falsification of evolution. Something like that would need to be done. Other things, there are falsifications for them in every scientific exploration. You've got to, and the falsification process usually comes through independent verification, which comes through peer review and people testing your tests and trying to come up with the same solution, yada, yada, yada.
I just want to make a quick appeal, everyone. We had to go live again because our live stream was interrupted by some trolls. So if you could smash that like button, that would help us out a lot. And as we get this stream going again, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I think, am I the only current theist in the room?
Probably. We might get more as we go along. I'm here mainly just to moderate. Travis chose the topic, so I want to be involved in the conversation, but I'm more interested in what other people have to say about it. I've gone over this stuff for 20 years of my life. I've been studying atheism and theism and theology and read the Bible and all that kind of stuff for many years. And it's important to me to try to find the truth. And so I do that by looking into textual historical criticism. I do it by studying methodologies and how people came to conclusions, their justifications for those conclusions, scientific journals, all kinds of stuff. I'm just babbling now.
Okay. Well, oh, someone has their camera on. Oh, what a beautiful yard you have,
It is very
DJ.
nice, DJ.
Yeah, love the deck. Did you do that? Did you build that?
Well, I didn't. I was
Oh.
trying to zoom in on the rabbit, but I remembered you can't zoom in on it.
Oh, there's a rabbit.
Oh.
Damn.
Okay, well, unfortunately, I ended up in an apologetics room, and the reason I ended up in here is because I have the tendency to cross-reference sides that argue with me. I'm one of those people who prefer not just resourcing information that confirms what I already think, but also stuff that goes against what I already think. But I am nowhere near having the vocabulary or the argument skills that you guys have. I come from a salt of the earth, this is what I believe, and not even I came from Bible school and I'm good at arguing it. But I would say that for me, as an ordinary person who doesn't make a living out of arguing this particular topic, my faith does revolve. There is a part of stepping out on belief and going and having personal experiences that confirmed my belief. And I think part of the issue is that God often addresses and talks to people on an individual level. It is not meant to make sense to everyone else when he speaks to you, because he sees each person as an individual and he loves you all individually. And so he comes to us in the way he thinks would make the most sense. I know he came to me when I was a child in a way that I would understand as a child, in a way that I would personally get it, considering my interests and my level and my thought processes. And so I would say that I understand why you guys aren't willing to accept that. There's no way I believe my personal experience is going to move you guys, but I can say it moved me. And I can say that I've had enough of them in which I can't deny his existence. And it's more than just coincidence or chemicals or anything else, that every once in a while you have to believe miracles exist. And at least in order to have faith, you are saved by your faith. There's a sense of faith involved, but that's not all there is. It's not that it's only by faith, you know. And so then we brought up the whole Bible thing and how the Bible has been written by ordinary human beings and it's fallible and can change over time and be interpreted multiple different ways and all of this stuff. And I'm not going to argue with you one way or another. I didn't go into studying every detail of every book and how far it went and stuff like that. But I can tell you that it exists in every part of the world practically. And there is no more successful book in the entire world. And it does appear to me to at least be protected by God. And so I know that's not a good enough argument for you guys, especially as atheists coming from the scientific method. This is not going to work for you. It works for me. I will say, and I don't know the Bible verse, you'll often hear me, because I'm a horrible Christian, not being able to quote things verbatim. I just know I read it, and I know that you want to correct me or look it up for yourself or whatever. I expect people to look up anything I say and not take my word for it. But I will say that somewhere in the Bible, it mentions that God hides from the intellectuals that come from it from that perspective and makes it very clear to ordinary people. And so and I'm not arguing whether that's fair or unfair, but I am saying that's what God said he does. And so I can see why you guys keep on failing at finding him. Apologies. Go ahead. I spoke too long.
So, Travis, real quick, is this particularly about a belief in God or how we should act about a particular God, whether or not that God is true?
You can talk about whatever you want. He's
Okay.
busy with something, CJ. You can talk about whatever you want.
Yeah, I just figured that a couple interesting places to go would probably either be morality surrounding God or the problem of evil. Like the morality of particularly the Bible, since that's the belief of the particular theist in here, or the problem of evil. I think that'd be an interesting topic.
Sure. Go for it.
I'm not good at arguing either very well, but I'll do my best. Just know that I'm the only theist in the room, and I'm crappy at arguing this. But I'm willing to speak about it. Which one?
So I guess I really wanted to go. Shit, did I break up?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're breaking up real bad.
Alright, well, I'll try. So, with the problem of evil, for me, it's one of those things where even if God does exist, let's assume God does exist, there is currently evil in our world. So we have to assume that either no God exists, or the God that does exist doesn't have one of the three following qualities. Knows that evil exists, so omniscience, wants to stop evil, benevolence, or has the ability to stop evil, omnipotence. Because if we live in the world, there is evil, and evil is not being thwarted, then if there is a God, then it doesn't have one or all of those three qualities. And my proposal is that if there is no entity with those three qualities, then why should I worship it? Why should I worship a God that knows of evil, wants to stop evil, but is incapable or inept to stop it? Or, either one of the three. Why should I worship him?
May I ask a quick question, CJ? Why should we worship anything?
Well, that would also be one of my premises. I don't think that anything is necessarily worthy of worship.
No. I would say that anything that requests or demands worship is therefore immediately disqualified from it.
Yeah. It's like what my stepdad says about politicians. Any politician that wants to be in office does not deserve to be in office.
That's a funny one. I've heard that one before, yeah. The thing here to remember is that if we do want to critique something, we need to be well versed in it. I've read the Bible twice, once when I was a kid and once when I was an adult. And I grew up as a Christian. I know about Christianity. I know what it feels like to be in a church with people who are feeling the Holy Spirit and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, you can still stay on the morality of God. If we want to go to that just real quick, and then I'll go back to CJ. So what CJ brought up is what's called the omni problems, and the Bible doesn't necessarily lay these things at the feet of God. Mostly, it's the Catholic Church that, as far as I know, I could be incorrect about this, but mostly it's the Catholic Church that made up the omnipotent, omnipresent, omnibenevolent, and omniscient. So there's a problem with each one of those. With omnipotence and omnibenevolence, that's the problem of evil. Why is an all-powerful God and an all-loving God allowing evil to happen? It doesn't make sense, so you go from that. If you're just talking about all-powerful, that one has a problem, because that means that God can make a rock so big that he can't lift it and then lift it. So he can defy the laws of logic. Omniscience would mean that God has no free will, because he knows every possible happenstance that can ever happen, including his choices and what he wants to do. So he has no free will to change them, because they're already set. The omnibenevolence part is the all love. Now that's the one that is claimed by Christianity, but it has no basis in justification whatsoever. We have no idea if the God is good or evil. We don't know. And omnipresence is another one that's just basically saying God is everywhere, you know, at all times. And some people might interpret that to say the spirit of God is everywhere, but I would almost interpret it to say that if God is everything, then you're basically just talking about the universe. If God is everywhere and everything. But those are the problems with the omnis. We can get more into the actual apologetics arguments for that if we need to. But I thought I'd just lay that out for the audience.
Yeah, and in my opinion, the problem of evil or the omni problems don't disprove a god. They just logically exclude some gods, and also further have issues of, like, would I actually, like, think that God is a good entity, assuming, you know, the issues put in it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's a problem, but, you know, the Catholic Church has saddled a lot of things onto that religion when it was first getting started, like since the fall of Rome in when Constantine made Christianity Rome's religion in 325, I think AD it was, and then it fell shortly after. You know, since then the Catholic Church has put so much extra baggage on Yahweh. You know. It's nothing like God. God was thought of completely differently based on the historical text that we find during that time than he is now. So it's very interesting. Different interpretations, you know, people have many different hermeneutical systems for interpreting the Bible.
And the reason I pretend... Oh, go ahead, Neville.
With a person, you don't necessarily think a person should have to read the Bible before they come to a conclusion whether or not they believe.
No, you don't have to read the whole Bible before you come to a conclusion about the faith in itself. No.
Yeah, because there's there's a bit of a burden of proof there, right?
Yeah.
For people
I mean,
who
most
believe
Christians
the Bible?
don't read the whole thing.
Go ahead, CJ.
Oh, sorry. I was just agreeing. Like, most...
Yeah,
the less you know about the Bible,
I gotta go.
The more you read.
Okay, bud. Well, all right. Anybody else here with me?
We have someone trying to talk, but his mic is really low, I think. The guy with the sun at the bottom, or the unorthodox.
Let me adjust it. Yeah, let me adjust my settings.
Thank you.
Okay, I can hear pretty well now. I heard that last part anyway.
He muted himself and he says he's trying to adjust his settings.
That's okay. Take your time. That's no problem. We're not going anywhere.
I just wanted to bring acknowledgement that a quiet person was trying to speak up. Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
We can, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, well, I was saying, actually I'm an atheist too, so I think there's only one theist in this room. Yeah, I just wanted to add this, that I think the less you read about religion, the more confident you are and the more defensive you can be. But reading the Bible or reading the Quran, you go through that, you kind of establish an argument against God or against religiosity and theism, because you come across a lot of inconsistencies and irrationalities. That has been my experience because I come from a Muslim culture, and the less, I mean, when I wasn't really that well equipped with the knowledge in the Quran, I just went along with the faith, with the belief system, and accepted it as true, and I was too confident about it. Delving into the text, dawned on me a lot of things that I started questioning later on, especially the omni arguments that you guys were just talking about, the omnibenevolence and omnipresent being. That is something that you kind of question at the start when you're kind of coming out of religion and seeing that there's so much evil around in the world, and to believe in God and give him an excuse that there's a reason why someone is being raped, or a child is going hungry, or someone is dying under the debris of an earthquake. We just kind of make up excuses for God for not really doing anything about it and inflicting pain on His creation. And then you want to know more about God's character, and the further you read into religion, you kind of, become more averse to it. That has been my experience. So, yeah.
I would say that the proper reading of the Old Testament in Christianity is one of the best ways to let someone know that the morality of Yahweh is not something that you would want to adopt. Now they talk about God differently in the New Testament, but God isn't even mentioned as a vengeful, jealous God that has other gods around him. He's mentioned as like this spirit, this thing. Jesus is the focus of the New Testament. So there's not really a lot of talk of what God is and what He wants, as there is in the Old Testament. But I just thought I'd throw that tidbit out there. You guys can go ahead.
I understand what he's saying. I would like to arm yourself, in case you're engaging with somebody on religion. It's good to study the Bible as much as possible. I get that. But like, why should it take priority? Aren't there many others? I mean, like, if you're gonna have to read something in order to know, then shouldn't you read other things as well that are also of different religions? You know what I mean? Like, you could say, okay, you well read in the Bible. Well, how do you know the Bible's right? Shouldn't you read this one? Well, okay, I read this one. Well, how do you know this one is necessarily? Shouldn't you? You get what I'm saying? And it just goes on. It's like, nah, you go get God and bring Him to me, and then we start from there. You're putting yourself on the back heel, is where I'm coming from. And I mean, like, a person that probably read something for their whole life, you know what I mean, like for decades. But I get what you're saying, but I mean, like, there are others as well. Other religions as well. So I don't see why one should necessarily take priority over the other. Like, how do you know this one is right? Shouldn't you read the rest of them as well? How do you necessarily know this one is right? You're just a product of your environment. You grew up culturally here. You should also like culturally read these other religions over there. Like, you do that and then get back to me.
Market itself as the only religion, as the correct religion. So, coming from a Muslim culture, it was more like you should not read any other text because it's not correct, or the Muslim faith is based on the authenticity of our book and that it's the last.
Yeah, that's why you read other religions.
Yeah, well, we were told not to, or that the books had changed, unless if you wanted to build a case in favor of your own argument to pick out any inconsistencies in other books. There was no reason for us to kind of read something else, although it makes sense if, from an intercultural or interfaith harmony point of view, it makes sense that way that you want to read different kind of texts, but I think the Quran kind of proceeds from the Old Testament. There's a lot of Old Testament in the Quran. Almost all the prophets that are mentioned have been acknowledged and recognized. There might be a few tweaks in the stories, but essentially most of the stories are true, from Abraham to Job to Jacob to Moses. Much of the stories from the Old Testament, and including Jesus.
My unicorn religion says I'm not to read other religions as well. So why should this one have more relevance?
Yeah, well, I think it's based on the fact that the imams or the clerics, the clergy in Islam, they say that every other religion has been it's been changed, it's been altered. That, like, those religions have been altered, and Quran has been retained in its authenticity and has not gone through any revision or correction. So that's the argument that we Muslims were given when growing up.
You still
So,
consider yourself Muslim?
No, I'm not. I renounced
Because
religion
you just
years
said you
ago.
just said we Muslims.
No, I meant in the sense that I come from that background, but no, I'm no longer Muslim. Oh, in words of Richard Dawkins, I can call myself a cultural Muslim, yes, but not a believer. Yeah.
I'm sorry, so many people said so many different things, and I think I'm the only genuine theist, and I don't even know how to unpack it at this point. And so I was just listening to you all. I would say that the authenticity of the Bible is very important. It's basically the foundation and the groundwork in which Christians base their faith system on. And so we have to believe it to be true. And you're going to see lots of people tearing it apart and claiming that it is not. But I am someone who keeps on seeing all of the connections over hundreds of years that appear to be impossible, improbable, downright amazing that it all fit together like it did. And so we all look at it differently. And I think sometimes it comes from a confirmation of bias of just as much as I want to believe the Bible to be true, you guys want to believe it's not. I used the example before about how many of the prophecies of Christ that had come true. And it's a lot. And I don't want to go through the list again because I freaked you guys out the first time, bogging you down with the list. But basically going and saying he's going to be stabbed in the side, he's going to ride into Bethlehem through a certain gate. Don't get me wrong, he intentionally rode through that gate in order to fulfill the prophecy. But he's going to be born of a specific lineage, and he's going to have all of these things that happen.
Of that though, like,
because
hold on. From what I understand, other religions will make claims that we actually can point to. I'm not as familiar with Islam, but I was listening to a video a while back that they were pointing to specific predictions that the Quran was able to make, and I don't think that is a justifiable reason to believe in it necessarily, but they had examples that we could at least verify. You know, what you're claiming about Jesus going and getting stabbed, like we don't actually have evidence of that.
Okay. Well, that what I was trying to tell you is that many of these prophecies have been third-party verified by people who hated Jesus during that time, right? And a lot of them were prophetic. And many of them saw him as an amazing teacher or this or that. But I see it when you can go into Isaiah or Zechariah or Psalms or several books in the Old Testament that were thousands of years ago, hundreds, a long time before Jesus showed up. I'm going to give the wrong time periods. I'm not good at speaking, but whatever the...
She says our belief in the Bible not being true is the same as her belief in it being true.
Say that again, Nevitt.
She said that her belief in the Bible being true is the same as our belief in it not being true. Our belief, yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah, the burden of proof can't be shifted. The burden of proof is on the person who makes the claim about whatever it is, right? The default position is to be either remain in skepticism or, well, it's to remain in skepticism, really. The default position is to disbelieve. It's like going to watch a bunch of sports teams play in like a tournament, and you go in there believing that all of them are going to win. You're going to be wrong. You have to wait for evidence to see who wins.
Am I in here again?
Yeah, you should be. I hear you.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
There was some
Fire.
kind of technical difficulties.
Spitfire. I mean, Starfire.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said that the beliefs are the same. Like the belief in the Bible being true to you. Our belief in it not being true is the same as your belief in it being true.
That's not what I said. No.
It's not what you said. What did you say?
Okay. Or I think that you're at least not
We're
articulating
talking
what
about
I said.
predictions in the Bible.
It sound like that's what you
Predictions in the
said.
Bible, that's why you believe in it.
Okay. I'm saying that just as much as you guys keep on saying that the Bible doesn't connect and that it can't be true, I see the opposite. And I'm not
saying it can't be true. We're just not convinced of it.
Starfire. A good comparison would be like if you had God right before us, and he was doing outside he was flying through the air, and he was like popping up planets in front of us, and then having them disappear, and then I that would be equivalent to me refusing to believe. Now I can get where you're coming from, where you're saying like my refusal to me not believing is just refusing to. When I brought the guy right here, he's standing right in front of you, and he's doing all of these doing all of these incredible things in front of you, and you still not buying into it.
I'm sorry, can someone steel man him? I don't understand what he just said.
All I said was that you bring God in front of you, and he does these things that are thought to be impossible.
Yeah.
And that would be refusing to believe. That refusing to believe would be equivalent to your.
Did I say that you're refusing to believe in God? Did I say that? Did that come out of my mouth?
Yeah.
Where? I'm sorry. Did I say that? Did I say that? Anyone?
Your belief in your belief is our not believing is equivalent to your believing.
I didn't say it's equivalent. I don't understand how you can't understand the simple thing that I'm sorry, Nivik. Here's the thing. I'm saying something, and then you're taking it a different way, in which I didn't say it, and then I explain it again, and you're still taking it that way. And I don't know if you're practicing active listening. I feel like you're projecting onto me things I didn't say. I will try saying it one more time, just in case there's a communication breakdown.
Okay. So anybody, when she said her belief is the same as your non-belief, she never said that, or am I wrong? Anybody in here? It's not just me and her. I'm asking.
Just talk to her, man. Because you guys can talk about it.
Okay, forget it. Move on.
You guys can hash it out. I'm interested to hear you both hash it out.
Okay. Nivik, I'm going to say it one more time, and this is the last time I'm going to reiterate the same thing, because after that, I'm just going to consider it where it's no use fighting because it's not productive. And so I'll say it one more time. I look at my Bible, and all I see is proof. You guys are coming from it from a different angle, and you are taking it other ways in which all you see is disproof. And therefore, a lot of times, every time someone goes and says, the Bible cannot possibly be, I'm going and I'm looking at things in the Bible, and I know I don't articulate myself well, and I know there's probably people in your chat shit-talking me because I'm the only Christian. That's why I refuse to look at it. claiming that if I was a good Christian, I don't communicate well. And that's okay. But that being said, I'm trying. And from my perspective, the Bible is definitely true and it proves itself. I'm just, but I can see why you guys go and argue back and forth. And I don't have you guys have had this argument so many times before and I'm new at it.
Okay, but yeah, it's okay. You don't have to keep self-chastising yourself. I know it's a very Christian thing to do, but you don't got to keep flogging yourself. It's unnecessary here. And I think it actually distracts from the overall conversation.
I apologize, Dan.
You said that you have specific reasons for you to believe the Bible to be true. And these things should be things that are not just within your personal experience, because there are personal experiences of people who believe that Hinduism is true. And there's personal experiences of people who believe that Islam is true. There are personal experiences of people who believe that Judaism is true. But you need to give us specifics, something that can reach across the aisle, because then it's literally just preaching. And it's very, very disrespectful to the rest of the people here.
Mm-hmm. And she's gone. Guys, I don't know how long I can keep this going. Honestly, I've talked about God and studied about religion so much that basically I'm just here to listen and moderate. And since our only theist is gone, I don't know what else to say.
We do have Bucko Boy here. He was typing in the chat that he's another theist.
Sure, go ahead.
Are you able to unmute? Oh, you might want to leave and rejoin. I don't know if that's an issue. I'm so sorry. We've been working out some technical stuff today.
Technical difficulties.
Yeah. Are you able to leave and rejoin? Okay. We will give you a second.
Okie dokie.
Oh, looks like you're unmuted now.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, so I kind of actually just saw you guys on YouTube, and I just kind of want to check it out and see where you guys were all coming from as far as just everything. Just kind of wanted to get some context and maybe give my opinion.
Absolutely.
When she said her belief is the same as us choosing not to believe, if she had, it's
Nivik,
not because
this person just said that they want to give their position context. Thomas said go ahead, and he just interrupted.
Okay, they stopped. I thought they weren't saying anything.
No, basically, I guess we can just, if anyone wants to kind of chime in, just kind of express their belief in why they don't believe God, or maybe their belief in another God, or, and then we can kind of converse there just to get started.
That's what I was picking up on.
Oh yeah, and then for context also, I'm the same position as the lady who was just speaking. I don't know if she just left, but I believe in the God of the Bible, so I guess you guys can ask me or dig into that, basically.
I've done this my entire life. Anybody else want to do it? Nobody else?
I'm trying to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I will just
Not gonna. Go ahead.
I'll chime in real quick. I do remember kind of looking, or I started watching, and I heard how someone talking about the problem of evil. Me personally, I don't see that as a problem, even including the Old Testament. I don't see the problem of evil as like a disapproval of God or any of his, like, I heard you guys mentioning like the fact that God is benevolent, like just because there is evil, I don't believe that discounts that God is not benevolent.
Sorry. Yeah, the problem of evil is not really one of the ones that I go to. Mainly because I don't have any normative stances on good and evil. I believe they are made by us. So there's a lot of
I mean, I guess you can just ask me some, like, I don't know what the viewers want to see, but I'm kind of entertaining.
I don't know. You can keep talking about the problem of evil if you want to, but I mean, it doesn't really matter what the viewers are just hanging out with us. We're all just chilling. This is not like a super professional thing, but the problem of evil is mainly just, I guess, stating that there is an issue, that we do have evil, and God is supposed to be synonymous with love. There seems to be an issue there. However, I also know in which Bible verses that say, "I am the Lord thy God, I have create both evil and good and evil." And I know that verse can also be interpreted like 80 different ways. So, I mean,
it's very, I mean, just like with any like book, there's going to be a lot of ways that you can understand and interpret something, especially with the Bible, because it's a collection of books. It's like,
well, the Bible is making a series of claims. Like if I read Harry Potter, it's not actually claiming that this has happened in the real world. The Bible is claiming that this happened in the real world, and that is the problem that it bears.
Yeah, it's a truth claim.
Yeah, it is.
Let's see.
I guess you couldn't say the entire Bible is a truth claim, because that's going to be difficult to do. Like, that's like asking, is Lord of the Rings true? Like, well, I mean, in metaphor, yeah, I guess. I mean, there's a lot of metaphor in there that directly relates to real life. So maybe it's true in that sense. But did it actually happen when Gandalf the Grey? No. That would be awesome. I would fucking love that world, but I would like to be in the Lord of the Rings. Wouldn't that be awesome?
I wouldn't want to be an orc.
You wouldn't want to be an orc, get destroyed, yeah.
I definitely want to be an elf, though. Live forever and some shit,
What's that?
I would want to be the Hobbit. I would want to be a hobbit. They have little community meetings and little potlucks, and they live in cozy little places, and they never wander from the hole. It's all warm and cuddly.
A bunch of happy drunks. It'd be a great community. Go live in one of their little hut houses. Yeah.
J.R. Tolkien was an amazing author. Amazing Christian, by the way.
I think one thing it was a little while ago that I kind of fell into this, but I guess I can ask you guys your thoughts on it. It was kind of, I don't know if the correct wording for it, but basically, you know how the idea of evolution, how we basically came from single-celled organisms. There's a couple of, I don't know if they're necessarily theists. I would say they're probably theist scientists who were saying that they have found evidence that kind of not necessarily disprove, but it definitely makes you question Darwin's theory of evolution. And basically what they were mentioning...
Have you ever heard of Sir Francis Collins?
No, I haven't heard of them.
He's the head of the Human Genome Project. Mm-hmm. He was the one who mapped the 23 the chromosomes in our genome, all that shit, right? The human genome. And he is a Catholic. He's a Christian. And he says, despite anything, the fusing of chromosome 2 absolutely shows that we have common ancestry with certain primates.
Mm-hmm. I was coming from a different
just a correction. Yeah, but just a correction. Evolution doesn't deal with whether life started a single-celled organism or how life began. It simply highlights the mechanism by which speciation has occurred and how species change and develop throughout time.
Yes. You would need to be talking about abiogenesis for the beginning of life.
Okay. So I guess getting more specific then, basically what the scientists propose, what they were saying is there are certain, what would you call it? Let's just say like, if evolution's kind of like the way that you described, as far as the way that certain, let me like look this up so I can be more specific to get a better description.
Okay, nobody's gonna jump your ass here. I have no problem with religious people.
It's just I'm not haven't familiarized myself with it.
Okay. I've studied a lot of I've studied a lot of the historical textual criticism that goes into how the Bible was written, how it was transmitted, the transmissions through the ages, the different eras that Matthew, Mark, and Luke and John went through during their early years, from the different papyrus scripts and stuff that they were on. I've looked into pretty much everything that has to do with Christianity. I'm not as well versed on Islam. However, I do know enough to be dangerous, just a little bit. So
very dangerous.
Yeah. I guess I have a question. It's not the problem of evil, but let me ask this question. This may get another conversation started. So I know that faith can be used in many different ways. I know it can be used as confidence. It can be used as a sense of purpose. But Hebrews 11:1 says that faith faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things unseen. So it's the evidence of things not perceived, basically. If we're talking about that kind of faith, couldn't I say that white people are better than black people and base that on faith?
You said it was Hebrews what again? 11:1?
Hebrews 11:1.
Let's see.
I'm opening my Bible now so we can get the context of what came before and after.
So then, kind of continue on your point. You're saying how white people are better than black people.
Yeah,
if you use that.
If we use the evidence of things unseen, that means that I can use evidence of anything that I want, basically, right?
Let's see.
We're not talking about things that are seen. We're talking about the unseen, which I assume in Hebrew that means the unknown, I would guess. That's just a guess, though. I don't know.
I'm sorry. Did you say 11:1?
Yeah, let me look it up and make sure I'm correct.
Oh no,
Yeah, it's 11:1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, I've read that one and a bunch of other ones.
Okay. It's fine. I just wanted to.
That's all right. So, faith, I have faith in my friends and my family, but that faith is more along the lines of confidence, not in the evidence of things unseen. So, I have proof that my family loves me because of their actions and behaviors.
That's where it's coming from. The beliefs aren't the same. One's of faith of the unseen, and one is not.
Yeah, I mean, if you're using faith in the biblical sense, I don't know what you couldn't use to justify something through faith. I mean, you could believe that kangaroos are from the moon on faith, if that's what it means. Now, I know that it can be interpreted in many different ways, and I'm not saying that I understand every piece of the Bible, but that is the only place where they really specifically define what faith is in the New Testament. And that to me leads me to believe that, well, why don't you use your faith for Islam? Why don't you use faith for one of the old Japanese demons that they used to worship? Why not, for Hindu gods? Why aren't you using your faith for them? Why is it for strictly the Christian God?
Okay, well, I would argue that taking it out of context to all of those extremes would deny the fact that it was talking about faith in God in that chapter. And so it was specifically talking about your faith in God, and it was specifically talking about faith is the substance, meaning faith is what comes from things that are hoped for. So faith is what you get when you hope. Like it's the product of hope.
I
right?
just don't know what that means, the product of hope.
It means that when you hope in God, that is faith. That's all. Like, because you have to look at this, they're talking about it from a heavenly perspective. They're talking about it. They're not talking about it from the ridiculousness of hoping that white people are better than black people, and therefore.
No, I mean, I was talking about the evidence part. It says that faith is the evidence of things unseen. So if it's that way, then I can have evidence of basically anything because I can base it on faith. It's saying
that just takes it out of the context of the chapter, I guess, is my argument. Where it's talking about your relationship.
I can go read it, but the words of the sentence should stand or fall on their own merits, I believe.
Well, you didn't write it. I understand how you would have liked it done.
I think the words should stand on their own merits. Like if we take a quote from Jesus, or we take a quote from someone else.
Considering that God has written,
I'm not the best Christian.
He should have been more clearer. It's coming from God. He cannot be excused for using metaphors. It should be clear, concise, and complete in its words. Because if you invoke context, you could just, there could be several different interpretations. Then you cannot differentiate between good and bad interpretations because the message is just unclear.
Well, you guys can demand how God goes and gives his word, because I do believe this is God's word from my perspective, and say, well, you should do it this way, God, or you should do it that way, God, or why didn't you do it that way, God? But my thing is I don't get to do that as a Christian.
Star, real quick. Is God better than us?
Yes. He made you.
Why? Because my parents made me. Are they better than me?
Because he is a creator. Yes, he's your father in heaven, but he's also you're also the pottery, right? And he's the potter. Okay? He's
so
the one
potter
who
should be able to destroy his pots, or what does that mean?
He has the right to destroy his pots. If he so chooses, he has that damn right. But that being said, you're looking at
I find that very ironic. I'm sorry, Sweetie, but earlier what you did to me was so cruel. I don't even want to talk to you. I will leave. That's fine. At the same time, I'm sorry. I can't help it. I know I try. I'm not the best at always being the nicest, but I try to be the nicest. And I'm sorry if I sometimes don't come off as being the nicest. But before I start this, just from my perspective, I want everyone to know that I'm not the best at doing this. If I do try to do it, I'm sorry for not doing it the best. But I find it ironic coming from someone who says that the potter can destroy his pots in the same way that two parents shouldn't just be able to kill their children because they...
Okay. Well, it would be nice if I got to finish my thought, because again, you know why I get so anxious about being in here. It's people like you who expect me to speak in your way and your stuff. And it's not because I'm anxious in God. Actually, he's the one who gives me the strength to come in here and the faith to come in here despite my flaws, because I am an anxious person who doesn't speak well, and I'm still willing to come in here. And then you demand that I speak in the way that you like, and the second I say something that you can take out of context, you're willing to tear me a new hole. And it's hard to talk to you, Dan, and it's not the first time. And I'm doing my best, but I am a human being with anxiety, and I don't speak at your level, and you expect me to, and it literally you that makes me anxious.
Starfire.
It's you that makes me anxious.
We have been very cordial with one another for a while.
I agree. I'm trying, but fuck.
And you have a pattern of really speaking over other people. This is not just me reporting it. And instead of having a meta conversation, we can talk about the specific things. I know that you are anxious. We are all aware that you are anxious. You have been telling us for the past 2 weeks that you are anxious. And we're all trying to validate that, but you're going to have to take a step back and slow things down, because consistently doing that is becoming a problem for discourse. We have to be able to say what we mean and mean what we say. And if you need a second to think about something, take a second to think about something.
And if you expect me not to speak over you, because I'm kind of just, my personality type is when someone does something to me, I start mirroring it back to them tenfold. Okay? You spoke over me before I got to finish my thought, and then went and called me a hypocrite and all of that kind of stuff, and I'm already upset at you. And so, yes, I started speaking back over you. I'm a human being. But you have to understand, I acknowledge my personality type isn't very good, and I'm obviously getting too damn emotional. Everyone's going to be like, oh, look at the Christian being unemotional, but at least I'm here, and at least I'm trying. Okay? And that is because I believe in God, and that is because I love him, and it is because he gives me strength to come forward. Because if it weren't for him, I wouldn't try.
Can I ask
So let's go ahead and let's focus up on what we believe and why we believe it. We can simply move past all of the exposition that we have heard a million times, and it's going to be helpful for all of our conversations.
Like 2 minutes ago.
I don't think that I insulted you, but I apologize if it came off as insulting. I'm trying to be as direct as possible, because I believe that being direct, not being insulting, being direct is a virtue, and we should be direct with one another, and that is an important thing to do.
If I apologize too much, you telling me I apologize too much, and you literally telling me to stop being anxious is going to make me more anxious, and it's going to make me feel more guilty, and it's literally going to make the situation worse and not better. At least I'm here. But I'm not going to be for a minute, because I should calm down, because we are live, and I seem to be one of the only people willing to represent Christ in this room, and I'm not the best representative. I'm doing my best, but it really is this type of, well, you have to speak like I want you to speak, or else I'm going to jump down your throat. That makes it hard for me to do this, because I am a human being, and I am not as good as you at communication. Doesn't mean I'm wrong. It just means I'm not as good.
I am not as good as you as being able to hear someone consistently apologize for things that have nothing worth apologizing to. You are doing nothing wrong.
I apologize all the time. That's what happens when people have low self-esteem. Deal with it. They aren't you.
I believe that you are a very good speaker, and I believe that you are a very good speaker, and you are quite articulate. So please recognize when you have insecurity. We all have insecurities. We're all humans here. You don't get exceptions.
My insecurity doesn't help, and that's my point.
I'm not attacking you for your insecurity. I'm the opposite of attacking you from insecurity. I'm giving you power. I'm telling you can speak. You do have things valuable to say. You don't need to apologize for yourself. You're doing a really good job. This is not me attacking your insecurity. Me attacking your insecurity would be to say things like, yeah, you should shut up because you have nothing good to say. That would be me attacking your insecurity. On the converse, I want to hear what you have to say, and I've never spoken or acted in difference to that.
Okay. Dan, I'm going to go and calm down. I think you're a very articulate and well-spoken person, and I think several people are. And so sometimes I feel insecure, and I'm sorry if I say I'm sorry too much, but I'm going to go and I'm going to take a break, because I don't want to misrepresent God, and I'm not exactly good at it, or I feel like I'm not good at it, and I just want to take a break. So I'm sure there's other people willing to speak. And if you're a Christian in that chat, seeing what's going on here, just pray for me that God gives me more strength. All right, thank you.
For you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, I wanted to pick up, because we were talking about like the pottery example, how like if God was the potter, does he have the authority to, destroy his pottery? I kind of think about it in the sense of like, for example, if I lie to my friend, he might be mad at me. If I lied to a judge in court, well, I could potentially go to jail for lying to a judge in court. Now, if I, for example, lie to God and he's the ultimate authority, hypothetically, then that would incur a lot of judgment. And I also think about it in the sense of like, if he is the ultimate authority, like you can just think about it like if I created something and then I wanted to take it away, it's not necessarily killing it.
Let's ask this question then.
Mm-hmm.
On Earth, is it better to give or earn respect?
Give or earn?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I haven't really thought about that. Could you give like, I guess, a couple of different examples?
In terms of learning someone and earning their trust, can they just give that to you, or do you have to earn it?
Can I ask? Can I
answer?
They have to earn it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not holding that standard to God, but I'm asking why we can't look at it this way and say, is God better than me? Now, my answer, of course, is going to be no. Everyone is equal. I'm not. If there's an amoeba on another planet, I feel as though it has as much right to as I do. My door to God is wide open. He can come down and talk anytime. But if we're doing this whole worshiping better than me, all that horse shit, I'm not doing that. We're not. I'm not interested. And he should know that. So give him the chance to respond because he's the theist here, and then we'll go with you, Nivik. I'll shut up.
I guess it kind of depends because I know a lot of people don't like the word worship, but if you kind of go to any famous artist concert, it looks basically the same as if you go to a church service.
Right, but I don't worship them. Maybe some people do, and they're wrong for doing that. But I don't worship the bands I love. I just appreciate them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm saying it's pretty. My mindset is everyone, quote unquote, has some sort of God in their lives, whether it might not be the God of the Bible, but it could be anything. So I kind of think we might say, oh, I don't worship. I don't believe that. But in everyone's lives, I do believe everyone worships something in their life. They might not call it that.
I have a transcendent appreciation for love and companionship and compassion. But that doesn't have anything to do with God. That just has to do with my special feelings of those emotions. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Nivik. I promised I'd let you go.
No, just answering your question about which one would be better to earn or to give. And you could argue, it'd be better to just be given respect for everything, wherever you go. Life would be much easier, wouldn't it?
It would, but we were mainly covering the special pleading fallacy. If this works on Earth, why doesn't it work for God? And of course, that's the problem, is that everyone uses their logical argumentation, and Christians will say you can't use that on God. And then we'll say, well, that's special pleading. If it applies here, it must apply also to God. So that's kind of what we're hashing out.
Yeah, because it does. It's kind of like the example of why can't I, speed past the speed limit, but then the police can speed, in order to catch a criminal. And
they're not better than you, though. They have to follow rules and regulations. I'm sure some of them are shithole cops. I'm not saying that.
Everything pretty much special pleading to some degree. Yeah,
because the cops have special authority to enact the law, even if that involves breaking other laws.
No, man. I'm talking about there are things that I would have more of a liking to than others would, and that's just natural in everybody. You can't necessarily say something is bad or good. According to you. So.
Are you saying from the Christian perspective, or
Christian pleading is necessary?
Nivik, listen to his question, bud.
So you said that you couldn't necessarily say something was bad or good. Are you saying that from the Christian perspective, my perspective, or is that another perspective?
Both.
So I think the Christian perspective is there's obviously going to be, blurry lines on some topics, but I think in general, the Christian perspective can assign a moral value of good or bad, on a lot of things.
It does have a lot of moral statements and pronouncements like thou shalt not and you must do this and things like that. But I haven't, and I'm being as honest as I have been here. I've read the Bible twice, and I have not found a morality system in there, ways in which I can know about whether things are good or not. I've found moral pronouncements by God or by people who wrote the book claiming that they were inspired by God, right? But I mean, what about the mixed fabrics and shellfish? Why do we ignore that? It's just, it's weird.
I think that's actually, we can I can piggyback off of that. So for example, I think one thing the Bible talks about is like being fruitful, for example, and kind of like the what do you call it? Just like the emphasis on life from going off of that. So being fruitful and multiplying. So for example, people will be like, oh, you know, the Bible says homosexuality is a sin, for example.
Right.
And you might be like, well, I mean, why can't two people just love each other? And, you know, a lot of Christians will be like, oh, well, that's just what God says. But I perfectly agree. You know, like, you should be able to look at something and not just be like, oh, well, because God said I believe. Like, that doesn't make sense, you know, because then you could just do that for anything. If we're going off the base of like, okay, being fruitful, for example, we do know, at least until modern times, like back in the day, you know, they didn't really have contraception. So if you're doing a lot of anal sex, there would be a lot of disease between the gay community, for example. And you could see, by enacting this, one, they don't have children, so they're not being fruitful, and they're also contracting
They probably figured that out. Don't you think they probably figured that out without God, though? I mean, there was probably a lot of all kinds of different sex going on, and they probably figured that out by the first few thousand that started dying from it. So, I'm not saying there's not a God. I'm just saying they didn't need God for that one to figure that out.
Yeah.
So,
but that is I guess the thing is like, as Christians, we believe that you can find those things out without the Bible. It's just that the Bible says that, and then you can observe it without the Bible and find that out, basically.
I can understand that. That's reasonable because you're at least willing to look at it.
Because also, you can even look at the Bible as like, oh, how are these, like, for example, this rival tribe? They're going against God's people, and they're actually doing pretty well. Like, they're persistent. And like, you're like, well, shouldn't it just be like a landslide victory? But from what I've understood, these basically, in order to make the world run, you kind of have to observe these quote unquote godly or good principles, you know, like being kind to your neighbor. Like,
every country, talking about like virtues, or do you mean like
there's like common values that consistently work better than others, I think.
Yeah, I got you.
So the Bible will teach these virtues, and then other nations or other belief systems kind of all have similar virtues, but the Christians are saying like this comes from God, because it's like the origin is from God, so like we have to give them credit, basically.
I mean, you do know that there was. This is just a side comment, but there, you know, Zoroastrianism and earlier, you know, they were the first ones who came up with the battle against good and evil. You know what I mean? The light force and the dark force kind of thing. That was Zoroastrianism, and then, you know, off of that came a lot of other monotheistic, like Manichaeanism and early Jewish traditions and things like that. But I don't know why I thought that was important to add, but I thought I would just throw that in there. Okay, so let's see, what else can we say? There's so many problems that I have with the Bible that I usually don't talk about that with Christians, because I'll just say, you know what, I'll grant you. Some of the stuff in your Bible is true. We'll grant you that. We'll just go ahead and we won't worry about that. I'll ask other questions. You know what I mean? We'll talk about like the teleological argument for God's existence, or the ontological argument, or the necessity argument, or maybe even the transcendental argument for God's existence. There's quite a few of them that Christian apologists take on, and if someone is willing, those are the ones I'm usually engaged with because I'm such a philosophy nerd. But it's very difficult, especially with people who are very serious about the Bible and take it literally, and it is Word of God, it's very difficult to communicate with someone like that, because anything you say is an offense to the text that is written. You know what I mean? And I hate being offensive, but at the same time, I'm not going to apologize for trying to find what is true. You know, nobody should apologize for searching for the truth.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah, I think you're searching for the truth as well. Anybody else want to weigh in?
Why do you think he's searching for the truth?
Why do you think Bucky is searching for or Bucka Boy is searching for the truth? I don't know. Ask him.
No, you said, I think you're searching for the truth. I'm asking you, why do you think Bucka Boy?
Because he's on here having a conversation with a bunch of agnostic atheists, and he's open to having the conversation, and he's very easy to talk to.
I could also add that maybe he's on here to convince us of his belief so he could feel validated in his belief.
Okay.
I mean, that's a valid, what do you call it? A valid opinion.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Because that's probably why Starfire was in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know a lot of, it's like you can feel the conviction, and this goes like for any belief, you know, whether it be like atheism, agnosticism. I'm sure you guys have had those people who have a lot of zeal, and they want people to know what they believe to be true, and then it kind of just, you know, just disrupts the whole conversation.
Yeah.
Bucky Boy, you here to convince or search for truth?
Say that again?
Are you here to defend by trying to convince, or are you here to find out what's true?
I think for me, it's more just to kind of see everyone's perspective, because kind of currently right now, I would say that like part of my life is I would say I'm Christian. You know, I proclaim God to be true from my understanding. I haven't read the full Bible yet. I'm currently in the Old Testament, but I'm kind of going through, you know, I've looked at a little bit of Islam. I've looked at, you know, the difference between that or like Mormonism, just kind of like seeing what everyone has to say.
Oh, yeah. So you're in pending mode. I get it.
Here, let him finish real quick. What were you saying?
No, yeah, because, you know, at least to me, from the stuff I have seen, I feel like the attacks on Christianity haven't been all that amazing, I guess, in the sense of like disproving it. I haven't seen that many good arguments, and a lot of the time,
the burden of proof
is disproving God.
Say that again?
There's a burden of proof, though.
Yes.
So yeah, because it goes both ways.
No. It would go the opposite way if God was here, right? And he was like making moons and planets reappear and disappear and just doing things that were beyond, that go beyond reality. Yeah. Then it would be like, what's our problem? You get what I'm saying? Like, what's going on with you guys? Like,
well, I mean,
you said to bring him down here. Here he is. He's reappearing and he's appearing and then disappearing right before your eyes. And still you're still stuck. Now I can get it, but it's more like the opposite, in where you're telling us from your position of faith, right, that we're to believe. You get what I'm saying? So it's more on you. It's more on you. The burden of proof is more on you. Like if you had God, then it would be like the issue would be with me. It would be like, okay, there's this being, and he's doing these unbelievable acts, and you're still not buying it. What's your problem?
Yeah. So real quick, this goes back to what we were talking about earlier. I think before Bucko Boy joined, and Sam, I see you, by the way. I'm gonna get you in. Just because you can't prove something doesn't mean that it isn't, and just because you can't prove something isn't doesn't mean that it is. Mm-hmm. You would have to have extra information to understand which one of those would be the correct way to view the situation. Mm-hmm. That's the issue at hand.
I think also to come off of what Nivek was saying, you were saying like, oh, if God was here, it would be on me then. But if you read the Old Testament, specifically the Exodus story, it's funny how like the Israelites that are literally, if we believe these claims to be true, the Red Sea was parted. You know, God's leading the Israelites by fire or cloud by day, fire by night, you know, performing all the miracles in Egypt. And guess what? Moses leaves for 40 days and they're like, well, let's worship something else. You know, like the fact that their unbelief, even though they literally would see, you know, these miracles, I think is kind of like a testament to say, okay, if this is true, even with God being in our presence, you know, people will still be like, well, you know, let's go worship something else or follow something else.
I mean, if that story is true, yeah, sure. But I mean, I think humans have an inborn ability to exaggerate in the mind to the point of absurdity. And I'm not saying anything you believe is absurd. I'm just saying we, from the plains of Africa until now, we have this, it's almost like we have the need to find some kind of spirituality or miracles or maybe these things that transcend our understanding, beings that may transcend our understanding. You know, I'm assuming through evolutionary psychology, perfect, and not used a lot by a lot of people, but it is used in some instances, that we needed to have this animism and spirits of the wind and stuff like that, because it gave us a way to understand nature. You know, it was probably the first attempts at understanding the world. So it's just inborn in us, I think, to be curious and exaggerate and go the furthest lengths that we can with our minds. I don't know why that is, but it, you know, it seems to be that way.
Yeah, if you're not powerful, I'll just say, okay, that if he was all powerful, I would just say, all right, talk to him real quick. The moon outside, have it disappear, and then I'll be like, oh, okay. Then I'll be in, and then I would the issue would be with me, like why am I not coming around when I just showed you this proof? Now I would be in the boat that you're in. In other words, it would be a role reversal, because I'd say, well, he can't do that, and then it'll be like, well, see, because I say that, and obviously it's not done, then it more validates my stance that it's less likely the case. But if you just said, see that moon, hey bro, make it disappear, and it disappeared, then, you know, you ask me if I believe now, and if I still am stubborn and believe in now, you could say, what's your problem? Like I show you this proof, but you still don't come around.
Yeah. Real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hold your response real quick. Let's get Sam in here because he did ask to speak a second ago. So what's up, Sam? Going once. Going twice. Okay, go ahead, Bucko.
I forgot what I was going to say.
I was talking about, I'll try to remind you, I was saying, like, everything around more disproves existence than proves. Now, if it's powerful, you pointed at the moon and saying, okay, hey man, make it disappear, and then he made it disappear, and then you turn to me, and I still was reluctant in believing. I can get where I can understand you saying, like, coming at me saying, like, why are you so stubborn in not coming around and accepting that?
I think that kind of ties back into what we were talking about, like, what does it mean by faith in the Bible? Because I feel like that kind of ties into that, because it's like, typically whenever I hear people, because even me professing to be Christian, if I pray to God for something to happen and it doesn't happen, does that just mean, like, in my mind, does that mean he's all of a sudden not real?
No. Happening doesn't cut it. I'm talking about something that is impossible. That's all powerful. That's why I said to make the moon disappear and then and then make it reappear.
Well, let's say he did that, for example. Well, what happens whenever, like, how many people will be affected by the moon disappearing?
And then
Like,
reappear.
that's gonna cause like a catastrophe. It's like it wouldn't make sense to do that, you know? Like, this is, I don't want this to be despicable to me.
It's a funny hypothetical, though.
Yeah,
Oh,
like,
okay.
No, I'm just
like,
he's right that the Earth would suffer, but I think Nivik's trying to prove a different point.
I'll just point at something else, and you're just saying that it would hurt people. I could just point at another moon.
yeah, I understand what you mean. It's just, yeah, like in that context, it wouldn't make sense for God to do that. But I understand your point. Like, I think for me, it's like I kind of think about it because in the New Testament, it literally says like Jesus was talking about how people will ask for me to perform signs for them, but none will be performed for them. And I kind of think about it in the sense of like even if God showed us signs, we still wouldn't believe. So it's not necessarily about God doing his part. It's like more of an internal issue within us, from my understanding.
Let me ask a quick question then. Does God know what it would take to completely convince me that he exists?
I think it's not necessarily about believing he exists. It's more.
No. Does he know? Does he know the thing?
No.
Yeah, does he know the thing that I, Thomas Panner, would need to know in order to believe that he exists? Does he know that thing?
If there is a thing, yes, then he knows.
Okay. So if he does know about that thing and he understands that I'm the type of person that likes evidence and understand you, right? Why would he not meet me on that middle ground and be like, okay, this isn't someone that's just going to believe in me on faith. This is someone who would be willing to believe in me if I gave them evidence, right? Mm-hmm. Would not a God that cared about me want to do that? I mean, that's kind of a big problem for me.
Yeah. That I would completely agree. And the answer I would give to that is the current evidence we have of the Bible and all these, if you don't believe that, and that's the evidence that God has given you, then that's all there is really to that.
Yeah,
question,
I read the Bible twice, and when I was younger, I was all about some trying to feel God. Mm-hmm. And when by the time that I read it the second time, it was more for just trying to understand the scriptures themselves. Mm-hmm. And I just realized how hermeneutically challenging it is because every single person that you see in a church, it doesn't matter. Pick a church, any church. Mm-hmm. Every single person in the pew is going to have a different interpretation of each one of those verses. You know what I mean? And that's the problem.
I wouldn't even say they have an interpretation. Most of them don't even read it.
You're right. Some of them may not even have an interpretation. I would imagine, if we're just being honest, that most Christians have probably not read their entire Bible. It is a lot of reading, so it's a lot to ask people to do who are super busy with their lives. But I'm convinced that if more people were to understand the Old Testament, that they would at least reevaluate their moral stances.
I believe you for sure. I would think so as well.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that there are beautiful things in the Bible overall. There's some love your enemy stuff. There's some great shit, but that doesn't tell us anything about if Jesus existed or any of that kind of stuff. So I wish it could. I wish it could tell us that because I'd like to know.
Mm-hmm. Well, from my understanding, when you look up if Jesus existed, most people believe he existed, but most historians, but it's whether he did the miracles or not.
Right. No, I will say that people like Bart Ehrman and other scholars say that he most likely existed. They're not. Mm-hmm. There's no consensus that he did, but there is a consensus of accepting that he did. However, there's a small group of like Richard Carrier and Robert Scott and a couple of other people that are mythicists, which believe that Jesus was a conglomerate of many different apocalyptic Jewish preachers during that time, and they conglomerated and mythologized that figure into one person for the texts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see.
Bucko Boy, mm-hmm. Why is the belief in God important to you?
I think for me, it's similar to first, I would say seeing how certain moral kind of observations I feel like are beneficial when you kind of follow the Bible. Whether to be just, being kind to your neighbor.
So it gives you a guideline to what's moral?
I think one, specifically why God is important to me, I think it, from like a personal level, I just find comfort in the fact that when I place my identity or who I am in like what the Bible says, or like basically putting my identity in believing in God and having that not changing, I find comfort in that rather than putting my identity in race or something.
Your identity is in other things as well. Do you see them as equivalent to God?
No. I think God's at
Why not?
my identity.
Nivek, be charitable. Come on now.
No.
I think
for
me, I can give you an example. So, like, for example, when I was younger, I'm multiracial. So I'm like, black, white, and Hispanic. So I'll give you like the racial breakdown percentages. It's probably the easiest way to explain it. So I'm like a quarter black, and then I would say quarter white, and then half Native American, racially. And I remember growing up as a kid, and some like, for example, white kids would say the N-word. I'm like, hey, you can't say that. That's a bad word. Only black people can say that. But then guess what? I would have black friends who would have their white friends, and they would be comfortable saying the N-word. I'm like, wait a second, this doesn't make sense. Why am I one of the least black people defending black people when they're not even defending themselves and they don't care? So then I saw like the conundrum there. I'm like, wait a second, this doesn't make any sense.
Because they accepted them as friends, they didn't really care what they were. You know what I mean? It was just like when any of us yell cuss words in traffic, we don't really want to kill. I mean, well, some of us might, but we don't really want to kill that person. We just think they're fucking insane in that moment.
Yeah. But like with the race thing, I've also had it to where like other black people, for example, wouldn't see me as black because I was like a quarter, for example. So like whenever I saw how like if I placed my my identity in what I identify as like race, it would change from like how the person perceived me, and I didn't like that.
So wait. So you're saying like you can come together in commonality in identity of religion with other people who are of the same religion. So it's kind of like a social thing. Is where I'm coming from. Is what I'm getting from you.
I think it's more personal.
You said you had issues with identity because there's a lot of conflicts. You're very racially and culturally mixed, and there's a lot of like when it comes to identity, you had struggles there. But I guess like with religion, you can come under a common identity.
I think it's more about like I guess feeling more genuine in the sense of like I know from what the Bible says, it says I'm loved by God, and like that's not changing. Versus if I'm like, oh, I'm black, but someone doesn't see me as black, well then now I'm not black to them. So like that's kind of how I'm thinking about it. Like it's consistent.
Because you said identity.
Yeah. So like
I said, well, what about other identities? And then you're telling me like the conflicts you had by other identities. So I get the religion identity where everybody's of this faith, then there's no conflict there, right? You guys can all come together under this one identity as one.
Answer real quick, Bucko Boy, and then let's get a couple other people in here. We got Thunder who wants to talk, and I think Sam's back with us.
You can go ahead and add the other people. I wasn't really understanding the other identities.
It's okay. I really appreciate you being here with us, man. Sam, did you want to say something a minute ago? I think I cut you off, or you got cut off. Are you there with us?
The topic's changed.
That's okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Bucko Boy, one quick question. If you had to choose the identity of your faith versus your identity versus all your other identities, which one would you choose?
The faith identity.
Okay, so you choose that one over the others?
Yes.
Okay. Would do you think that they might be one and the same?
In what context?
Like that, the other identities that you hold close to you, you think your faith identity is really a representation of those identities.
Oh, no, I would say no.
Like a metaphor.
No, I wouldn't say like the culmination of the other identities made like the faith the one identity. I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
Yeah. Thunder, did you want to say something?
Yeah, can you see me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How are
Hey,
you?
how are you? Oh, a bit new to Discord, man, so I'm a bit still learning the whole situation.
That's
I just want, I think it was mentioned earlier, the burden of proof. And I'm curious of the definition of atheism that you guys are using.
So everyone's going to use a different version. If you watch the Atheist Experience or something like that, they're just going to say that atheism is not a pronouncement. It doesn't have its set of rules. It doesn't have anybody to worship to. It doesn't have any like headquarters, like that kind of thing. I am an agnostic atheist, which just means that I don't know, but I do not actively hold a belief. That's it.
Because I think it creates a strange situation in there's kind of no objective, or as close to objectivity as you get, in the sense of how do you actually have a conversation? Because if it's not an objective, for example, I look at the Encyclopedia of Philosophy. It maintains that there is no God. That's a definition of atheism. And again, you can have an argument when that's a definition. When you define your terms, you can have an argument. But if you're just using, this is my state of mind, I don't think that's... again, there was a woman on earlier that was very anxious. It's just like her talking about her anxiety. It's not particularly useful to the conversation.
No, but everyone's voice is allowed here, and we're trying.
Oh, totally, no, completely. But in terms of if we're talking about definitions and we're trying to have a conversation, like when I tell you,
I know you weren't.
Totally. When I say to you that a chair, we have a basic objective definition of what a chair is.
Yeah.
But when you tell me that this is just my state of mind and this is how I feel, it's just like that's a completely subjective feature. There's no reason for me to interact with that. I don't have a reason to interact with that. So I feel like we need, because sure, people can use their own definitions for things, but it just doesn't amount to anything, because it's like, what are we even talking about at that point?
Yeah.
It's like, it's an easy way to play both sides and say, oh, I can argue, but if my arguments are poor and I lose a discussion or a debate, for example, it's, I don't believe in God anyway. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I mean, I don't
find an objective. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just going to say, I personally, and people are going to have different answers, but I personally just do not have an active belief in God. That's all. Right, that's all that atheism means to me. It doesn't mean that I think that there are no gods, because I have no idea.
Totally. Totally.
That's the only, and then I'm sure there's a lot of people who would go with the Stanford definition that you gave. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, because I just heard it earlier, and I just thought, I think that, again, having these subjective standards of what we're talking about doesn't really lead us anywhere. It's like we need to have a point of our conversation, a point of reference to, again, have the conversation. So, because again, from the definition I follow, that is a commonly accepted definition in philosophical circles. It's that there is no God. And again, at that point, you can have that conversation. But other than that, that's all I want to ask. Good conversation, guys.
Hey, thank you.
So
if you find anybody that says they have found that there is no God, I want to meet that person.
Oh no, I don't even think it's about, because there is, like, for example, you take theist philosophers as well. There's no way to prove anything. It's like we use the best of what we have now to get as close to the truth as possible. We're not going to get to the truth. It's just not going to happen. But I just think it's a lot more useful to choose a side and say, this is my argument, this is where it's coming from, this is what the words mean that I'm using, opposed to just say, this is just how I feel in my mind. Yeah. It's like,
I think
there's nothing I can take and do with that.
Yeah, I think we should be specific and salient and objective with our parameters and with how we understand our logical reasoning. Yeah.
And I would love to also hear you guys. There's been a lot of discussion, and I'm really enjoying it. It's awesome. Also about things like, I think there's a lot of the talk that's happening. I think there's a foundation to it all that that suggests that human beings have value and that an objective moral value does exist. Those duties do exist. And I think where the conversation is going to a place where we're assuming that's true, but we're not talking about why that's objectively true opposed to subjectively true. So yeah, if you guys at any point go into that, it'd be awesome to hear a little bit more about that stuff.
I mean, we can definitely get into meta ethics and normative ethics, things like that. We can definitely fall in there. I'm just going to go with the flow of the conversation.
You've got to follow, man. Like, I'm enjoying it. I think you guys have been really good, really respectful, and it's been really good, man. So I'm keen to see what you guys do next. I'm not religious. I mean, I'm not necessarily religious myself. I want to believe in a God. My family, I was raised Catholic. I don't know where I stand on that stuff, but I do know that there are a lot of good arguments that a God should exist, I think, and these are the main ones. So yeah, I'd love to hear that, man. You guys have been awesome.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. You're awesome.
All right, I'm going to jump out for now, but thank you, bro, for answering the question.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
He's
go ahead.
Oh, but, okay.
You can ask the question. Yeah, go ahead.
There are things that are dear to you that that are personal, that wouldn't be that way be that way for others.
Yeah.
And so I could say that that's what the belief of God is. It's what you. It's like a metaphor for what's important to you, and the rest he's saying that he doesn't really see an argument to believe. So I see a lot of metaphorical God argument.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood him, Nivik. He did say
I see a lot of arguments to believe in God. Yeah, I think there are a lot of really, really, really good arguments to believe in God. And like I said, I've struggled myself because, like, as just a human being going through the world every day, it's just like, okay, so there's just a man in the sky that created all this and okay, whatever. But then when I look at things, like, I think there's a lot of philosophers that inspired me that I've actually had conversations with, like Dr. William Lane Craig, for example. I think he's an absolute genius. Just things that I've read a few of his books, and the idea, again, I think the most moving one, the most moving arguments would be an argument for objective morality, for example, where it's just like we all objectively agree that it's bad to rape and murder. Like that, there's just no question about that. And it's like, sure, we can say that, yeah, it's a matter of opinion, just like your taste in ice cream. It's either you like chocolate or you like vanilla. Totally fine. But at that point, it's just, okay, we have no actual way of punishing people for doing bad things because that's just their opinion. They can just go and do as they please.
Yeah, God would be the
and I think that's a very moving argument. And I mostly believe, I probably believe that that's the truth, that things are just subjective and that we kind of have to reconcile with that. But again, if you want to tell me that human beings have value, that there is right and wrong that objectively exists, then there has to be a standard for that. There has to be a foundation for that, just like the law is for society.
Sure,
so I think there's good arguments.
I know you're good. I think that inclination is correct to have. I mean, I understand that inclination, but it doesn't necessarily mean, like, what moral system are you? And I don't want to keep you too long, by the way.
Yeah,
like what morals? No one that I know of in ethics has proved moral objectivity. Now, I've seen papers on moral realism. I've seen papers. Hang on, please, Nivik.
I think it's a feeling. Again, I don't think you can prove it. I think it's a thing that we are just born to know, right and wrong. I think that's my personal belief in that. So I don't think it's again, I don't think you can actually prove without, beyond a shadow of doubt, anything. Like, how can we prove that the room I'm in now actually exists? I cannot do that in any way, shape, or form.
We could go that far, but I mean, you don't have to. With ethics, all it takes is an understanding that your parents raised you. You mainly learned ethics through their interaction with you and through the environment, other friends, other families, and that's how you. It was socially constructed. You know what I mean? That whole moral system in you is socially constructed. Even before you read the Bible and try to figure out what's right and wrong in there. You know
That's
what I mean?
that's where I'm coming from. That's why I asked that question. And
Yeah, right. So my
that are
answer to that
important
would be, yep, go ahead.
That's why I asked that question. There's just things that are important to you personally, and not much to others. And there isn't necessarily an objective moral. So,
Well, again, I think if I say to you, do you think it's objectively wrong to rape and murder a small child? Would you say yes, or would you say no? That's the question.
I'd say yes, because that's not good for. I mean, like, I'm probably.
Yeah, but if it's not good for humanity, well, yeah, that's relative to humanity. That's not objective. That's just relative. So, just say we done that on another planet, or there was another species that were doing that. Like, is that still right? Is that still wrong? Sorry, or is that okay? Because it's just like societies, right? There's different societies on the planet that enact moral differences differently. For example, take murder. It's wrong to kill cows in India, for example. And it's not because they're killing cows. It's because they think they're killing loved ones that have reincarnated as cows. So it's just like us in the West thinking that killing a human being is wrong. Or some cultures, it's good to greet other culture. For example, if I don't know where I'm going with that one. Basically, I guess what I'm saying, like, to even answer the earlier question of that you had about my parents teaching me those moral values and it being like kind of human based, I think that
I can answer.
Sure, totally, that makes complete sense. It does, but again, that would make it objective. That would make it subjective, and I think it's just about doing the checks and balances with that. Yeah, go ahead.
You guys slow down, bud. You guys slow down, Nevik.
Based off of our biological evolution,
yeah,
it's wrong, right? Because the environment programmed us to be that way, you know, to act.
Yeah, sure. I can agree with that. I can agree with that. And like I said, I think it comes down to, again, more than likely, these are just human inventions. But again, it's the logic doesn't follow. But go ahead.
That's where I'm saying morality is in logic and it is in knowledge. And I was saying like based off of how we based on how we evolutionary evolved, yeah, that would be wrong, because we evolved to survive and thrive.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean
that's sure, that's correct. But again, that doesn't.
It doesn't have to be a being that will say whether something is or isn't, according for it to matter behind right or wrong. Right or wrong. Right or wrong is just truth. Yeah. Right or wrong is just truth.
Please let him talk for just a second, Nevik. Please,
right or wrong is truth and distruth.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. You're right. Yeah.
Right or wrong,
totally.
Right or wrong is just truth and distruth.
Yeah, true. Right. So again, I think it's like, more than likely, it is true that these things that the values that we put on other human beings and the right and wrong that we use as human beings is probably a subjective feature relative to the human race. Okay. Again, if it's relative, then it's just like everyone has different opinions. If I have a different opinion of, if one person thinks rape is wrong, one thinks it's right, who's correct? There's no standard for you to actually appeal to that says it's actually wrong. So that's fine. But again, I think it's, and just to answer the question that I had earlier about the parents teaching those values to me, I think, again, it's about doing the checks and balances. And I've found personally through my research that it's, that there are too many arguments that I think, again, you can draw those parallels to where I think it makes a weaker argument. Go ahead.
Right and wrong and meaning to you is different than right and wrong meaning to me. You're talking from...
Completely, yes.
You're coming from let me finish. You're coming from an emotional place. Meaning, I'm coming from definition place of meaning. And right or wrong. I don't know if you're following me. like I'm coming from the definition place. You're coming from the emotional place of
May I
right,
interject?
wrong, and of what's. Go ahead.
So, Thunder, I'd like to propose a perspective to you. Firstly, I completely agree
Go ahead.
with your stance on morality. At least your general sentiment. Morality obviously does not vary from person to person on a large scale. We can both agree, at least a large percentage of people who live in a civilized society can agree that to rape and murder a child is inherently wrong. If this were not the case, if it were not a consistent basis for morality across persons, there would be no basis for civilized society to function. There's a reason this abhorrent crime would be considered illegal. But in terms of the discussion at hand, I'd like to relate it and present to you a perspective. This morality is agreed upon because acting against it causes disruptions that are observable emotionally, spiritually, and physically. So if we wanted to relate that to a perspective of God, or at least to draw it into the conversation, I would say that when you observe a structure like this, it creates order, and in relation to the conversation, an overall defining theme of our lives on earth and what we observe is a perfectly refined order and structure. So you have, for example, every year the same amount of seasons, certain plants, animals, what have you. There is cycles that follow, almost like a machine, for a lack of better words at the moment. If you as a person in your observable environment right now, everything around you that you can touch and pick up, let's say you're in a house, your couch was assembled from multiple pieces and fabrics to create this object that has a purpose. The same is true for the television, for the devices we're using to speak now. If that is consistently true for things that have been assembled and put together, if you were to walk outside and observe the same underlying principle of a designed order in trees and in wildlife, why do you think people make the or fail to draw the connection between the implicated design outside and the obvious and known designs to us because they come from people? In not so many words, TLDR, you've never observed a perfectly, reasonably self-sustaining system manifest itself out of nothing. All the tools you can use have been made with a purpose and designed. So why do you think it would be any different for things that have that underlying design observable outside of the human cause?
I might have to, if you can condense that into a sentence and the exact question. Sorry, man.
No, it's okay. So you've never observed a machine manifest itself out of thin air, right?
Yes, correct.
So a machine, you and I would both agree, like a car engine, for example, was put together from multiple pieces to serve a purpose, and it has this ethos of function, correct?
Correct, yes.
And because we've never seen that manifest itself out of thin air, when we observe that same ethos and nature in something like a tree, for example, what do you believe that implicates? Is it random, or would it not agree with what we already know?
I don't know. I'm not sure I can answer that question. I'm not sure I have an answer to that one. But I think we do.
I have the answer. The answer is it's random, and it happened because of potential. Is why it happened. It's not a being.
It's random, and it happened because of potential.
Yeah, there wasn't. Just because it happened doesn't mean that there's a being behind it.
Okay.
Making.
No,
okay,
I don't think I'm making that argument. I don't think I want to make that argument. I don't think the argument has to go there. I think that, again, just to keep things within the bounds of the argument that I'm putting forward is that I personally believe that I just find better argument made that morality ought to be objective than subjective.
Right. So
And these
may I
laws,
ask
they're
a
fine.
quick question
They're fine.
to
They
you,
don't
Thunder?
necessarily direct me in a place of where I really even want to go. But yeah, go
I
ahead.
didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. May I ask you a quick question? I know you've only got
Yeah, of
limited
course.
time.
Go ahead. Yep.
So if we talk about objective morality, we're talking in science of the objective world is what is separate from the subjective world, right?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. So for something to be an object within this three-dimensional space-time, I would need an object to measure and to see, correct? So what in nature do we know that I can measure that is morality?
What in nature can we measure that is morality? I think the general good that people do on a day-to-day basis. Again, my opinion is that objective moral values and duties, we are born with them as human beings.
Hold on, Nivet. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be confusing. I'm asking more of
No, totally not. No, it's all good.
Yeah,
it's all good.
I'm asking more of like a philosophical question.
I'd say a fact.
Oh my
I'd
God.
say a fact is what's moral.
A fact. That's the question. What is a fact?
What's scientifically proven?
Niv, the question was
again,
not Niv.
There are many
what we were
things.
talking about.
I think,
Thomas,
I
if you
think
could like,
there's so
2
many
seconds,
things
Thunder,
in the world that we
Thunder,
live
Thunder,
as if day to day that isn't a scientific fact.
Thunder, 2 seconds.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Niv, when someone's asking someone a question, you gotta make sure we're all able to hear that answer and let people have a discussion back and forth. You're jumping in too quick. So, Thomas, can you ask your question again?
Yeah, mainly it's if we have so in philosophy we call it the phenomena and the noumena. The noumena is that which is in itself, and the phenomena is that which we are representing through our minds and through our senses. And so in science, I call the subjective world the realm of the abstract or the mind, and then the objective that the realm of objects that are measurable and understandable through science. And so if we use the term objective, what I'm thinking when you say objective morals is that there must be something out there in reality that is an object that is either morality itself or has morality in it, right?
Right.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm asking is, can we find something that is...
I think that they're not the same thing. I think it sounds like to me you're coming from a materialistic place. I think that, again, when I speak of objective moral values and duties, I'm talking about a thing that is, it's not a physical thing you can just reach out and touch. It's a thing that's out there that we need to ground something in.
Then. So it's not objective if it's not something I can touch, right?
I say it is something you can
touch. No, it's not. No, that's something, you're talking about something that's physical, not like what is objective and what's physical. They're not the same thing.
Are you sure about that?
I'm certain about that.
It is.
I don't believe it's the same thing.
It is the same. You can touch it.
Something objective means something physical you can touch.
Right. No, so in meta-ethics, there's this thing called moral realism and moral anti-realism. And anti-realism just means that it's a subjective thing. It's born of the mind. It's mind-dependent. And the moral realists believe that it is mind-independent, that there is some naturalistic force out there or thing that is morality that we can calculate. And that would be the thing that I would have to see to understand objective morality.
Yeah, like I don't see that at all. Again, I think there are plenty of things that we appeal to every day that aren't, like, again, the concept of something in order for something to be objective, it must be a physical thing that I can hold on to. Is that?
Yeah, I don't know what else objective means in science other than an entity whom.
But we're not talking about science. I don't think the conversation's scientific at all.
It is.
We can say in the realm of philosophy.
I don't think it's a scientific. I think it's
sure.
I don't think it's the science is about what the world is, right? Like that's not. We're not talking about what the world is. I'm talking about
what we're talking about is normal.
Yeah, so the things that I appeal to every day that aren't material, like that's not.
So I would call that subjective.
I can't prove them physically.
Anything
I can still call them objective.
Right or wrong?
I don't believe that objective means a physical thing that you can hold on to.
No. Right or wrong, and what's moral?
I'll recheck my definitions, but I don't believe
Right or
that's what
wrong,
it
and
means.
what's moral can be synonymous of right or wrong of what's factual.
Objective means it exists
in what
regardless
sense?
of our opinion. It exists regardless of our opinion objectively.
Exactly, and that doesn't specifically speak about a thing that's material.
But on a high,
That's not included in the definition.
But you believe in objective reality exists, though, right?
But
From the basic standpoint of I see the four walls around me right now, yeah, sure. Yeah.
You could tell me, like, at the end of the day, you don't know because you're within your mind, but you still believe it exists.
So if it doesn't exist in reality, it doesn't exist.
No, you're saying everything.
Exactly, but what is reality? That's the question. Is reality isn't just science. Like there are a lot of things that aren't reality that exist.
You're arguing it's mind dependent. So, like, reality is mind dependent.
Wait a minute. I heard something there, Thunder. You said what did you say? What's reality doesn't exist?
No, I said there are a lot of things we do like on a day-to-day basis that aren't material things that we reach out and touch that we all believe without
but
a
we have evidence for those things
that we
'cause
call
all live on
objective,
Earth.
right? So for example, is there physical evidence that you love your mother? Do we have physical evidence?
Yes.
Like
Hugs, kisses.
That's not. I don't think that's physical evidence of love. I think that's a physical act you engage in.
That's behavioral evidence.
I believe that's a physical act you engage in. I don't think that's evidence of love.
Okay.
You could if you could find out the part of the brain that is connected. If you could find the part of the brain that's connected to your love to your mother, you could remove that and you would no longer love your mother.
Again, if that can be physically proven, like things like when we engage in mathematics on a day-to-day basis, when we find something beautiful, if you could find a way with the scientific method to adjust for these things, I don't believe we have so far, and that's the standard I'm using.
I can explain it to you. So when people don't want to lose, say, their skill of playing the violin, when they're having a brain operation, they'll play the violin so they can know to avoid that part, because if they've damaged that part, they can't play the violin.
Sure. That's a physical action in motion. That's me physically sitting down, picking up violin and playing a violin. That's not.
So they're having a brain. So they're having a brain operation. They're having a brain operation, a physical operation on the brain, and to make sure that they don't destroy the part of the brain that controls playing the violin and probably the love of playing the violin. If they just sat there thinking about loving the violin, that part of the brain would light up. So they avoid that to avoid damaging that because it's a physical part of the brain.
Can I give a specific example that has to do with love? No, sorry.
Yeah.
Can I answer that?
So in the brain, you have two little beans on each temporal lobe. So on each side of your brain, you have two little beans, and those are called amygdalas. And that basically associates.
I think the amygdala isn't that the fear response? I don't know if that's the love response.
No, it has to. It does a lot of functions. Just listen to him.
It does everything that you feel is coming from those amygdalas. So if you have this has been proved through people who suffered brain damage. That there's a specific patient that was like one of the first ones. He basically had a car accident, was projected off of the car because he wasn't wearing a seatbelt. And when he hit his head on the floor, he suffered damage, like big bleeding inside of his brain, and it killed both of the amygdalas. And what resulted after that, apart from him becoming, damaged in a lot of ways, one of the things that was very impressive and was studied a lot was the fact that he couldn't recognize anymore anyone that was around him, but it wasn't because of the faces. So the guy got convinced, for example, that his mother was a robot and that his father had been kidnapped by aliens and stuff like that. And this is because the amygdala is being destroyed. There was no feeling attached to, seeing his mother anymore. So he didn't feel any love for his mother anymore. Yeah, so that's where the sentiment comes from. I mean, we know these these things pretty well.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, there's people that still have an intact amygdala that have anxiety disorders, for example, that believe, I don't know, that they're having a heart attack. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think it works both ways.
Yeah, I have bipolar, and those are called panic attacks, and they're hellacious.
Yeah, they're horrible. Yeah, they're pretty
Can I go
terrible.
back to something
I'm not sure
you
that
mentioned earlier about the machines in nature? Like, you can look at the most basic organism, they're machines. They're literally machines. Like,
so
you can see machines at work in nature all the time, apart from the whole human kingdom. Like, even without the animal kingdom, there's machines everywhere.
I don't get, like, why is it hard to understand the environment just evolved you that way? It's just a rewarding stimuli for survival. It just happened because of potential.
Good.
Before we drift away, I'd like to bring it back to Thunder's point.
Hey, yeah, Thunder, you're breaking up. Just a second, Thunder, and we'll get you back in. You're breaking up real bad if you can hear me.
I agree with Thunder's original point. There are things that we agree factually exist that are not necessarily objective in our daily lives. Primarily, my prime example is colors. We all agree colors exist, but you cannot describe a color to another person without using another color. And yet we all agree that they exist. We have definitions for them and we define them, but there's no tangible, objective, physical thing we can hold that is a color.
That's the spectrum of light, a wavelength spectrum of light.
Yeah, colors actually do not exist. So you have to be a bit more specific. Like what does it mean saying a color exists?
I have to agree with GHC. Nivit, please, 1 second. We have to agree with GHC because colors are processed in our cerebellum, like through the rods and cones in our eyes. We see different orientations of light.
Yeah,
you know,
it's just a signal that is being signal that is being made up. Like the processing, the perception of the color is being made up by your brain. Nothing has color.
Oh, it does. The frequency of light has color.
It still exists as a concept, though. I will yield on that. Obviously, I didn't think
light spectrum exists. We have technology that picks up different spectrums of wave.
I didn't think about that. Obviously, I will yield to that. It is a spectrum, and your scientific description is perfect. But I think that kind of drags away from the point that's being made, is that there is an agreed upon concept there that is intangible. I'm not sure what the general, when I came onto this conversation, it seems the general relativity is to the subject of the existence of a God. And I think a lot of that conversation has to do with intangible concepts that can be agreed upon. No?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because I think you were talking about the like, for example, love, and how like, oh, I can prove that I love my mom by like kissing and hugging, but then you can also do those same actions without loving her per se. But then we were talking about how like, we'll just monitor the brain's response. So I think that's kind of like where the intent comes in. Like, how do you prove the intent just based on like the chemical reactions?
I think they're not necessarily, and guys would probably agree with that, getting too personal here, but there's many times I've touched in some body a loving way that I didn't love. You know what I mean? Like,
you're breaking up real bad, buddy.
Women you date that you're not necessarily loving.
We can't hear you.
Bro, can you hear me?
No, we can kind of hear you.
You
It's
can?
just breaking up a little bit, man. I'm sorry about that.
You can. I'll jump back in.
Okay. Yeah, we'll have to pause you for just a second, because just write it down or write that thought down or what, put it in your phone. We'll have to pause you for just a second until the signal gets better, because we are streaming live and we don't want to miss your important points.
Do we mind if Imperius gets a word in here? They've been waiting.
Sure. I also don't want people to ignore Hunenheim, because he's been trying to get in a few times and Nivik has been too. So I just want to, everybody get a chance to speak, because we all. But I will try. Let's try to stay on topic, like how we're talking about objective morality. I think that's a good place to talk about it. We can talk about moral realism and moral anti-realism, how that associates with an objective view of morality, which technically science would be dealing with because it would be objective. Now, I understand a minute ago, Thunder also said that there can be things that don't exist in physical reality that can be objective. Now, to me, that sounds a bit like a non sequitur, but I'm open to new information. So I want to learn how that could be possible.
Get the evidence. I just got to work, so I'm going to leave you
Well,
guys.
am I allowed to?
Get the evidence. I just got to work, so I'm going to leave you guys be. Have a wonderful meeting. But
All
get
right,
the
buddy.
evidence. That's what you want.
Look at the evidence. I got you. I got you.
Love you too. Take it easy.
Love you, man. Have a good day at work.
You too, man.
Can you guys do me?
I mean, I think this goes back to it's a simple inference to the best explanatory hypothesis. The world around us is a reflection of a creator, a creative being. Okay, and I'll give you the reason. A simple question. Has anyone here heard of the Lennox paradox or no?
Mentioned but never looked up.
Okay, I'll lead you through it. Just easy right here.
I'm here for you.
What do we were all talking about? I heard discussions earlier, a few minutes ago about how we process information and objective reality and things like that. How do we process what objective reality is?
Philosophically, we don't.
No. I mean, in it at all.
Our senses, our eyes, our taste, our touch.
Go ahead.
No, the brain, correct?
You want an answer to the question, or?
Well, I'm answering the question because I usually don't ask questions I don't know the answer to. That's kind of a rule in law school you learn.
I mean, but you can't answer. You can't answer your own question. You don't know if anybody else might have a different
because
answer.
that's the only answer.
Okay, no. You assume. You assume you have all the
how
answers.
else? How are you processing anything?
No, I'm just saying.
I'll ask you directly. How are you processing anything?
Well, there's a diagram that shows you again. This is known. Do you mean like sight? Do you mean what is it that you mean?
Any processing. How does the human being? Where is the processing node for the human being?
Yeah, it's not just in your brain. So this is a misunderstanding. People are trying to fix this in science. Your whole body is a connectum. It's not just your brain.
Where does the stimuli get processed at?
So it depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking
where do nerve endings reach their culmination? How do you understand pain? Why is there any information, whether it be nerved information through energy signals, whether it be vocal, whether it be through physical touch, anything is processed in the human brain. Everything we understand is through the human brain. That's why people. Okay, so I answered the question correctly, and you guys are being obtuse. Now let's progress, okay? Now, since we process everything through our brain, as we've all here agreed to.
Well, okay. Let me just put a caveat there. I'm sorry.
What is the?
Go ahead.
Let me just put a caveat there because so you process when you touch something, you actually have nerve endings throughout your body, and your gut has also neurons, and these nerve endings throughout your body are very similar to neurons, and cells are actually doing processing themselves as well. So it's not just the brain. That's what I mean by you're a connectum. There's cognitive processing all throughout your body.
So the feeling of the touch is processed where for you to even feel the touch.
Yeah,
see, that's the thing. You're not actually feeling it. That's why there's a delay between pain and the actual touch.
There's actually two means of you feeling pain. So there's two different systems of nerves. One is very fast and the other one is quite slow.
In both, is there a delay between the touch and the expression or the feeling of the pain being processed?
Yeah.
And why is that?
Because the nerve has length and it takes time for it to go from the point.
For what? For the information to be transferred to the brain, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so we agree. Okay, so let's move past point one, that we process everything through the brain. Secondly, what is the brain? And I'll wait.
It's an organ. Mostly,
a biological machine, correct? Like every organ, like every part of the body, like every cell. The cell is a machine made up of smaller machines ad infinitum, correct?
well, they're all made of, if you want to boil it down to things, they're made out of proteins. So it's basically proteins that are stacked on top of each other, and those proteins make shapes, and these shapes have function because of physics.
But the proteins themselves, within a mitochondria, within the proteins, within the DNA strands, within the RNA strands, are those not machines within there?
No, so there's a point where it stops. So proteins are made out of atoms. Proteins are basically large molecules, and those are made out of atoms.
Well, are proteins made out of amino acids first?
Well, no, amino acids are just...
No, proteins are made up of amino acids because this is the problem with evolution. Evolution cannot explain how an amino acid is formed from a blockchain.
That's fine. They're both made out of molecules. Those are different names that.
And what are molecules? Molecules
are made
are
out of
machines,
atoms.
correct?
No, they're
Yeah,
not.
and atoms are machines, correct?
No,
yeah, they are.
no.
They're not a machine.
It depends how you want to define machines, but an atom is doing nothing.
I was going to ask just real quick, why are we so enamored with calling them machines? No. Why are we calling them machines?
Because they are functionality.
So there is no function to atoms. The only thing that
Yes,
atoms
they are.
do...
Atoms are formed of what? Electrons and protons and neutrons.
Well, the only thing that atoms do is jiggle. If you want to call that a machine, that's fine, but they're just jiggling.
No, they're two reactive instruments.
Well, there's
just
laws
like
of physics.
Just like an electron and a proton is an instrument.
No. Let me stop you right there. So you're trying to make you're trying to make a point that they're choosing to do things or that they're processing information.
No. A machine doesn't choose anything. It's how it's designed.
I think this stems in from what the analogy I was making earlier. What I meant to say more clearly in less words is that there is an understanding of an ethos of functionality in these systems that we observe in the natural world that can be compared to things that we create with a similar, if not identical, ethos of functionality. So it is fair in a certain sense to call them machines because they operate in that way, like going beyond just the simple atom and its structure. We can talk about that all day. But if you want to look at something like the human body, for instance, which is a system of functions organized in concert to drive the overall purpose of your biological machine.
Well, okay, but that's the point. That's why I'm pushing so hard.
It's a substructure with the purposing of developing macrostructures.
Let me just finish my point, please. So when the universe started, when the Big Bang blew up, it was all a goo, and most of that goo is still a goo. So there's still a lot of hydrogen hanging out everywhere. So most of the universe is actually empty. So if you take your point seriously, most atoms that exist in the universe are actually doing no work whatsoever. So they're actually not even, they're not serving any design purpose. To make a design argument and trying to use physics to make that design argument is very naive because the rest of the universe has basically, you just have to look at any planet that we've analyzed and there's basically just rocks in that planet, right? There's nothing happening in these planets. And to make an argument that all atoms are here in order to make life or something, that there's a function in these atoms.
No, I wasn't asserting that at all. I was asserting they are a functionality. They're a small substructure that are designed to create macrostructures.
So, but that's my point.
That's what an atom is. That's why atoms. Are atoms not? Are atoms in their natural state not drawn by electromagnetism to other atoms?
No,
they're not. So they're not designed.
They're not. So this
okay.
Is
so why do we have?
Wait, let me.
Why do we then have? Why do we there have a negative and electrical positive charge?
Let me just answer. So this is the second law of thermodynamics. Any system is tending towards every system is tending towards this. No, it's not about disorder. It's the smallest level of energy possible. Do you know what the smallest level of energy possible is? The smallest level of energy possible is an atom that is in isolation and barely moving. That's what most scientists right now, most physicists, most astronomers who observe what the universe is doing, they all agree that the universe right now is, everything in the universe is moving apart from each other. And they think that this is going to result, if you fast forward the universe clock to a point where everything is isolated and not moving. So the whole universe is obeying thermodynamics, because you can imagine the whole universe as being a closed system. Thermodynamics only applies.
The second law is minimalization of energy usage. But the problem that you have there is even when an atom is isolated, it still has an electrical charge that it's emitting. Therefore, no, hold on. You talk too much.
Guys.
You talk too much.
Okay, finish your point.
I was actually going to agree with him. I think the point would still remain. I don't believe to say that there are atoms or other things in the universe that act in isolation that serve no purpose would inherently mean that there are not systems that do serve a purpose. I don't think it disproves the whole idea there.
Okay.
Because like you said, right? There's a planet full of rocks somewhere that we can observe.
There's not having anything. Even when an atom is isolated by itself, even when a photon is isolated or a quark is isolated, it's still emitting electromagnetism.
That's okay. That I have no idea what you mean by that, but
that means that even when they're isolated, you're saying even if it was true that all these things were not designed to create macro structures from themselves, they would therefore, if they were alone outside, away from any other influences, they would not therefore, at its natural state, send electrical signals to be attracted to create those substructures from other elements around them. But they still do.
Just real quick, not every subatomic particle has an electromagnetic, attraction or repulsion or electromagnetic.
Whether it's electromagnetism or a gamma charge, there is still information.
Yeah, that's fine. The fact that there's information is fine, but from that does not follow.
So what does an information? What makes information?
If you can answer that question, you'll get a Nobel Prize. So I don't know why
intelligence. Only intelligence can create information.
Imperious. When chemists and physicists talk about information, they're talking about a different kind of information as like that found in a book. It's not analogous.
I know. It's like the information found in DNA molecules, or the information found in electromagnetization from the sun. Yeah, but there's information. The universe is full of information, actual language that we can understand. Physics itself is a language, mathematics. That implies an intelligence designed it.
That's because you have a brain, man. Like evolution.
Whether we're here or not, the laws of logic pertain. Whether we're here or not, the laws of physics act.
Okay, but physics is a man-made construct. Physics is not a thing.
So gravity is man-made?
Physics is how we describe
the descriptions of taxonomy. It's just a description of what we can see and describe.
Yes,
doesn't mean it's not there. We're not there to describe it.
Physics is how we describe the physical things that happen around us. Physics does not exist outside of humans. The things that happen around us very well could happen outside of us, but physics itself, the things that we use to describe these things, exist explicitly and only within humans.
So yeah, for the audience, hang on, Nivik, stop. So for the audience listening, since we're on a show, So what this would be is in philosophy, it's in the philosophy of science is, Bucky, what were you just saying at the end there?
I was only saying that.
I remember now. You're taking the point of constructive empiricism, which is an anti-real philosophy of science position, which is saying, it's the same place I take it, is basically saying there is an external objective world, but all we can know about it is our own. Would you agree with that?
No. Thomas, I think I agree, but I believe you broke up at the end there.
Oh, okay.
We're not separate from the world.
Nivik, I'm gonna jump off a cliff in a minute.
You asked the question, I'm answering.
No, but I'm talking to CJ just real quick, and then I'll let you go.
It's only for CJ.
It is only for CJ, real quick. Yes, it is. I'm sorry. I apologize to you. So, like, constructive empiricism is saying that everything that we know about whatever is out there is constructed by us. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with that, or would you think that that would be a little too off?
I would say that everything we know of is described of and can only be described of in models. We can't know exactly what's happening.
Yes, right. I would say that we can't have a one-to-one. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's cool. I just wanted to make sure and get everybody on the same page. Now I'm going to unmute people and let Nivit go.
We're not in a vacuum.
I'm assuming...
We're not in a vacuum.
No.
So I mean, like, to act like as if you're separate from what is around you, you're not. You're connected.
But this is just talking linguistics and taxonomy about how we're classifying things and what we're calling them. The reality of the existence of the things we're talking about doesn't change whether we're here or we're not. We're just calling it something.
Can I just say
everything about you is from outside influence.
Can I say something else about the particle?
Sir, everything about everyone is from some type of outside influence.
Like there's enough particles that are just coming in and out of existence for your argument to just fall apart again.
Wait, hold on. Matter is neither created nor destroyed. So what are you talking about? Going in and out of existence?
There's particles
Matter is...
there's particles that have mass that are constantly, okay, if you wanna go to that point, converting into energy or whatever.
Yeah, so it's neither created nor destroyed. No. Be specific. No. If you're gonna play passive aggressive games, be specific on what you're saying.
There's no need of accusing me of anything. I'm not playing anything.
Imperious.
Don't insinuate. Just speak what you're gonna say.
Imperious, all he's saying is that we have observed where it seems that particles are popping in and out of existence. Now, he's not saying that they're being created or destroyed.
I'm saying that they have no function. Yeah, thank you, Bucky.
Well, but again, you're forgetting a large presupposition of something called the observational paradox of molecular physics, to where even when a molecule is observed, it therefore no longer acts as it did.
That's what I'm mean. Sorry.
So you and that itself implies a creator. If we will never understand, we will never read up on it. It's very interesting.
No, I mean, how does that imply a creator, man? Like,
because if we're never going to know, because if we will never understand the true homeostasis of the universe, we will never understand the universe.
So that gives us validity to claim something else?
It gives you
because we don't understand. Because we don't understand. We understand it's God.
No. Again, atheist with their emotions. No, it shows. Maybe
it's your emotions. Maybe that's your emotions.
There's no emotions. There's no emotions. It's people that want to.
Oh my God!
People that want to instill their own side because they don't want to bend the knee when they bend the knee every day to somebody. Okay, now stop. That's what an atheist. An atheist is a person. An atheist is a person who's afraid to bend the knee to a theoretical creator, but they're the first to bend the knee to any other person. Now stop it.
Let's keep it civilized. So, what was the
well,
argument
then don't
again?
try to play passive aggressive because I come from war.
Dude,
I don't come from nice panels, so I'm being very polite to you guys.
I know. Let's just keep it polite. Do the best we can.
Let's put it this way: Andrew Wilson is scared of me. Because I'll rail him around.
There's no reason to be scared of anybody in here. We're just having discussions.
My point.
Andrew Wilson is scary.
My point is
Andrew Wilson? He is. He is. Go ask him.
My point
is that
Andrew
Wilson? Why should we care about Andrew Wilson?
Wait, don't let's not derail the actual argument.
Yeah.
What is the actual point? Because you haven't made your point. You just
I've made a million points, but you guys keep reverting to like intellectually inferior ideas. I've made 10 arguments. I've insinuated that information itself implies a creator. The way you process the world. You didn't.
That's not an argument.
Because without the only way information exists is through a creator of said information. Information doesn't just out there.
Okay, this is not true at all.
Designed. So it's called designed.
Okay, sorry,
just like you remember when you took calculus? Anyone? You know the gravitational constant of the universe?
Yes.
Why is it there? We don't know. It just is.
Yeah, this is fair. Like you can
Exactly. That means like constant and information, sir. When you have exactitude and laws, exactitude and laws do not come from
guys.
exact.
You almost became a scientist right there, and then you went back into being a religious nut. So you asked the right question, which was, hey, there's a gravitational constant, and then instead of the next step being why, how can I understand this, you jumped into the conclusion that there's a creator, and that's why the gravitational constant is there. That's a jump, right? Like you still have to provide, like you still have the whole world of explanation to give us of why you're going from one to another. Also, just another thing. Sorry, I'm speaking so much. There's a lot of people that actually want to say things. So
if you can't explain something, that means there's God.
It's right. Let me just
No,
say.
we don't play God of the gaps here. No.
Let me just say one more thing.
You can make the argument. Come make the argument and try. Or scurry back under
the thunder god and the lightning god.
Yeah. Kind of like your pedo god, right, atheist?
Please let GHC finish, guys. Come on.
There's no morals with you. There's no morals with you, right?
Let me just
There's
finish.
no morals. No, go worship.
Okay. Stop.
The point I was going to make is that, like many things that you've said so far, you said another thing that is just bluntly wrong, which is the fact that information is not created from anything. So before there's a star, right? I think you also are completely misunderstanding what information actually is. But
information. Okay, so information. So the design. So the gravitational constant and the electrical and the.
All right, I'm curious. Okay, guys, hold up.
CJ, Niv, stop. Listen to CJ.
No, just real quick. I have a point.
It's
real quick. He asked a question and he answers his own question. It's just a quick point.
Stop.
Again, stop crying and muting people. Have an argument.
Imperious, I'm going to have to ask you, please stop. It seems that while you're muted, you're still talking, because as soon as you got unmuted, we could hear you. So
no,
look,
it's easy. I said I saw when I was unmuted.
It's a quick point. I'm very quick.
It's been 5 minutes saying it's a quick point. Hurry up with it.
Gentlemen, may I have a moment, please?
I just muted Niv and Imperious. You guys have to stop. This is you have to stop. This is just unacceptable. Got to take turns.
You're too angry. That's not fair. I've been quiet the whole time, and
I know, but you're getting mad now.
Okay. I'm just saying he's got to stop asking and answering his own question and not letting other people respond to him. He just got to stop doing that.
I agree.
Yes,
I agree.
Your answers go back to, you don't have a foundation. You just say, information, but then you revert and say, it does do that. Just like the atom. You were insistent that atoms by themselves don't. You guys are still talking when I'm talking.
I didn't grant that.
You granted. You already did. You grant? Did you or did you not grant that information is not being excreted by every single particle? You didn't grant that? I believe you did. Why don't we go back and play the tape?
Okay, Imperious. I'm GHC. I think I've got a good way to get through this. Imperious. If there's an empty room.
No, I don't like rat atheists talking to me like they're equal.
Excuse me?
I'd like to speak. Obviously, in this whole discussion, it seems so far, at least as long as I've been in here, me and Imperious are the only ones taking this side of the coin, which is regrettable because I do admire the desire for a concrete basis of scientific evidence for you guys to take the leap of faith. I am taking the position of a creationist perspective that there is a creator. Primarily, I would like to say that if we're representing, at least if me and Imperious, I'm not sure if he was on the Christian side of things or not, but from what we represent is a peaceful, intolerant, and fluid conversation. So I don't agree with any of the insults or the getting angry and upset. We're here to have a civil discussion. As men, we all have our own beliefs and foundations. So to kind of rein it in here, we'll obviously have to concede on that because we've been getting into this conjecture now for close to 30 minutes on scientific topics. But to bring it back to the topic of religion, which is what the thumbnail in this video on the live stream that I saw says, it says, why do you believe in God? I would like to ask you guys a question. What if God manifested himself as a man? Let's just suppose no preconcepts about Christianity or what have you, but let's just say this is me introducing you to the idea for the first time in your life, and I say God manifested himself as a man and he performed actions that contradicted common scientific beliefs that are held today. What kind of evidence would you need to see to believe that was true?
Make the moon disappear and reappear right now.
No, Nivek, that's silly.
Right now.
The answer is I don't know. I mean,
the answer is they don't have one because they think they're hallucinating.
I gave you mine. You do that right now.
Okay.
So Thomas started responding to your question. Thomas, please
it's
finish
okay.
your response.
Yeah. I'm sorry. This is killing me. I respect everybody's opinion here. I really do. I'm trying to get to the truth of things. I care about what's true. What were you just talking about? Jericho. What were you just saying, Jericho?
He asked a question. What would make us believe?
And Jericho can answer.
And I told him what to do.
I have no idea, because I mean, some being could show up here and like make the moon disappear, and I could just be like, well, it's just advanced technology I don't understand, right? Magic kind of thing. I don't know, but I would assume that God knows what.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Exactly.
I mean, the ball's in his court as far as I'm concerned.
You're exactly right. If I am to take the Christian perspective, which I do, I am a devout Christian, I would tell you that he has already performed duties of that magnitude that were outside of the realm of belief. The proof that we have is historical and archaeological proof and eyewitness testimony. Now, before we dive all the way into that, I'm well aware that a primary argument against that is the seemingly how fallible eyewitness testimony really is. But if you take a look at history, at least what we all agree is true history, a lot of our accounts are taken from written manuscripts of things that happened.
I agree. It's not worthless. I agree.
Yeah, exactly. So, for example, we know that Napoleon did X, Y, and Z on this day because of the multiple manuscripts and archaeological evidence that exist to suggest that these things happened. So, if I were to tell you that there is a sufficient amount of archaeological and historical evidence that supposes that there was a group of 12 men who followed a rabbi named Jesus through the desert for many years, and they witnessed him perform miracles that were outside of the realm of conventional understanding, at least according to today's...
But still within anecdotal testimony, right?
What do you mean?
Like the powers of Jesus and things like that, miracles. That's still within anecdotal testimony of the writers, correct?
Not only the writers. There are other people who witnessed miracles, and that's what I was kind of building up to, because it is long and fleshed out.
Like you talked about archaeological evidence, like I mean, Nazareth, and take this example: if archaeologists in 1,000 years in New York City, does that mean that Spider-Man was there?
No. So, for example, right, we have the Bible is not just a book. It is a collection of texts. It is a library of texts from a long period of time, reflective of many different, or not different.
So is Harry Potter, right? Like,
hold on, may I finish, please? The eyewitness testimony has validity because it is connected to archaeological and historical facts.
Can I give a point there?
I'm not finished, sir. Please give me just a moment. For example, Pontius Pilate was the Roman governor who ordered Jesus Christ's crucifixion. If there was a writing that Pontius Pilate wrote and he references Jesus Christ, that means we can acknowledge that he existed as a person at the very least, right? So if we
acknowledge that I acknowledge that Pontius Pilate exists as a person because we have other manuscripts saying that he did, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's very well possible that Pontius Pilate said that about someone who doesn't exist. I mean,
Well, okay. Well, let me finish here, because if we have back to when I originally started getting into the point, there's a group of 12 men who followed this rabbi named Jesus through the desert for a certain amount of years, who witnessed him perform things, who saw him after he died, and they wrote about these things, and these things were also witnessed by other groups of people and referenced archaeologically and historically.
But can I just answer this, please?
But what drives it for me personally, right? And to finish it off, I know you're eager to interrupt me and get your point out, but I haven't finished my point. I get that it's long and drawn out and I'm saying a lot, but I'm not, it wouldn't, if it was simple, I would have made a simple point. But this is a conversation that's been had for hundreds and hundreds and thousands of years by men far wiser than us. So please bear with me and just give me a moment to get to my final point, and I'll make it as clear as possible as I can for you. You have these 12 men who followed a rabbi named Jesus through the desert for X amount of years. They witnessed him perform miracles. They testified to this unto death. 11 of the 12 apostles, their deaths are recorded and historically confirmed that what they saw and what they witnessed, they were tortured to death by the Romans for it, across the board, crucified upside down, flayed alive, burned alive, beheaded, and executed. All of it. And they source. I don't have like one single source off the top of my head to provide you for this information, but you
That's
can
fine.
this isn't I'm not just pulling this out of nowhere. This is for example, there's a man who's known as Saint Ignatius, who's canonized in the Orthodox Church, who was a disciple of the Apostle Peter. We have records of Saint Ignatius's execution, and his life and his writings, and authentic copies of all the writings of the apostles and what have you. So
I think we already get the point.
Yeah, I'm trying to, but you guys keep interrupting me. That's why I have to keep bouncing back so I can fully draw it out. And I'm finishing it up here. This, as I was saying just a moment ago, what drives it for me personally, and what I believe should also compel others to believe that these testimonies are true, is that these men were tortured to death for what they saw. I don't know if you've ever met anybody who would be tortured to death for what they knew to be a lie, what they knew was untrue, and what they were lying about. These men suffered persecution. They traveled across the ancient world in hiding and as fugitives in order to propagate what they believed they witnessed as the truth. And I think that is substantial, obviously not from a purely scientific perspective, but from a human and a moralist perspective. You can understand and sympathize with these men. If you disagree, please.
I mean, you can there's so many things to unpack there. I mean, so it doesn't matter. Well, I'll let somebody else speak. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think I was going to say exactly the same thing that you were just about to say. So the analogy with Napoleon obviously breaks down, because no real historian would believe if some writing said that Napoleon suddenly rose into the sky in his horse that suddenly got wings, right? Just because it's written somewhere doesn't mean that any historian would believe that text.
Well, there's a difference, and that's that Napoleon.
Let me just add a few more sentences to that. The last point that you made, which is that these people must have been telling the truth because they were tortured, and no person who's being tortured is not going to tell the truth.
Wrong.
I mean, yeah, well, this has happened in every religion that has ever been has been at war with other religions, and those people have killed the other people because they're propagating their religion. So Christians have done this to Muslims, and Muslims have done this to Christians.
There's an implicit difference. There is an implicit difference.
Because they were chosen by Jesus. Like, how do you differentiate a Christian from a Muslim in this case?
I don't differentiate a Christian from a Muslim. I say your example is out of context because I'm speaking about the 12 men specifically whose writings we have.
They are special. They are special because they were chosen by Jesus.
No, sir. They're not special because they're chosen by Jesus. They existed for a fact because we have records of their execution. We have records that Jesus Christ was crucified for what he did. did. And what he did, the Christian perspective and understanding is, at least as it's told through the Bible, is that Jesus ran around the Middle East contradicting the power structures that existed. The Pharisees and the Jewish power structure was subjugated to Rome, but in agreement with it. Hence, you had to have...
This is fine, but it does not help your divine argument at all, because
it's not
you're changing the goalpost. You're changing the goalpost because what you were trying to support was the fact that he did miracles and the fact that he's the Son of God and the fact that there's a God. That's your argument.
Sir, you're extrapolating. To be completely fair, you are extrapolating to my final point before I've had a chance to make it. I am making.
I mean, we know you're a Christian. We know that that's the point,
okay,
right?
Okay. Well, yes. So let me make my initial point. Just like I know that you're a scientist and I know that you believe in the Big Bang, right? So I'm just saying, if we're trying to make points here and we're trying to make sensible arguments, my goal is to make you understand where my perspective is coming from. So I can't just throw it all at the wall. Of course, if I come in here and I say Jesus Christ is God, and I can't just expect you to believe that and then argue with you.
I get that.
Yeah, so it's just I'm building building blocks here, right? So you have to bear with me. Can we agree that the common understanding of a historical account going back a certain amount of years where photographic evidence did not exist is a gathering of archaeological and historical testimony and evidence, right?
And it's mostly a gamble. So that's a part that you're not stating there clearly. All archaeological, like all historical, as far as you go, the further back you go, the more margin of error you have to consider. So that's also a factor there. Again, no one would agree with a point that because there's written record of something, it is therefore true. No one will agree with this. And I was just going to say another thing before when you interrupted me. By your logic, then there's witches, and the witches actually existed, right? Because they were tortured and killed for being witches. By your logic, okay, but then it doesn't follow.
You're demonstrating in a misunderstanding of the logic I'm presenting. It's not only a singular cause, A, the execution, or B, the written testimony. It's a collection, a conjunction of all the factors that go into it. The reason, as I was saying earlier, the difference between Christians and Muslims killing each other because they believe it to be true, like if that happened right now, if I went outside and I fought with a Muslim because I think Jesus Christ lived, my testimony is worth significantly less than men who we can confirm.
I think
to the point you just made, I just realized if you're proposing that archaeological and historical evidence bears no meaning on the truth, which, forgive me if I misunderstood, but it seems to me that you're saying because the margin of error increases as you go further back, that there are historical events that, for instance, might be taught in school today that could be entirely untrue. If that is true, then this specific argument I'm making would have no basis. It is founded on the basis, the belief that certain things we agree can have happened because we have sufficient archaeological and historical evidence that they happened.
Real quick. Let's get CJ in here because he's had his hand raised for about 10 minutes now.
Got you.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh, you're breaking up, CJ.
I think.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Is it better now? Is it okay?
Yeah. It got better.
Okay.
Try again.
Okay, it's good.
For the moment.
You shouldn't be driving, man.
I'm not driving.
Oh, okay.
Basically, it seems like what you're saying, Jericho, is that we have evidence that there are people that believed in this claim that Jesus did these things, which is fine. If we knew for a fact that people 2,000 years ago believed Jesus did these things, it still would not mean that Jesus did any of these things. And it's not just that with the issue. The issue is the evidence of the people believing it as well. You seem to think that it's a 100% set in stone that 11 out of the 12 people believed in Jesus and died while they were preaching for or arguing for Jesus, and they were killed because they were making this preach. But this is just not evidence in fact, and we can go out over this, off the live stream. But even if all 11 of these people died preaching for Jesus, which they did not, it would still only show that 11 people believed in a thing that may or not be true. It doesn't actually point towards the evidence of that being true.
I also wanted to, real quick, Jericho, I also wanted to point out, so I'm also Christian, but I also want to point out kind of a flaw in the argument, because you're saying, like, who would die for something that is false? But if you look at the Bible, there are people who sacrifice their kids for these false gods.
Buddhists have set themselves on fire. Buddhists have set themselves on fire for their beliefs.
Just to clarify, it's not something they believe to be false. It's not a belief. It's something that they knew to be true. If you, let's suppose, for the sake of the argument, that these people witnessed these things happen and they absolutely 100% believe that it was real and that it happened. That's saying something different than they have a belief system that was influenced by other things, which is also true of them, but not for the case that I'm making, right, is to ask yourself as a personal individual, step outside of the need for 100% I need to see a photograph, and put yourself in the shoes of a man being chased and persecuted and as running on the run as a vagabond from comparable would be the United States of America. If the federal government of the US was hunting you because you said you saw this thing and you were going around teaching people about this thing, and they got their hands on you and they're about to flay you alive, what would you say? Would you cave in and finally be like, yes, it didn't happen, it was a lie? Because this is what they did. The Romans gave them the chance. They said, tell us that you're lying, because we think you're lying. We're pagans. We don't believe in your God. We don't believe what you say you saw and you witnessed. So tell us that you're lying and that it never happened. And these
you don't think a person could think something is true that's not?
No, I don't. That's not what I'm saying. Again, let me reiterate. It's not a belief system. It's something that they claim to have observed as fact. If I walk outside,
I understand.
Let me simplify it just real quick. If I walk outside, right, let's say nobody's ever seen the sun before in their life, and I walk out the door and I see the sun, and then I come back inside and say, hey guys, I just saw a giant ball of fire in the sky, right? If like that's a fact that I observed. So it's not that I walked outside and there was light outside and I inferred the existence of a sun and then I went inside and died for that fact. It's no, I went inside and I died because I saw the sun itself. That's what I'm saying.
And then you find out there's drugs in their system.
Okay, well, you can say that, Jericho, but the thing is, the people inside don't know if you saw it for a fact. At the end of the day, it is a personal experience, and for everyone inside, if they say you didn't see a sun, whether they kill you or not, it could still be very valid for them to say, no, you didn't see a sun, you're lying.
Exactly. I agree. I agree. But here's where you don't realize you're agreeing with me. For that analogy, the sun definitely existed. The man who walked outside, he did witness the sun. The people inside, they did not see it. They were not privy to its light or its definition or its description. But the man who went outside did see a real thing, and he came inside to describe it to them. And whether they believe it or not, yes, that is a personal decision. And yes, some of them would be justified, especially because, hey, you're just a dude. You're just like me. You just walked outside. But where I'm bringing in the question, the personal question that I'm asking you guys is that if you walk back inside, having been the dude who actually observed the sun, would you die for the fact? Well, that's not very a strong analogy because no one's going to die for something like this.
What you were going to say? Yeah, I get it.
What about that one guy?
Sometimes it's important
that produces jewels. Like he's like a magician, and people think he's like this is popular in India, and people they're cultish level followers. Thousands upon thousands of people believe they see him producing miracles daily. Daily. Now, to us who are educated Westerners, we very clearly see, okay, he's just a magician. He's literally like pulling from under his robes or something like that. We see straight through the act, but they would believe wholeheartedly that he's like some kind of a god, they would be willing to die for this man. There's nothing about that. There's nothing about that willingness that is evidence that this was true.
No, like I said earlier, Buddhists set themselves on fire for their religion all the time.
No, that's fair, but again, it's different from the point I'm making. If we want to get specific, right? Let's say it's someone doing the card tricks, like the what's the dude's name? I can't remember the dude's name.
David Blaine.
Yeah, how did you know? Yeah,
you know, sometimes making a person believe a lie is very important to that person. Right. You don't know why they need you to believe that lie.
Exactly. Yes, but that's the difference. Just like what I said earlier, you don't walk outside and see light and infer the sun and then reinforce that as a fact.
Do you know why he can trust to see the sun? Because he has evidence. No. Hang on. He has evidence that he's seen the sun, right? And he can take those people out there and they can have evidence that they've all seen the sun. We can't have evidence for people believing in a resurrection.
Well, that's further extrapolation of an analogy that I was using to simplify it for Nivik. What I'm saying,
I get your point.
But one thing at a time, please. So, because I'm the only one taking this perspective, it can be overwhelming to try to respond to everyone. Who's the cute little kitten?
That's me. I'm Tart.
Tart, yes. So let's say it's a magician with like a deck of cards, and they're doing the simple card tricks. Yes, we as a Westerner I assume that's fair to compare that to the reference you were making in India. I don't know exactly what you were talking about, but someone who knows it's a trick is going to have a different perspective from someone who doesn't. But there is an implicit difference in the things that the apostles witnessed, right? They saw what they claim to have seen, and we're supposing it's true for the sake of, I'm supposing it's true for the sake of my argument, is that they witnessed a man walk up who claimed to be God, touch a woman, and she walked, or he put clay in a man's eyes and he was no longer blind.
For all they know, that those people, like there's actually people who work these kinds of miracles who have paid. They'll pay actors. This happens in Africa. It's very popular in Africa. These prophets, will pay actors and people to pretend to be blind and pretend to walk. And then all their followers are amazed at these miracles where they're healing people. There's nothing about that seems like evidence. All I'm saying is that even if they fervently and truly and deeply believed what they were seeing is true, that's not evidence that it actually was.
I think
they're belief, not evidence.
I
feel like you're looking at.
Oh yeah, sorry. So I think Jericho, what do you call it? So like I said before, I profess to be Christian. I think the main thing is we can look and say, okay, we believe that a person named Jesus existed. That's what they would say. But the miracles is the problem for them. You know, like that's the defining thing is like, okay, we can acknowledge that, you know, the apostles or Christianity, like we have all this archaeological, they're not denying that. It's just the miracles of the thing that I think it's like basically like the jump, the leap of faith that we were talking about earlier.
I'm fine with Jesus existing as a real person and doing pretty much everything he said in the Bible, other than the 5,000 fish and shit like that.
His point is the extremes people will go for this belief. And
Hey,
I'm
CJ,
saying
we
that
got
there's
some noise coming in, bud.
He's pointing out the extremes that people will go for for their conviction of their belief, and I'm saying that you don't necessarily know that. Can I finish, man?
No, because you're misrepresenting my point, sir. And
I'm gonna just let me finish. Just let me finish, and then you go ahead. You have at it.
Something that I'm not saying because you're opposing.
Okay. You're not saying it. I'm gonna finish it. You're not saying it.
Well, okay, then you're speaking to Please let me clarify what I meant again for you. It's not a belief that they are propagating. Again, we can play super skepticism, right? We can say that it was all a trick of the eyes or what have you.
Oh my God, I can't talk.
What I am proposing is that you guys put yourself in the personal perspective that you saw something that you knew to be true, that you knew this man was blind, and that you saw this man.
See, that's not fair. That's not fair what you did. I had the common courtesy to have you finish. I have the common courtesy to let you finish, and you didn't give me that in return.
Because only because I can't. It would be rude.
No. So I should talk over you. I should talk over you right now as you're talking. Then
okay, guys, you need to stop. All right, guys.
They keep saying that they
hold
knew
up,
this
hold
to
up.
be true. Oh, go ahead.
The minute I say 2 words, I can't say anything.
Guys, Nivik, all Jericho is saying is he thinks that you're arguing against a position that he's not holding, so he's trying to re-specify his position, so you're not arguing against a position that no one here holds.
It is what he's holding.
But all you're saying is that they truly believed. They very
That's not saying
deeply
anything.
believed this. It's not really like them believing it in the same way that these prophets that you see nowadays. They truly believed it. That doesn't mean that it actually happened. Whatever I'm asking you for is why do you believe that it actually
Please, guys, let Tark finish. Please let Tark finish.
No, it was me talking. He won't let me talk, and he's telling me.
Okay, go ahead, Nivik.
He doesn't even know what I'm going to say, and he's telling me what I'm going to say.
All right, Nivik, go ahead. But if you're arguing against a position that he doesn't hold, he should have the right to say he doesn't hold that position.
Fine. Tear it apart. Have a go at it.
Yes, sir. I do not hold that position. What I'm saying.
So I still can't talk.
No, please just let me make it clear for you so we can engage in this discourse. I just want you to understand what I'm saying because you keep misrepresenting my position.
Fine, I misrepresented. So what? Just prove how I misrepresented and let me finish.
Okay, then let him reiterate his position then, Nivik. And
Can we show
How
the
come
mic
how come
a
it's
little
always
bit?
he get to
Because-
talk?
Hold on. I'm going to tell you guys right now, if it keeps going this way, I'm going to start muting everybody and letting people speak one at a fucking time.
Do that. Do it right now.
Mute me first.
All right, Tark, go ahead.
Okay. So as I was saying, my apologies. I know it gets drawn out. It's a lot for a personal perspective for me to try to relate it in a way because it's a faith-based religion. So it's not easy to come into a conversation with gentlemen such as y'all where you have a different perspective on life that is more concrete and on evidence. So to reiterate and to clarify, what I'm saying these men claim they believe to be true, I don't mean literally a belief system, a belief as in faith or something that they seriously thought could and should be true. It's something they observed as a fact, right? So for instance, I have to make it as clear as possible, I have a water bottle sitting in front of me right now. If I get up and go in the other room and go speak to a person and say, there is a water bottle where I was just sitting, that's not a belief. It's something I observed as a fact, right? And to extrapolate it, we can get into conjecture about the terminology and everything that I'm using. But when I say, for example, he healed a blind man, and there's a testimony of that, and the person who wrote the testimony believed it to be true, I'm not saying it's a belief based on something intangible. It's something they observed and knew for a fact. So when I say that they believed it, the person writing the testimony knew that person was blind for a fact, and they knew that after the action was taken that person could see. That's all I'm saying in terms of that.
It's amazing how you have the consideration to finish. I'm going to finish what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's Nivik's turn, guys. Let Nivik finish his point.
Yep.
I was saying if it was something that had to be believed because it was based off of something that is very important, dear to them, like a son or a kid. Yes, that through utility, that person would have to believe this. They'd have to if they have to have others believe this untruth, because something or someone that they hold dear to them is going to come to an end based off of the utility of needing that person to survive. They'll do and say anything, and that's how humans are. If I need this to save my kid's life, and I have to lie to you, and then I will lie. And the push comes to shove, I'll just bat you over the head and take what's in your pocket because this is what's needed to save my kid.
Okay, sir. So if that is true, let's go with your logic here. How then could those men dying for what they knew to be true would be completely contradictory to that?
They'll die for their kid.
Can I
They,
just?
but they knew,
right.
and you keep saying that they believed it because it was like a fact. But that's the thing that everyone's saying. No, we're not. I'm not convinced that that's true. Right? They were convinced in the same way you're convinced that you were looking at a water bottle, and you wake up the next day find out you were actually dreaming. Right? That's what I'm talking about. I'm saying, hey, wait a second. These guys, they truly believe they witnessed something. I'm challenging that and saying, even if they did truly believe it, that's not evidence that it actually happened. So what's the evidence that it actually happened? That in fact it was a blind man.
Because they'll die. This is evidence.
So that's not the question I was asking. You're asking for evidence that what they believe was true. At the very start, because we were talking, it's probably been about an hour now, we were deep into a scientific discussion, and the conjecture was purely physics and metaphysics. What I'm saying now, and what my initial question was, what is your perspective on what would it take you to believe someone who witnessed what they knew to be true, not what they supposed was true, not what they had evidence that inclined them to believe to be true, but what they observed as a fact, and they went to the bat for it, and they were flayed alive for it.
Okay, can I just interject there?
Yeah,
There
I
is
just
no-
don't believe that was things that happened.
The thing that you
Yeah.
just said does not exist. So you just said observed as a fact. That does not exist, right? Like you're putting your whole argument based on this idea that these people are just like because they're observers, they're like the true observers.
No, that's
It
sir.
actually happened.
Sir,
Yeah,
no,
and
I'm saying
I think,
again.
let me just say one more thing. I think Tart already dismantled your arguments 3 times, and 3 times you've said the same thing again. I think it's time to move on. Like I think
Sir,
we
because
can move on.
What Tart has done is she's not answering the question that I'm presenting. There is an extrapolation being made that I am not.
I think you're not answering. I think you're not answering what she's counter arguing you.
I'm willing to engage. What is the question you'd like to ask me, Jericho?
What would it take what would it take for you to believe a man who witnessed what he knew to be true, especially after he was tortured to death for it? I bring the torture to death not to, in a way, it's to solidify the point, because what, as a person, would you be willing to die for? And this, even Nivik was just getting at something like this a moment ago. You would be
a
willing
person dying for a claim doesn't mean anything. You don't know what they're dying for. It could be a kid.
All right, I yield.
Yeah, I'm just saying, look, the fact that they're dying for the claim is not evidence that the claim is true. And I don't take it to be like extraordinary at all, right? Plenty of people die for things, and they truly believe that it's true. I agree with you that I think that they truly believed that they witnessed these things. In the same way as I'll think of the guy's name. He's an Indian guy that does these magic tricks. And Western people immediately recognize it's a magic trick. The people there, they're not educated. They have no clue. They are clueless, and they would die for this man. They think he's a miracle worker. There's other people. There's men in Africa that profess to be prophets, and people would die for them. They would be flayed alive and say, "No, I saw him perform miracles." I just go, but that's not in any way evidence for me to think that they're correct or that they. All I would be persuaded of if somebody did that. All I'd be persuaded of is that they truly are convicted of whatever they believe. They believe that thing, but that doesn't mean I should believe it.
I also want to add, Jericho, and remind you that in the Bible, it also says that there can be people who falsely, basically prophesy against God, and it does actually come true. So if you use the logic where it's like, oh, this person witnessed something that was real and that was true, and they died for that, I actually saw that. That can actually happen. It can still be false. So I don't think that's necessarily the best argument.
Well, I'm not making that argument. That's, as I've been trying to say, and I've been cut off numerous times. My apologies, gentlemen, because I know what I'm saying is drawn out. I'm no professional by any means. But my question, again, to reiterate, I'm not making
You're saying what you would take to believe.
Yes. What would, and anyone feel free to answer, what would you need from this person to believe what they said was true? And I highlight the fact that they died for what they believe to be true because
Nothing.
okay.
The answer is
Something
nothing.
more than their
That's-
word.
that's-
Something
yeah,
more
like
than their word.
this is what
Their
people are
word is
saying.
nothing.
No.
Is that them telling you something is not sufficient? Like there's nothing that they can do that will make you believe their word 100%. There's just nothing. That's the
Okay,
answer.
so then this is I don't remember if that was you earlier who brought it up, but if we're supposing that is a consistent system of belief, then we can't believe anything from history from a certain point period where there's no photographic evidence.
Of course we can.
Everything that we know to be true and that happened is based on archaeological and historical evidence.
Yeah,
So
that's what I said at the start. There's a margin of error.
There's
Exactly.
nothing.
Of not
Jericho,
particularly
please,
extraordinary
Jericho.
things in history, but in history, what we do is we have multi-source attestation, which you can pretend the Bible is multi-source, but in reality, is it? No. A lot of them copied one another. For instance,
Yes.
we're actually aware that there's some forgery that happened even. But we also know in history, like for instance, what we do is we take several historians. Say, for instance, the Chinese go to war with the Mongolians. How do we corroborate the events? Do we just take one historian? No, we take a historian from the Mongolian side, we take a historian from the Chinese side, and we conglomerate the evidence, and then we come to conclusions about what most likely happened. But keep in mind, these claims are largely not uncommon that they make. And they're not saying gods came down from the heavens and shot flaming arrows. They're saying the enemy shot arrows at us. So we believe they shot arrows at them. But when you make an extraordinary claim like that in history, you're going to need something truly extraordinary to corroborate that. And we just don't have that.
Okay.
Claims require
I have one question.
evidence.
I have one question to that, please, before you continue, GHC, and I'll let you continue. If there is a standard that exists for non-extraordinary claims that is acceptable, why, if an extraordinary claim meets the exact same standards, why is that not believable? As opposed to oh Lord, as opposed to a non-extraordinary claim that meets the same standards. Thank you.
But it doesn't mean this. It doesn't meet the same standards. That's the whole problem. That's what Carter was saying.
I've got an answer. I have an answer. Extraordinary claims
has his hand up. Talk.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Mediocre claims do not. That's the difference.
But also, can I make a deeper point? There is no evidence that would prove what you're saying. So there's just no evidence that archaeologically or historically would prove what you're trying to prove.
Yeah, history and archaeology have nothing to say about miracles or magic or supernatural. I don't know how we can infer that from text.
That's not necessarily true from what I've heard.
It's not extraordinary for your friends write nice things about you, but it is extraordinary when your enemies write those things. If we had other religious figures from other systems that didn't convert though, but said, "Hey, look, I saw him do something," right? We don't have that though. We just don't have that biblically speaking. What we have is people like, for instance, Paul, who never met Jesus, from my understanding of the book. He met him on the road to Damascus, but this is after Jesus was gone, right? We have those kinds of events, but we don't have anything from Jesus' actual life. We don't have historians. We have historians like Josephus, who said something like, Jesus...
That's most likely a forgery. That portion in Josephus is most likely a forgery, mainly because it breaks up the narrative of the structure.
To put something in this too, there are other religions that do. You look at this, yes, there's Christianity that does believe that Jesus died on a cross, but then there's other religions that believe that Jesus was there and did do certain things, but he didn't die on the cross. He just went up to heaven. So there is other religions that do believe that Jesus was a person and was there, just believed in little bit different things. So there's other things. So there are religions that do believe in some portion of certain things.
I do want to point out real quick as well, to my knowledge, there is evidence of miracles in the Bible, and like archaeological evidence, or I don't know if you call it archaeological, but for example, like Sodom and Gomorrah, the location to believed to be where it was at, there are like a bunch of sulfur balls, because that's explained in the Bible.
Define miracle.
No, hold on. Hang
So,
on.
so like for example, it was like, fire and sulfur rain from the sky, and then you go to you do archaeology, and you go to the site, and you're like, there's sulfur balls everywhere, and it's like pure like sulfur. You're like, like
So you would immediately assume God did that?
What was that?
You would immediately go for God did that?
No, I'm saying if you just take that in itself, no, but then you go like, okay, well, it's described in this location in this book. We go to that location. We do the digging.
God did it or not, though. You know what? I'm not trying
that's
to.
Why. That's why. I asked,
I understand.
That's why I asked you to define miracle.
There are more. It would be almost impossibly coincidental for that.
Sure, something extremely rare is not a miracle. It's just something that's extremely rare.
But it drives to the point that there is a standard that we consider when we look at things, and when we consider them archaeologically and historically true. There are events in the Bible that can be considered supernatural from a man's perspective that can be inferred to be archaeologically and historically true because they meet that standard. Like the example he just brought up. Of course, the sulfur balls on their own would not implicate this. But if we have texts and religions and cultures and all these other things that go into meeting that standard for something to be considered archaeologically true, or at least very, very near to that point for many occurrences that can be described in the Bible and other Christian texts, then why is the standard, why is there a demand for the standard to be so much higher for these things?
Can I answer this?
The same reason that the Chinese make claims about dragons and things like that, and we don't take the dragon claims to be true, but we do take the things like the wars.
Archaeological and historical evidence.
Let's finish, brother.
We're just saying that when they make these claims, we know that they're probably myth or legend, right? What we don't, the kinds of claims that we believe are true are the other ones, like for instance that they build a wall because we see walls, right? If they might say, well, it's the spine of a dragon, and tell this and weave this tale about something like that in history. But that's not reason to think that the wall, just because the wall is there, is the spine of a dragon, right? In the same way, there's 2 cities that were destroyed by something to do with sulfur. Congratulations. That's not reason to think God did it. That's just reason to think that sulfur destroyed it.
Exactly, and you've glossed over my point. It's not the sulfur alone that indicates that. There is an archaeological and a historical standard. If we wanted to define that more broadly, I'm no archaeologist nor historian, but I would say if I could loosely define it as someone vaguely familiar with the topic, we would need, for example, like dinosaurs. We need bones. We need tissue recovered. We need fossils. Things of that nature. There's an umbrella that is a defined limit for what you would consider to be true, right? So if for example, if I'm on somewhere I consider to be an ancient battlefield, and I find one sword, that's not enough evidence to say a battle happened there. But if I'm on that battlefield and I find 20 swords and 20 skeletons, and they've all died from brutal attacks and what have you, this is a sufficient standard to believe that a battle took place there. So right. if we're speaking archaeologically and historically, if there's a standard that is being met by certain events that Christians claim to be true, and that standard is acceptable for non-extraordinary claims or even similar claims outside of the Christian faith, why is it that the Christian faith demands from other people a higher standard of truth?
By your definition,
guys, don't talk over each other. Let's do GHC part and then CJ because he's had his hand up for.
By your definition, you can't even prove that Jesus existed, right? So the definition that you just gave, the archaeological definition that you just gave, you can't even prove that any of the apostles existed, nor Jesus. I'm not saying that that's the case, but by the definition that you just gave, you can't prove that because there's no bones for them. And I was going to say, let me just say one more thing before you go. I was going to make a point about this thing about extraordinary evidence because I think you guys are confusing this whole thing. You're making it sound like in the case of claims from the Bible, historians somehow require more evidence when they're the same as normal archaeological claims. This is not the case at all. You're talking about miracles. That's not a normal. That's not a normal claim. This, by definition, a normal thing. A miracle is defined as somehow defying the laws of physics, defying the laws of nature. That's how you define a miracle. And just one more point on this thing about extraordinary claims. You can see it statistically as well. So if I make a claim that requires 100 different premises to be verified, that's obviously more difficult to get to the truth if as opposed to a claim that only depends on one premise being verified. So in order to verify that there was a war in some place, you just need to find exactly what you said, a bunch of skeletons, a bunch of weapons, and then you can deduce pretty easily that there was a war there. But if your claim is that there was a dragon, as we define a dragon, then you're gonna have to show that the fucking lizard had wings, right? Which has never, it has never been found, not in the physiological way that we picture a dragon. You would have to prove that it spit fire, right? And you would have to do all of these things, and you would have to show that it lived in medieval times, which is by definition when a dragon existed. So it's more difficult, and it's never been found. That's also the key point here, is that the things that you're talking about that would prove these things on the Bible have never been proven. Like it's just it has not been found.
And mine's just a follow-up to his, so I'll just say it really quick. It's basically the same line of thought as GHC is saying. If the ancient, Romans or Greeks were to write about Pompeii, and they were to write that the gods were angry with Pompeii because it was a lavish city that had lots and lots of sex trade or something like that. And so because the gods didn't like that, they were displeased, they destroyed Pompeii. If we found Pompeii, would that be evidence that the gods destroyed it? The answer is no, right? It's very obviously no. So just finding a city that has a story about it that was destroyed is not evidence that the story about why it was destroyed is true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like way in the future Superman existed because New York existed.
Right. Spider-Man or whoever, yeah. So go ahead, CJ.
Spooderman.
Jericho, if there's want to cover from, go ahead, because I want to get you galloped.
Right,
so
yes.
If there's anything you want to rehash, go ahead.
So initially, with the point I believe that was Ethan making, dragons, right? I wouldn't sit here and tell you that a dragon existed because someone said they saw a dragon. But if someone had dragon, or say it was thousands of years after the fact, and dragon bones were discovered, and you also had eyewitness testimony, and you also had archaeological evidence that there could have been a dragon there, it's sufficient grounds to have reasonable belief that it could have been true. If you have a mass of evidence that suggests it to be true, that's what I was talking about earlier when I mentioned there being a standard for things we consider to be archaeologically and historically true. And for Tart, the Pompeii analogy, again, not to beat a dead horse here, but I'm not saying it's a belief that they were propagating. What I'm arguing is that these men witnessed something they knew to be true, that they knew to be a fact, that there was beyond a shadow of a doubt. We can get into that. It becomes a separate conversation when we talk about why, but I do believe there's only so much evidence you can ask for in terms of eyewitness testimony, because there are certainly things that we consider to be true compared to the same metric, although not within the same realm of possibility according to conventional understanding.
You're misunderstanding. The Pompeii example was to dispel your belief about Sodom and Gomorrah, right? Sodom and Gomorrah
that might have been someone else's position.
They may have been destroyed, but they weren't destroyed by a god, is my point. That's not just because we found cities that were destroyed, they had sulfur. That's not a reason to believe that God did it, right? In the same way as if we found Pompeii, the Greeks and the Romans said, hey, look, it seems like the city got destroyed. And they say, but it got destroyed because it was such and such, and the gods were angry, so they called the volcano to attack it. Right? That's not reasonable. The volcano actually attacked it.
That's a Superman analogy. Just because in the future, people say, oh, yeah, New York existed, so Superman therefore had to exist. It's just because this thing is true didn't mean this other thing. is therefore true.
Yeah, the point is that it's not sufficient as well. So the point is that just because you found sulfur, that doesn't mean that's what we mean by an extraordinary claim, right? How do you link sulfur to God? Like, there's a huge leap. You're missing a bunch of variables there that you have to show. Like, I don't even know what those variables are.
Guys, I don't even think this was Jericho's. I don't think this was Jericho's position. I think this was Bucky.
Yeah, it was Bucko Boy who brought up the sulfur. That's right. Yeah.
It's just another example. I think it's a good illustration of what we mean by, it doesn't follow. So,
well, I mean, I agree with Tart on the Pompeii example. So
yeah, I think Tart's going on a pretty good line of evidence there. Like, it's very possible that it's very possible that, like, the whole Sodom and Gomorrah.
No amount of historical or anecdotal or any other type of evidence like that should prove miracles, other than if a miracle happens, we should be able to observe it and measure it. Unless it happens for like an instantaneous second, then I don't know what we do. But I don't even know what a miracle would be. That's a big thing to me, is people keep on saying, well, miracles.
That's why I asked. That's why I asked him to define what that is before we move on.
I heard you earlier say that.
So we can be on the same page.
I heard you earlier say that. I heard you earlier say that. But
and a miracle could be relative. You could be isolated and not exposed, like in a box or a cave, right? And what you think is a miracle that rarely happens. It could be very common.
So you said, sorry, I'm not sure what your name is. You're the only one with a video. But you said
I'm moderating, but I just want everybody to get in their equal time. Okay.
Okay. Yes. So you said it needs to be observed and measured. But if it was observed and measured by people who lived thousands of years ago, and there is a sufficient modicum of evidence to substantiate a reasonable belief in what they said. You're shaking your head.
There's just no amount of anecdotal or historical evidence that would prove to me that a miracle. I mean, I would now. I think when GHC said a miracle is, well, just real quick, I think GHC, when he said a miracle is that which defies the laws of physics, that's probably the way that I'm coming at it. That may not be how you define miracles. So go ahead.
I would agree with that point. But what I'm saying here is you have an umbrella of a sufficient standard for things. I brought up Napoleon earlier, but you can apply it to many things that we understand as fact, like the Revolutionary War. That's perfect. That's right before.
Explain that is because we have information from many different sides. It's the reason why we can be pretty sure that we went to space, is because the Russians talked all about us doing it first. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's what you want, is corroborating evidence. You don't have that for Jesus. You have one piece of information in Josephus, which is probably a forgery, and that's it. There is no other. I mean, just
probably a forgery that came from at least a couple hundred years after the supposed life of Christ. So,
Jericho, what set of evidence meets what standard? Sorry.
Go ahead, CJ.
Jericho, what set of evidence that you're holding holds what standard that we would apply to a normative past that you believe defends, like, the veracity of the claims of the apostles? What is this evidence that you're saying that you have that meets our criteria, but we're making a special pleading argument against it?
So that's my main point right here, is that I do not have something that will meet your criteria. That's why I've been, for the better part of the last 30 minutes, I've been trying to make the argument why I could present to you the same criteria for something else that occurred historically for this, that is the eyewitness testimony. The writings of the apostles, which is found in the New Testament of the Bible, it can be confirmed and corroborated to have happened. This is a valid eyewitness testimony. And there's other things that go into that
How do we know that happened, though? You just made a very big claim. How do we know that?
How do we know what?
That they existed and they saw what they saw and all that kind of stuff.
Well, we know the apostles existed because we have evidence that they existed and they were tortured to death.
In what evidence specifically are you referring to?
Well, the main one that comes to my mind, and again, I'm new to this. I'm what you would call catechumen. I am in the process of becoming Catholic, so I'm not a staunch defender of this truth. I don't have a vast wealth of knowledge, but I have observed much that I didn't necessarily retain. But off the top of my head, Saint Ignatius of Antioch was a real person who was fed to lions in a Roman Colosseum. His death and his imprisonment is well documented and recorded from both sides of history. He wrote many letters, and he was a disciple of the Apostle Paul. This is directly, like there's all these things that go into that. I can't name every single letter.
It still doesn't.
That's okay.
It still doesn't show that Paul saw what he saw.
Well,
that it was real. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So what I'm saying is why I believe Paul saw what he saw is because he has this eyewitness testimony that is corroborated by other facts of the time. It's not concrete. It's not absolutely solid.
Well, give me an example. Give me an example of one that would corroborate it.
Of what?
Of like corroboration of Saul's or Paul's Damascus Road experience. What would be an example of corroborating evidence for that event?
That's good, man. That's good because I have to yield only because I did not retain that information properly. I cannot rightly
this isn't a gotcha thing. This is just a this is not a gotcha thing. So
I cannot rightly misquote what I want to say because it's that is based.
I'm not saying that you don't have evidence. I'm just saying that you were appealing to a specific set of had that we weren't affirming despite affirming other sets of evidence.
Oh yes,
but it didn't seem like you had a set of evidence.
That's the specific. Very specifically, is we have writings that exist in the New Testament of the Bible that were canonized by the Catholic Church, that were held and copied over hundreds and thousands of years now, that can be sufficiently believed to be the writings of the apostles of Jesus. And what they write in those letters is the eyewitness testimony that I believe, if we took, like I was saying earlier, like the Revolutionary War, for example, if you just take one random event, say like George Washington having a discussion with a general, you have eyewitness testimony that is written that says that this happened, that we agree with, because of the circumstances of its existence.
I'll be completely honest with you, Jericho. No, real quick. I'll be completely honest with you. And this is just kind of to your point a little bit. I don't 100% trust history past a certain point. I really don't. Like I have qualms and questions about many things past, like, eras of note taking and the Renaissance and the Dark Ages when all this information. I have real questions about historical truth as well, but I mean you have to have corroborating opposite evidence in history in order to say yes, this person existed, or yes, this event took place. It's just the nature of the game.
So it seems to me that the evidence proposed is pretty scant.
So tell me, please define, if you will, what would be acceptable corroborating evidence for you for an historical event that happened over 2,000 years ago?
Let's say 2,000 years ago. I mean, I would. Damn.
I have a good example. The pyramids. The pyramids.
I mean, yeah, that's tangible evidence for sure.
I can be,
That's what
they exist because they exist.
No, that's something that you can observe that's tangible that still exists today. That's an object that was built. I'm saying an event.
Yeah.
So here I'll give you actually an event, but it proves because it disproves. The theology, and by theology I mean like the lore, not really religion, the lore around the Battle of Thermopylae, where quote unquote 300 Spartan soldiers held the line against the Persian horde.
Yeah,
we know through archaeology, we know through anthropology, that most of the stories that have been passed down, the mythology, that mythos, is absolute bollocks. Mm-hmm. Actually, it was thousands of Greek soldiers, with albeit a Spartan unit anchored dead center in the formation, the best that we can tell, based on the armor that was found, etc. But with thousands of other Greek soldiers from multiple different city-states, mm-hmm. all in unison, pushing back that horde and holding the fucking line leading up to the Battle of Marathon. At the end of the day, the mythos, the mythology that is behind what actually happened is completely disproven by what we can actually go and dig up from the earth and actually find and see and understand.
Yeah, we actually have that.
Also, CJ made that point with the pyramids. He says not something you can point to that's there. And I'm not sure what is mean by that.
No, he's correct in saying that it's distinct, right? Like an evidence of a particular object is different than evidence of a particular experience, right? Like if my neighbor comes over tomorrow and he tells me he saw a 12-point buck in our yard, I'd say, show me. I'd be like, okay, I might believe him, but am I going to go sit out all Friday trying to wait for that buck? Probably not until I see it myself. And the thing is, I don't know if I could prove what is in the mind of my neighbor to any extent, much less what was the mind of my neighbor yesterday, a year ago, 10 years ago, 100 years ago, 2,000 years ago. And kind of like what Thomas is saying is, I don't know anything that could prove what is in my mind 2,000 years ago, other than maybe that specific person writing it down. And I would have to watch them write it down to know that they're the ones that actually wrote it. Because Paul, is Paul the one that wrote Paul?
No, I don't. Paul exactly. wrote he wrote like Corinthians and the letters to the churches and stuff. Paul wrote all that.
Exactly. So we know for a fact that not every single book attributed to these people is written even by them.
Well, we have no idea if Moses wrote Exodus or Leviticus or any of that stuff.
Almost certainly he didn't.
Most likely he's a mythologized figure because that's even further back than Jesus, but I don't know.
So I think what you're asking us to do is like show evidence of a thing that we could prove that something was in someone's mind 2,000 years ago, and I don't know if I could prove something in someone's mind 100 years ago.
I mean,
it's very difficult.
Even with the best neuroscience and everything, I don't think you could.
Yeah, well, okay, then, yeah, supposing that's true, and we can't necessarily agree with a multitude of historical events that meet that criteria, then my argument would crumble. As I said initially, it's based upon that supposition that we accept certain historical things as events that happened because we have a limited amount, yet a sufficient standard that exists for considering that truth. I was going to bring up earlier... I'm so bad. I'm not really a historian, but I think something that might meet that criteria is like the French Revolution, for instance, perhaps, or like the Magna Carta. We have writings that people witnessed certain council meetings and people conspiring, and they say they happened, so we accept it as part of the truth because of the larger events that took place.
Things that are like secretive like that, we may never know. You know what I mean? We may never 100% know exactly what happened. Like, we can't know if Napoleon did this exact thing on this exact day, right? It's not like we just get generalities from history. That's what I'm saying. And by the way,
it was the French Revolution.
By the way, Jericho, you've been doing fine this whole time. I appreciate your patience with everybody because we know you're the only theist in the room right now. So,
you're brave, dude, to go and take on all these people who clearly disagree with you. You're a better man than me.
Oh, well, yeah, man, I have a firm belief that what I believe is true, and my belief system compels me, if I'm being honest with my belief system, it compels me to do everything I can to try to explain my perspective, because if I didn't, right, then I maintain the position that I have a different spiritual destiny than you, and
I actually agree with you. You're fulfilling your role to 1 Timothy 3:15, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That point you're talking about, when you're talking about earlier with the brain and information, I didn't quite get where you were trying to come from with that. Were you saying like
Coming on your chin.
You're saying like you know what's true because of the brain. Remember we were arguing about I'm trying to recall what your point was.
That was
You're
earlier. That was earlier before I stepped in. The conversation was relating to the amygdala or something of that nature, and visual processing. Or I did say something about colors, but
you're trying to make a point with the brain.
That was a separate argument. That wasn't me, sir. No, sir.
Oh, wasn't? Okay, sorry.
Did you need to finish, CJ, or who's going now?
Oh no, I was just laughing at the other person that got banned. I didn't realize someone got banned.
What happened to the internal guy or eternal guy? What? Not eternal, but the first guy that called GHC a bunch of names.
Was it theist? Geronimo.
Imperious.
Oh, Imperious.
He had four. It was like 4 words in his name. I can't remember. Anyway.
Yeah.
I think Imperious also got banned.
Yeah, it was Imperious.
I would like to note, because he seemed to be taking the Christian perspective. Please don't let someone like that honestly reflect a Christian perspective, because if a Christian is honestly living up to their tenets, they are patient, they're loving of all people unconditionally. So saying like, what did he say? He said
atheist pedo.
Yeah, atheist pedo or atheist rat. Like resulting to
don't worry.
That's
don't worry. I know that I know Christians are not like that. I know a lot of Christians in my life, and most of them are great people. I don't do that. Most of us don't really do that. Most of us have religious family members, and ourselves have been religious in the past. So we don't judge. We don't care about that.
One of the hardest parts about being a deconvert from Christianity myself is that I agree with you, but I disagree with you, because I have been with groups of Christians where they absolutely were the meek, to take a word from the Sermon on the Mount. They were the meek of mind and truly humble in their belief. And then there's people who, at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, the people in the Westboro Baptist Church, they're literalists, but they have something to defend everything that they say and believe. So, they're puritanical.
They're puritanical, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. When I stepped into the world of Christianity from a very young age, and my driving factor was a desire to get to know this alleged supernatural creator who was above all things. And with that being my presupposition, I never let things like theological differences or misunderstandings get in the way. But when you look at the realm of Christianity, a lot of Christians can't even agree with each other and bicker on tiny, minute differences, which makes it really difficult to come into a setting like this and have a conversation. Because whereas all of you guys can be unified behind your scientific, hard, reasonable perspective or realist perspective, there's not a lot of unification from the Christian front, and there's a lot of disagreements on what is true in that ethos.
But even if there was unification of all of them, we have to remember that doesn't the amount of people that believe something, how strongly they believe it, all that stuff doesn't mean that it's true, and that's what I care about.
No. Yeah, I wouldn't suppose that either. Absolutely.
No,
not.
and I didn't mean to talk down to you like that. I just meant for our audience mainly is just we need to be careful about jumping to any conclusions, because the unknown is scary. And we don't want to jump into the static of the unknown and then try to find our way around. Discover the unknown by things that we understand, and that's just the way I move through life.
So last year I married a woman who she's effectively, to the most degree, lost her faith. Grew up in an ultra Christian household, like the domineering husband who was held his family in dominion, control freak type of husband, and the homeschooling daughters and all the rest. And the reality is that he looks at me knowing that I have no faith now with pity, and it's so easy for it to turn into a pity fest where I'm holding him in pity that he's never going to fully enjoy everything that this world has to offer, because the fact that he's so stuck in what he thinks is right or what he thinks is gospel about the reality of this world, while he's convinced that I'm just a sinning Neanderthal, so to speak. doomed to the abyss of hell. It's just so sad that we have to hold each other in these kinds of relationships because of religion. It's just sad.
Yeah, his mind's in prison.
You know what? If I may, it's not far from the truth. His mind is in prison.
Exactly, and I would agree even as a Christian, but here's the thing. I believe I would say his mind is in prison because that's one thing about Christianity is it's a very, for a lack of a better term, it can be very black pill kind of perspective. There is a lot of doom and gloom to it if you don't try to fully understand the perspectives being presented by the gospel of Jesus Christ. These things, I mean, it is completely off the wall to walk up to someone and be like, after you die, you're going to burn in a lake of fire for eternity. Like, that is when you haven't received any information and no one's had a reasonable discussion with you about the idea and where it comes from, especially when you don't understand that perspective yourself. It's very, very difficult to present that to someone and expect them to believe it, if not be completely off-put by it. So yeah,
if I may, I think that it's very easy to be off-putting, but what's worse is that we are now in 2024 increasingly seeing more and more conversations between people who hold that belief and people like me who just view it as nothing more than mindless mythology. I don't hold that belief system in any higher regard. I don't hold my father-in-law's belief system in any higher regard than somebody who tells me that they believe in Zeus and Pluto. And so it's easy for knowing that. It's easy to get into again, like a pity party of, oh, you believe that? Oh, you believe that? It just infinitely regresses until we both just feel so sorry for each other, and we can't take the time to enjoy each other for who we are as humans right now, right here, right now.
I do think there's a difference between like the specific real world or for empirical claims religions make, like Jesus coming back from the dead, Moses splitting the sea, God giving Moses rocks in the mountain. Like, these are very like clear, like this is a historical fact claim, as opposed to more like moral claims like turn the other cheek, love your neighbor. There's I don't know what theology. I don't know enough about Roman theology and how they looked at living their life and what a belief in Zeus entailed. But from what I do understand, I would respect someone more who believed in the Christian God than someone who believed in Zeus. Or, for example, someone who was a devout follower of Mars and was like loving war or whatever, as opposed to someone who wanted peace. I would have a preference for Christian because it's not the same religion. Nominal Christians in the United States are generally very peaceful people. They're not trying to wage war as if followers of Mars do want to wage war, as Mars was the god of war, right?
I agree. And to extrapolate on that point, the very basic ethos of Christianity as a whole is to love others unconditionally and to sacrifice yourself for them. That is the primary function of that religion, and it's that separates Christianity from all the other religions. And I think that's why it appeals to people. To answer Nivik's question, he asked you why. It's because it appeals to, and this kind of loops back around into the conversation hours ago, is morality. There is a sense of some kind of implicit or inherent morality within us, and I believe that Christianity fundamentally agrees with that.
You think that stems from? Do you think that stems from because of Christianity or despite of it? It just happened to be just because it's around doesn't necessarily mean it's the origin. Right?
Do you mean morality?
Well,
or what I'm saying?
We act like our ethics comes from Christianity, but I mean, like Christianity can fail, and through its failures, you can also learn, right? It doesn't have to necessarily be to its guidance.
So, to the point I was making, I would say that any individual who encounters Christianity and honestly, and I mean honestly, follows its tenets, their ethics are a result of their obedience to that set of tenets. Strictly because what Christianity asks of the individual is a heavy heavy burden. It is a challenge. It is a quote unquote, as they say, a spiritual warfare. So to the point I was making, I'm not sure if this answers your question, but for Christians specifically, an honest Christian, their ethics absolutely 9 times out of 10 are going to be a result of their observance of these commandments.
So I don't know that I can agree with. This kind of what we're talking about here is predicated on an understanding of Christianity being, and I'm not going to be able to directly quote what you just said. So bear with me here. Feel free to correct. But Jesus Christ representing a sacrificing, deity with love for all mankind. But that's what we've romanticized Jesus into today. That is not, when you read the Old Testament, that is not who Jesus is. Well, he's come with a sword to turn brother against son, father against mother. Like he has come to sow deceit. He is a jealous, tyrant of sorts.
So sorry to interrupt you. Just to clarify, you said this is if we're talking about Jesus and the Old Testament specifically, I've walked into this argument with people before, and it is a whole separate tangent on the brutality of the Old Testament.
No. I am not talking about the Old Testament because Jesus is. I'm in the New Testament. I'm in the New Testament.
You said sorry that I only interrupted because you said Jesus in the Old Testament.
Sorry, I'm at the New Testament. So when you read the New Testament, sorry, my apologies. The Lord Jesus Christ is here as an agent of a vindictive and jealous God who is requiring still a blood sacrifice, but now an animal is not enough. This is a God who holds his creatures in contempt.
I wouldn't say that is a fair conclusion to make from New Testament Christianity, because as I was saying earlier, what Jesus asks of his followers is a selfless letting go of all the things in this world that serve the self in order to serve others, in order to receive this offered gift of an eternal reward for these actions. It's when he says, you said specifically to set father against brother. I believe that specific scripture, he says, think not that I have come to make peace on earth, but I will set father against son, brother against sister, and mother against daughter. What he means by that is that when you observe, as I was saying earlier, when you observe these testaments, honestly, it fundamentally changes you as a person, and it makes you distinct and different from the world around you. So me personally, to relate that to a personal perspective, I do no longer hang around with my friends that I used to have before I became a devout Christian, because their lifestyles do not fundamentally align with my new lifestyle that is in observance of the Christian Testament. I believe the Christian tenets are morally correct. That's a personal perspective and another conversation we can have. But in terms of Jesus Christ being this divisive God, the figure he is portrayed as in the New Testament is God himself becoming a man in order to bridge the gap between the natural and the spiritual, and to explain the way to lead a proper spiritual life. We can talk all day, as men have for hundreds and thousands of years now, on the validity of these claims. But in order to keep it in what I'm talking about, the observance of his tenets and following his lifestyle, which is to be a Christian, is to follow in the footsteps of Jesus, is to let yourself go, let the serving of the self go, and to serve others in the world unconditionally, so that he can meet you halfway there. I don't think that relates at all to a description of a jealous or a vengeful God, because what that demonstrates to me is a willingness to go the extra mile for any person, regardless of where their station is in life. And that to me is a beautiful representation of peak humanity and what we can achieve by being truly selfless and loving.
You started rambling a bit, but I think you hit the point twice in a row the same way, that this is how you see Christianity, and there's definitely textual support for your belief. But I would remind that throughout the last 2,000 years, textual usage of the New Testament, the Old Testament, the Quran, and most religious texts has gone through different ebbs and flows where horrific massacres against Jews in Europe was done in the name of Christianity, horrific subjugation of women, slavery, and many other things were done in the name of that text as well, both the Old and the New Testament. Yeah. And when I think earlier in the conversation, Nivik said something like, oh, why do I have more validity to think that Christianity might be true as opposed to my fake fairy unicorn religion? Well, your fake fairy unicorn religion doesn't have thousands of followers, doesn't have institutions, doesn't even talk about historical events that the Old New Testament does. That withstanding, the claims in the New Testament, the claims in the Old Testament, the claims in these religious do not stand up to any scrutiny that would not be that just don't stand up to that level of scrutiny. Things like Adam and Eve, the Red Sea, Moses receiving rocks in the mountain, Jesus coming back from the dead. All of these things just do not stand up to scrutiny. And both of these conversations can be happening at once, where we're making sure to distinguish between Christianity as a religion as opposed to the text Christianity builds its religion upon. And those are two different things.
What's incredibly disappointing to me with Christians and Jews today is that they want to go and take some form of either literal or semi-literal, because it depends on which book you're talking about. A view of the Bible, whether you're Catholic, evangelical, Orthodox Jew, or Reform. At least some Jews will go and look at the Old Testament, at this Jewish poetry for what it is, which is poetry, which is written and meant to be told as a fable. And we have become literalists, but that has been the history of Christianity, has been people using this as an instruction manual versus a line of poetry that is supposed to go and guide you on how to make the best decisions. I do want to back up though. I
just keep that. I just want to fact check you because Judaism for a long time has not been literal. Even Orthodox Jews don't take the words of the Torah literally. The movement of Judaism that took the Torah literally is called Karaite Judaism, and its height was at around the 1600. It no longer exists.
Okay, fair enough.
Just wanted to let you know that.
Yeah, fair enough. I have very, very limited insight into the Jewish world, and I have seen some ultra-Orthodox literalism.
Because John Don is Jewish and grew up in Israel. That's why kind of.
Okay, so fair enough. You have much greater insight. Most of my 98% of my insight is into Christianity.
But you're right about ultra-Orthodox. Again, we're talking about like such a low percentage. The mainstream Jewish view is that the Torah is not completely literal.
It's supposed to be Jewish poetry. Yeah, it's supposed to be Jewish poetry.
Most of it, like especially the books of Judges and from King David and stuff like that.
Yeah, and so this is but one. This is my favorite scripture to point that Jesus is not here for the world and he's not here for everybody. There is other scripture that we could pull up, but specifically Matthew 15:22 through 26. He states clearly that he's only here for the people of Canaan. He is here. The Sermon on the Mount is not a sermon for the world. It is a sermon being put on by a rabbi for the Jew.
Yes.
Okay. And at the end of the day,
sorry, there's just so much for me to reply to there. I just want to cut it right there. While it's still kind of all in the same realm, and I can still answer it all directly. The earlier. What's your name? Dandon Prager said that that these scriptures, there's a distinct difference between the text and the belief system. Is that correct? Like the point you were making there when you referenced like the violent acts that have been justified by the texts. What is the distinction that you're making there? If you could clarify one time, please.
Don. He may have stepped away for a minute.
Okay, so assuming what I initially believed, I would like to note that the foundation of Christian belief in Jesus Christ, because again, the Bible is a library of texts. It's a combination of the Old and New Testament, which is the Old Testament of God and the New Testament of God. Christianity specifically is dictated on the teachings of Jesus Christ, which are largely founded on what we believe to have happened as Christians by these written testimonies. So there is no separation between the scripture and the set of beliefs. What I believe occurred historically with those unspeakable, abhorrent acts is a misinterpretation and an argument within Christendom itself that causes division and causes these sparks that brings back around into what I was saying earlier, is that Christians can't even agree with themselves on what they believe is the absolute doctrine. But in terms of the scripture specifically, we do maintain the belief that what we can read in the New Testament, like the letter to the churches in the Corinthians, for example, is a strong basis of our belief, and that's what is being followed. Now, interpretation becomes a separate discussion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, when you're reading any religious text, there's an exegesis and an eisegesis, right? And there's a proper theological way to read the text within the context of the religion, and then there's a way for outsiders to read it, right? Like reading the text externally from the religion.
I would agree. I would agree that is true from an outside perspective, but as a Christian, it's kind of difficult to answer your question, because if I go on a tirade of multiple years of studying this theology and I believe it to be true, it proposes a worldview that is completely contradictory to your own. And a lot of what is understood in Christianity is cross-referenced and compiled and inferred from multiple teachings that exist. And then that goes even deeper into what flavor of Christianity you mean, because you have Protestants who go by scripture alone, and then you have Catholics and you have Orthodox Christians.
There are thousands of denominations of Protestants just in the United States.
Yeah, it's ridiculous in my opinion, but that becomes...
So like I said, there are people within the same church who interpret the Bible differently. And that's the problem, is that I can't go to just every single religious person and have the same argument. I have to have a completely different argument with them.
Exactly.
What's that line there from Poopy Pants? Real quick, what's that line there from Matt Dillahunty? You don't have to go to a different denomination. You don't have to go to a different church. You don't have to go to the first or the and then to the Second Baptist Church of Austin. You can go to the same church and just go and talk to the person in the front pew and the person in the second to front pew, and you'll get a totally different version of Christianity.
Yeah, you will. I've done it. Trust me.
and that stems into the conversation where Christians can't agree with each other. Me personally, and this is going to kind of dive off into another segment here, but the Catholic perspective is that oh, sorry, my dog is barking. I apologize.
No, sir,
stop it. So the Catholic perspective is that the Catholic Church was instituted by Jesus Christ himself, and there is a recorded line of apostolic succession of people who have the authority to interpret. This is in major disagreement with every Protestant religion, which leaves it up to the individual. This becomes a very Christian argument, and this is something I even argue with other Christians about, because it causes those issues. Martin Luther, the one who started the Protestant Reformation, I believe he caused this undue damage with his actions, because when he witnessed issues in the church, which were the efficacy of man's actions, he decided to create a new church, which spawned more new churches, instead of confronting them head on and trying to confront what he knew to be wrong, which I do agree that, like, it's not like the Catholic Church, the people in the Catholic Church throughout history have always been perfect and good. The institution itself exists sort of separate from the derisions of the men within this church.
Some people would probably say that the institutions are the men, but I understand what you mean, though.
Yeah.
Isn't that like a major problem? Like, if you guys can't convince each other on interpretation.
Yeah,
I agree. It is a problem. It's a problem within Christendom, because because of this the very point that he brought up. You can go into a Protestant church in one pew, go into the second pew, and get two different opinions. However,
the more you moved away from a religious worldview, the better society advanced. And
I disagree.
I knew I was supposed to say the moment
couldn't come to a conclusion of what anything is. The only way to hatch it out is to go to war, right? Based off of your different interpretations.
No,
so it's not
real quick. If I real quick, the moment that you said
this fight of religion.
The moment that you said that, I was like, oh, he's going to say he disagrees with that. I knew that was coming.
Well, I mean, it's because if you're, again, and this is, you have to suppose that you're a Christian to understand the perspective that I'm making. It's not, if being a Christian who is an honest Christian with the testaments as they're presented, there's only one truth you can arrive at, but that's a very difficult road to take. And there's all sorts of misconceptions along the way that draw Christians away from each other and cause all sort of this conflict. I do agree. It is a major issue, but
you're making a causal argument, and where people who are bringing that argument can't agree up from down and left from right.
Well, it's because if you let me make my point, a Protestant Christian is fundamentally different from a Catholic Christian. Fundamentally different, and yet they share a lot of the same basic tenets. But there is a difference there that is tangible, that can be observed.
To my parents who are Evangelical Church of Christ, you are not a Christian.
Yeah, exactly. They would call me an idol worshiper and what have you. And this becomes a whole other conversation that I wish just didn't exist, because here, and I'll break it down for you so I don't talk your guys' ears off. But the basic belief is, and let's just bear with me. I know you guys aren't Christians, but the basic belief is that Jesus Christ was God, and he knew he was going to leave the earth again, and he needed to, because he set this precedent while he was here and he left these teachings and testaments behind, there needed to be a structured leadership after he left, so that there would be no disagreements. The common consensus in Catholicism is that the Catholic Church is that church and that structure that he implemented. Therefore, the Catholic Church has an authority which is based on scriptural belief, and there's tons of conjecture we can get into on this. But the belief is that the Catholic Church has the authority to discern the truth, and churches outside of that do not. So when an evangelical who is strictly, they call it sola scriptura, or the solas, which is by faith alone, by scripture alone, and by Christ alone, they reject all of these teachings that we maintain came directly from Jesus and his apostles themselves. So that's why, like, an evangelical would walk up to me and say, I'm not a Christian, though I would never say that to them, because I believe that through their baptism and through their belief in Christ, that we are brothers and sisters. There is a fundamental disagreement there that stems from numerous historical events, primarily being Martin Luther's Protestant Reformation.
Well, for what it's worth, though, Bud, that is a very modern, having grown up Catholic before I converted to evangelicalism on my own as a teenager, that is a very, very, like, extremely modern Catholic take. You go back just 20 years ago, and the Catholic Church was not teaching these lessons. They were flat out denying the veracity of an evangelical Christian's, Christendom, because of their lack of the catechism. So
yeah, exactly. And I mean, but that's the thing. It gets into the weeds there, because you have ecumenical councils. The one which relates to our conversation here is Vatican II. Now, Vatican II was a council that decided that there could be certain modernizations within the church in order to reach a wider audience, which I agree with. But to make it even more complicated, because we Christians love to shoot ourselves in the foot, even some Catholics don't agree with the Catholic decision of Vatican II. which just makes it more complicated. But what I believe, my personal perspective, because I'm the one here presenting the case, is that Vatican II allowed for modernizations, which allows it to reach a broader audience. Mainly, like the transition from Latin into English is huge because how many of us speak Latin here? How many of the American population speaks Latin? It's a lot to understand. So when they make it English, that's in order to reach a broader audience. And I believe that the Catholic Church is doing its absolute best to adapt to the times, because if we go, say, 150 years ago, obviously the world at large was structured a lot differently. So the church could have acceptably been more rigid then. But with the way the world is now, I mean, we have all this technology and stuff at our fingertips. Me personally, I don't disagree with the Catholics, with the Catholic position of modernization of some of its teachings and principles.
You don't think the modernization more came from people can't come to a conclusion what is or isn't because of their different interpretation? So more lean towards a scientific worldview than a religious?
No, I say
that's where advancement came from.
No, I believe that the modernization is a result of the authority that the Catholic Church withholds, and that the difference in perspectives is strictly contingent on a historical event known as the Protestant Reformation, where a single man proposed a theological idea that was contradictory to true Christian teaching of the time, which is that the Catholic Church is not the absolute arbiter of the truth, but sits in a seat of authority to discern what Christian truth is.
That was the clash with religion and science. You had a scientific hypothesis countering the religious view of what truth is and what it isn't.
Right. So I think I understand what you're saying. Please feel free to cut me off again if I start explaining what you don't mean. What I'm saying is there is one Christian truth, right? And the deliberation of that truth was left to one authority. That authority has since been rebelled against, and I don't believe there is a scientific reasoning for that. It is because of historical events that happened where an individual and other subsequent individuals have taken it into their own hands to decipher the truth of Christianity.
You know what birthed the Renaissance?
Yeah, but
it was the belief. It was that God was punishing because of the immorality in society, with the Black Plague death, and people just went. They were inflicting harm and killing others to appease God, to bring mercy. And no matter how much of that was done, things just kept getting worse and worse and worse, and people were just massacring each other more and more. And that didn't. So the religious worldview wasn't bringing about change. That made people more lean towards a worldview of reasoning away from religion.
I would
the same with the Enlightenment.
Real quick, guys. Let's see. CJ was trying to say something.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
Well, it was mostly about Jericho.
You cut out. You cut out. Okay. God, I know that must suck.
Jericho, it seems like you're saying that, since the Protestant Reformation are trying to take control over the canon of Christianity. Am I still breaking up?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn off my camera.
Okay.
So it seems like after the Reformation, buying the canon position, and you're saying that they don't have a just to that position. Why does the Catholic Church have a better position over it than anyone else?
From the Christian perspective, and again, in order to understand my position, you have to suppose within yourself that what I believe is true, right? And what I believe in the New Testament, I believe that Jesus Christ was God, and I believe that his apostles' testimony is correct. If you suppose all of that is true, the only proper inference from that, and there's scriptural basis, Jesus was speaking to Peter. He said, Peter, you are the rock upon which I will build my church. I will give you the keys to bind and loose on earth, and what you bind and loose on earth will be bound and loosed in heaven. And he said, the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. Me maintaining that belief, that means that I agree that church, which started with Peter, who was the first pope, and we can track the popes from him. There were subsequent popes, there were disciples of Peter, people that we know existed, and that I don't want to loop back around into the conversation we were having earlier, but I believe that is true. So believing that is true, the Catholic Church has the authority given to them by Jesus himself to bind and loose on earth and to discern the truth. Furthermore, Peter has primacy among the apostles. He was the first among equals, and he was for example, if you have like a commanding officer on a battlefield, when he steps away, you have like a major or a captain under him. Peter was the major, Jesus himself. So when Jesus left, it was left to him to be the arbiter of this truth, which is why you have him writing these letters to these other churches, telling them what they're doing wrong and how to correct their worship. And I believe that was passed down effectively through apostolic succession. And we have a valid, understandable, and direct understanding of where the Catholic churches today have their roots in the past in the Catholic Church of immediately after Jesus' time.
That's fair enough.
Supposedly.
That's the best explanation I've ever heard of it.
I try.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like you're people who moved away from a religious worldview more to a scientific and prosper because of that. You're trying to steal credit from that and give it to religion.
I don't understand what you mean by that. Please explain further.
I said that people who coming to what is truth to a scientific worldview, and having society prosper because of that, you're trying to take credit from that, from science, and you're trying to accredit it to religion.
It's not necessarily scientific. I mean, when I'm speaking of a religious institution, right? Like you and I both know down the road there's a Catholic Church somewhere that exists. It's tangible. It's not strictly scientifically speaking, but and again, this is an argument that even Christians have among themselves on the validity of the Catholic Church and Peter's primacy and things of that nature. But the belief system supposes that you could say it's scientific only because we observe this distinct connection to the past of the church as an institution, but only in that regard and only in that sense is it scientific.
Well, I would say that's where I agree with you. I do give credit to religion, but based off of its failures, not to its guidance. Now, something when if you went about doing something and it went to shit and you learned from it, then you should accredit it from it as a failure, not through it being a success.
Yeah, if you're talking strictly about negative actions, like I would agree. Like specifically with, I can't name any off the top of my head, but I'm not going to deny that they happened. I know for a fact because people talk about it that the Catholic Church did in the past that was downright abhorrent and evil. Some of the Crusades were extremely, extremely questionable. But I believe that becomes a separate conversation because I would have to agree that the men who propagated those abhorrent acts were corrupt and were not acting in line with a valid form of Christianity.
If you want to interpret what something is and isn't, to come to a scientific conclusion is easier than a religious one, where the perspectives would be different and it's just off of off of fields. So you can't come to a conclusion. The only way you could have be harmonious between one another is if I impose my will against yours through might.
Please,
Of course you believe what I believe.
because I really don't understand. Please explain exactly how I'm contradicting.
I'm saying religious worldview, the perspectives are different, and then because of it them being different, it's hard to come to an agreement on anything. So because of that, you have clash, you have conflict. Like my interpretation is different from your interpretation. The only way one can come to a conclusion is if I impose my will, my belief on you, and force you to adopt what I believe. Instead of the scientific one of bringing evidence forward and having me come on board.
I agree, but we weren't having a scientific conversation there. We were speaking specifically.
Yeah, we're talking about truth.
To the foundation of Christian truth. That's why I said initially, before I even started, you have to bear with me and suppose that what I believe is true because I was having a Christian argument. It's something that, of course, obviously, like if you and I are
If you're talking about truth, you're having a religious and a scientific conversation.
But religious, obviously, right? You and I disagree on what is true religiously, so that like you can't then come at me and say, hey, like, this is not fair. Like I said from the beginning, like you have to bear with me and suppose that my beliefs are true in order to understand my explanation. Because if we erase that and you don't believe that Jesus Christ walked the earth and his apostles,
You have to demonstrate that your beliefs are true. You don't presuppose that they're true.
Excuse me, sir, you just jumped into the conversation. We've been on this tangent for quite a while. Like you literally just joined and you must have missed the hour beforehand that led to me explaining what I'm explaining now. I didn't just start speaking about the validity of the Catholic Church. This conversation naturally flowed into that point.
I guarantee you just started asserting things.
I didn't. You weren't here. You can ask any of the gentlemen here. Who's got the Gerber baby picture? Him and I were having discourse about it.
His point is the same point I made. I said with science, you can prove to another for them to come to a mutual agreement.
No, I get that, but that wasn't what was being discussed just now. What was being discussed was the Catholic and Christian perspective of truth, not the absolute perspective of truth. You're asking.
I wouldn't have had to be here for the conversation, right? I guarantee you brought nothing novice to the conversation.
Sir, we were just having conversation about the Christian perspective. We were talking about historical. It stemmed from a scripture conversation, which stemmed from.
Well, educate me. Demonstrate that it's true.
If we're trying to interpret what's truth, that's science and religion.
Hold up, Wise. We were talking about why Christians and what the logical conclusion of the Christians. This isn't about whether or not Christianity is true. It's why Christians can't even agree. That's the point of the conversation.
Thank you. Yes.
I see what you're saying, Wise. Like I think the presuppositions are unfounded and ridiculous too, but for Christians, they are what they suppose. So.
Well, are presuppositions a problem?
Yes, it is.
Come on.
Okay, so you can't say anything about truth without presupposing, though. So if presuppositions are a problem, then every model of truth or theory of truth has the same problem.
Yeah, well, it's way less axioms, right?
So your view is that presuppositions are fine so long as they're the most minimal.
Yeah, we just don't keep adding and adding, right?
Right. So another feature of our theories could be something like explanatory power and fruitfulness.
To add new evidence to your presupposition?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to the Wise?
You. You're saying like everything comes from presupposition, and I'm saying like
I'm saying any model of truth will be, yeah. I don't take a model of truth. I think truth is not possible. So I just don't accept presuppositions.
Yeah,
isn't that sort of a presupposition though? I mean,
no, it's not, because I'm not. I don't believe.
Like,
no. No. You can say it's not possible using using the theory itself, you don't have to commit to the theory to point out that it self-defeats.
I'm not arguing for presupposition.
My point, though, here is that the critiques against Christianity are often something like it makes presuppositions and the presuppositions are somehow wrong. But then when you push back on that, then the statement is like, well, my theory is more minimal, it's more fruitful. But the Christian actually does have a case to make that they actually have greater explanatory power and a stronger grounding of reality. That's why the whole like philosophy of religion is not settled, and there are many theists out there making this argument.
How do they have more explanatory power and more grounding in reality?
Yeah, that's a wild step there.
It's not a wild step.
I'd say no. I'm asking you. Just tell me, how do they have more explanatory power and more grounding in reality?
Yeah. Are you aware of the principle of sufficient reason?
No.
Oh my goodness.
Why are you saying, oh my goodness there, Buck?
No, yes. Nivik knows what it is. He just doesn't know.
Just explain it for us. Just explain it for us. Some of us don't know what it is.
Right.
Nivik,
So,
remember the Kalam cosmological argument? Do you remember that? Yes, no?
Oh, goodness.
He doesn't. Principle of sufficient reason. Go ahead.
okay, for every fact F, there must be a sufficient reason why F is the case. That's the principle.
Yes, that is true. That is the principle of sufficient
You're
reason.
going crazy on your mic.
I can't hear you. It's a bunch of wind.
Nivik.
Sorry. Yeah, you got to mute when you're done talking, bud. Yeah, the principle of sufficient reason. Anything that has a cause for anything that exists has a cause for its existence, basically, right?
Yeah,
So
there's a sufficient
sufficiency.
reason that explains its existence.
Yes, the sufficiency sound.
What?
The sufficient reason, define what sufficient would.
Yeah, sufficient to likeness to that who wrote this, is different.
Is it sufficient for me to say because I said so?
No.
So how does this?
I mean, sometimes, yeah, it depends on the fact, right? Like if
How
the
does this
fact is
prove
you have a
God,
feeling, then that's a sufficient reason. Yeah.
How does that prove God?
It doesn't prove God. You guys are fucking malding right now. What's happened with the principle of sufficient reason, if you accept that's true, then you end up with modal collapse. You end up with a really bad problem.
Why do you end up with modal collapse? I'm very familiar with that. Why does that happen?
You're familiar with modal collapse?
Yeah, like possible worlds collapse. What are you talking about specifically?
Modal collapse means that there is no possible world. It's only necessary worlds. It's just one necessary world.
Like ontological nihilism or metaphysical nihilism.
No. That's not modal collapse. That's not modal collapse.
Okay.
Modal collapse means that all of the modal possibilities collapse into one. There's only one possibility, which is necessary.
So why do they do that?
Necessitarianism.
But this sounds like the modal ontological argument.
It's not an ontological argument. A contingent fact is a fact that does not explain itself. Something else explains it. Okay? That's the definition of a contingent fact.
Yes.
All right. So if you take the totality of contingent facts, that is every fact that exists, you can make that the big conjunctive contingent fact. The BCCF is what it's called in philosophy.
Yes.
Okay, so that big CCF is the collection of every contingent fact, which means that it contains the fact that explains itself.
Yes.
By definition, a contingent fact cannot explain itself. It would be a necessary fact that explains itself.
Yeah, it's like the Munchausen trilemma, right? You would have to have like. Oh my God, dude!
No.
Come on now.
It's not the Munchausen trilemma.
I know it's not the Munchausen trilemma. I said it was similar. Sorry, I'm not trying to be angry at you. My bad. I said it was similar to it.
Similar in what sense?
In terms of every contingent. So, like with justification, you would need every contingent piece of information, and then you would get to the necessary piece, which justifies all the contingent pieces. Would I be correct in saying that?
Depends on. You're correct in saying that in one context, but
okay. So I guess I should ask instead of me presuming. Let me just ask: do you believe that there is a necessary first cause to existence?
No.
Okay, so that doesn't necessarily. You're not necessarily saying that there is a necessary cause or a necessary inaction
No, what I'm saying,
to have all these contingent things.
What I'm saying is that the principle of sufficient reason is used by both theists and atheists to make their arguments, right?
Yes,
so,
yes.
like the theist is going to say, for every fact F, there's a sufficient reason, and as you go all the way down to like reduce to the most basic primitive premises. So premises that are going to have the best explanatory power, blah, blah, blah. The deepest sufficient reason for all of those theoretical virtues is going to be God. The atheist is going to wildly disagree and say, actually, no, because you're adding all of these commitments that are weird and not necessary. And therefore, a naturalist account is going to be better served by the principle of sufficient reason.
Wait, are you saying a brute fact is also included in having a sufficient reason, or is that just the foundation?
No, I'm saying a necessary fact cannot be a sufficient reason because necessary facts can only entail unnecessary facts.
Or a brute. That's another term.
Yeah, a brute fact would be a necessary fact.
I feel like
a brute fact would be a necessary fact. Yes. Sorry. No, it's okay. I was just seconding that. A brute fact would be a necessary fact.
Yeah.
I feel like we're working off this principle that we're general. If we take this to its logical conclusion, then there's like a paradox that happens at the end of this. If we a logical conclusion of this, just because there's a paradox at the end of this where something is contingent but also explains itself, doesn't mean that we all of a sudden need to special plead this whole thing. We could just say, well, this seems to go into a paradox at this end, and it has no utility at part, instead of just assuming that the paradox is somehow valid or true and then trying to add God into it because, well, God is
I'm not saying to add God. I'm saying the paradox is a problem, and the problem comes from the principle of sufficient reason itself, and therefore the use of it is a problem. That if you use the principle of sufficient reason, you're going to end up with these either a paradox or something really unpalatable that no one wants to consent to.
Yeah, you don't think the principles of sufficient reason goes to the atheist as well?
Oh yeah, I literally said it's a problem for both. Yeah.
But the problem more lies with the person who's trying to make you believe in God. Like I have reality around me to back up what I have to say. This person's going off of faith. The only way he can convince me is if God comes in front of me, reappears.
The argument I'm making is that your point of view about like reality around you likewise relies on presuppositions and likewise has epistemic problems.
It is true, Nivik, sadly.
Yeah. Okay, so I get what you're saying.
He's saying what version of sufficient reason are you talking about?
He's saying something that doesn't. He's saying something that you can't point to is just as irrelevant as something you can point to.
Was that Tart?
Yeah, I'm just curious. Which
I was using for every fact F, there is a sufficient reason that explains that.
But that's going to convert you to infinite regress, right? Like that. Is that your view?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been saying this whole time, dude.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank God.
I think there's probably some sort of brute fact, something that doesn't have an explanation. I don't think that fact is necessary. It could be contingent, for all I know. I don't know.
But you're familiar with the modal collapse argument by Enbogen, right?
Of course, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's all I was talking about. I was just explaining the what happens if you invoke the principle of sufficient reason. There's modal collapse problems, and I don't think the solutions for it are very good.
That's why I thought. That's why I spoke about the Munchausen trilemma a minute ago. I wasn't trying to muddy the waters. I was talking about: are you an infinitist, or are you a necessary first explanation, first justification type of person? Like,
I see what you mean. I see the connection now. The foundationalism. Yeah, if you're a foundationalist, yeah, I see.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. There's a person here earlier. They're saying like your belief and my your belief as an atheist and my belief in my religious views, they're the same. They're both beliefs. And the difference with me is like the burden of proof is more on that person. And for them to convince me. Now, if the roles was switched, a magical being came before me, and then he's reappearing and disappearing and performing a bunch of things that doesn't align with reality. Then I'll be in the position that I would now be in the position that she was once in. Now, it's kind of like I'm gonna have to bring a good argument to like I'm showing you this powerful, this all powerful being is doing things that defy reality. Then why is it you can't come around? But that's not me. That's not me. That's in that position. That's the person that's trying to convince me of this all powerful being with nothing to back it.
He brings up a good point. If atheists are. He brings up a good point that if atheists are basing everything, I can grant that, but theists are assuming at least one more presupposition, right?
Like Nivik, if we lived in a world where abracadabra actually produced rabbits out of hats, right? And your position, Nivik, was, no, this is a naturalistic universe, right? Abracadabra doesn't work, and yet the theists could just show you demonstrably that abracadabra produces rabbits. You know, you'd be insane. You'd be insane, Nivik, to claim like, no, that doesn't happen when they can repeatedly demonstrate, consistently that abracadabra works. Exactly. Nivik, what's wrong with you?
I'm a little lost on what the dispute is because on one hand, there's the question of like, okay, God existing or not existing, which to me is kind of irrelevant to whether or not someone can persuade or not. Because like thinking about someone's persuasion skills and burden of proof, that to me is kind of more like questions of norms or maybe some psychological stuff. So I'm kind of lost about how that connects to this question about God's existence.
A new tangent should be clarified here because the initial disagreement came from Nivik and Wise Ape interjecting into a conversation that was separate from what they were asking about. They began questioning me about the validity of Christianity when I was having a separate conversation based on I can't explain to you the Catholic perspective if you're going to argue on me the validity of Catholicism. I propose that you, as an individual, presuppose that you agree with me. Don't subscribe to my beliefs, but just presuppose within yourself that what I'm saying is true so that you can understand the explanation.
Okay, demonstrate why anybody should care, right? Why?
Well, we were having that conversation and you jumped in and started this. So what do you mean, why should anyone care? We were in the middle of conjecture and you proposed this whole other tangent that has just led into this discussion.
Would it be fair? I just want you to presuppose that crystals have some sort of abracadabra power. Now let's talk about it. I can tell you all the information you ever want to know about my fictional world of crystals and their magical powers.
The point I'd like to make,
I don't know how that's fruitful.
If you are going to make progress past the proposition and discuss disputes that follow from something, there's got to be some agreement to start with, right? Like you can just sort of like skeptic troll all the way back and be like, okay, well, what explains that or what proves that? And just do that ad infinitum, right? But at some point, if you're going to have a productive conversation, you agree to something. And it sounds to me like what Jericho is asking is that for the sake of this conversation to move forward about interpretation of Catholicism or whatever, we need to grant these or agree on these things. Now, your point is like, I don't want to agree on those things. And both of those are valid. But I think what Jericho is saying is that, well, we were already in the middle of one of those things where we had agreement. So maybe wait a second.
All right, let's talk about Catholicism under nominalism, right? Let's presuppose nominalism and then now go.
We could do that, although it sounded like Jericho was already kind of in a groove, and maybe that's not what he wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean it's long gone now. We should probably just propose a new question because I was deep into explaining a very Catholic perspective, but there's no point in going back to that now. We can
Yeah, I don't think anyone should take it seriously, but you can if you want.
Why? Like
So-
the idea that you're saying is that is like very basic presuppositions about religion in the first place. If that's the only thing you think that people can talk about, so be it. But if other people want to have that discussion, I think you have the right to go, oh, well, I don't think that this is a reasonable discussion to have. Other people are wanting to have this discussion, so if everyone else wants to have a discussion outside of that, let them. I see your point, though. Your point is valid, and that what I was thinking is that whatever he's saying is based on these things that we don't agree on, but sometimes we can cede a point to our interlocutor for sake of just having the conversation.
Yeah, exactly. I swear, I'm not trying to strong arm you and tell you to subscribe to my beliefs. I'm just saying, imagine, if you will, that you did agree with me so that you can understand the perspective which I was trying to explain what I was talking about from. That's
Yeah, but you said this is going to comport to truth. So I don't mind hearing a good Dr. Seuss story.
I said we were talking about the
Catholic truth.
position. Yeah, the Catholic position on Christian truth, which requires you, if you're going to understand the perspective, if you disagree that Jesus even existed, then how can I explain to you my perspective where I believe he existed? That's all I'm saying. And I mean,
I will say that the Catholic, at least the Catholic version of truth that I like the most, is a naturalist account where they, it is because of the love of God that you look to the world and try to understand it, and that the best of science is going to be compatible with the best of Catholic tradition. I mean, the whole naturalist, at least as I understand it, I might be wrong with this, but the whole natural bent in European philosophy starts in the Catholic Church.
Well, I'm not sure what the term is. There should be a term that, that something is consistent within the lore of a fictional story, that's trying to describe that this is the rules of the game we're going to play here. I don't know what the term for that would be, but it seems like you're using it as Christian truth, but I think there's another generic term that.
Well, that's why there's a confusion here. There's only confusion because you jumped in the middle of a conversation that was hours in the making. There were many points made before that led into the conversation that was being had. If you want to backtrack that far, I'll give you highlights. We already discussed, albeit I was 1 versus 20. I tried my best to represent my position on why I believe there is archaeological and historical evidence for a reasonable belief in Jesus Christ and his teachings. We went through that for hours. So we were having an entirely different conversation that was on a separate tangent that was dependent on you agreeing, not subscribing to the beliefs, but agreeing that what I was saying was true from my perspective so you could understand my explanation. But again, I don't want to ramble on about this stuff because we do have a pretty decent audience here on the YouTube live at least. So we can present another question or go on to some other tangent here if you guys would like. Floor is open.
Maybe YouTube has a request.
I don't think what he said was that off. He just was asking for the burden. He just was bringing a burden of proof and belief.
Yeah, but apparently it was too much of a derail. So
I mean, well,
I don't know if it seems like it's irrecoverable, right?
No, it's not. We can go back. My point was that you, Wise Ape, came in. There's how many gentlemen are in this chat? At least 6 of us already had that conversation before you arrived. So you're trying to loop it back. It's not irrecoverable, but if you would like we can reiterate and go through all the same points. But I already conceded on that point. We already reached a conclusion in that conversation. So forgive me if I don't
What
feel
you're
like
saying is not entirely true.
All right, you guys. Anyways, we've ruminated on this enough. Someone move on to a new proposition or a new question. Let's move this forward. Who's got something?
Somebody brought up the idea that all worldviews operate off of some kind of like presupposition. By presupposition here, do you mean some axiomatic position when you say that? I don't remember who said that.
Yeah, I said that. There's gonna be something we assume, and it can be axiomatic. I'm a little bit hesitant to use axiom just because I feel like it gets abused by kind of Discord debate bros. But I just am taking the problem of criterion, right? And I think there's no non-question begging solution. I think Chisholm was right. I don't agree with him saying that this version is the best one to accept. I think, I'm sort of like a Rortian. I don't think we can really talk about capital T truth. We can talk about justification all day. I think there's going to be some assumption made whenever you're going to be trying to tackle these epistemic problems.
Arco Whip, are you saying just because a person believes in fairies and that's a belief and a person will have a scientific belief, they're both the same as beliefs?
I don't understand.
My belief in fairies, because and a person belief that's fact based, that's scientifically proven. They're the same.
And you're asking me if they're the same? I don't think they have the same. Is that what you're saying? I don't think they have the same.
Are you saying they're the same because they're both beliefs?
Well, same can mean a lot of stuff, right? You could be saying they're the same class of belief, where one's an assumption or one's based on other reasons, right? I would say that the fairy one is probably more likely just kind of an assumption versus the other ones you're talking about are based on these other reasons. But, the problem of criterion is kind of more of a metaphilosophical thing. What you're talking about is what is downstream from what I'm talking about. I'm talking about pre-theoretical stuff.
Yeah. The problem of the criterion is definitely a metaphilosophical question.
What's the problem with the criterion
question? Well, there's different ways to explain it, but Sextus Empiricus basically said, if you go through induction, you don't have the ability to know the truth. If you go through deduction, you're setting the standard itself, so therefore it circles in on itself. There's a lot deeper of an explanation, but that's the gist. Is one way it regresses infinitely backwards and the other way circles on itself. And it's a question of how can we know what we know. There's also another way named Timothy something. He put it as epistemological Methodism versus epistemological Particularism, that's it. Yeah, and then of course the skeptical answer is you can't know how you know what you know at the same time, and then you can't know what you know without knowing how you know it. And
there are two questions. There are two questions. Yeah. One question is what are the true propositions, and the other question is how do we know which propositions are true? But if you answer one question, you have to know the answer of the other question. So in order to know if you are able to say these propositions are true, there's now some way you know how they're true. If you know how they're true, then you already know they're true, so that you can verify the process is accurate. And so there's a problem there. You have to assume what is true and then find the method, or you have to assume a method to then find what's true. And the skeptic says, well, actually, you have to answer both. And has a different standard altogether. So all three options, right? Yeah. They beg the question.
None of them are satisfactory either.
Yeah.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave.
So, Nivik, I would like to ask you a question, just so we don't stay in the weeds here, just to start a new tangent. Why don't you believe in God?
That is a good question.
Because there's nobody's shown me proof of all-powerful being. Like, if he came in for me and he did things that defied reality, then I would believe. They have to give me the burden of. They have a burden of proof that they have to display. When they do that, then I would more come around. I don't necessarily know if their belief is of God or if it's just really of them or if it's the devil. Who knows? I need something to validate, to confirm, in order for me to in order for me to move forward from there. Other than that, it's kind of like I need confirmation to take a step, right? Like, I don't just walk to the environment blindly. Like, why? Can I ask you a question? Why don't you just say? I mean, like, if you can't prove, and you're doing things on faith, why can't you simply say I don't know?
Well, I would definitely, I would never look you in your eyes and tell you, I have 100% proof that Jesus Christ is God. No Christian can ever claim that. My whole argument, and this stems into things we were talking about earlier, is there's a threshold of reasonable belief, and that applies to many things in our life. You can get as skeptical and as thorough as you want with that, but there are things that we observe and that we take little leaps of faith on every day. Like you have a subconscious leap of faith that you're not going to walk out of your door and a rock isn't going to fall on your head. It's
not a leap of faith, though, is it?
Well, it's a right. Well, that's not a good analogy. I see why you posed that question. Because there's well, he asked me why I can't say I don't know when it comes to God, but my answer to that is that there is a reasonable threshold of belief that comes from a multitude of factors.
I have a spicy take, which is that I think the belief matters less than like living a certain way.
And just real quick, somebody saying that he, but I don't think that Nivik is negating existence, saying that no one evidenced one, so there's no positive saying that God does not exist. Oh, fuck.
You're roboting.
Is he breaking up for everybody else? Yeah, okay. Just making sure it wasn't just me.
I was just saying that Nivik isn't saying that he doesn't positively believe. Is it still breaking up?
Well,
Yeah.
Did he define a God when he asked Nivik, why don't you believe in God? Like, did he?
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I was going to clarify, and then it kept stemming out. A better question to ask. Let me ask you this: why don't you believe in a higher power, in some sort of organizing or reinforcing force to the universe around us?
Well, like, an organizing force. I think Nivik probably believes in the quantum field or the laws of physics, right?
Yeah, so
like forces like gravity. I mean, so
higher power.
Your God asking Nivik went from why don't you believe in God to now it's a higher power that seems to be more.
You just asked for a definition of the God, and that's like you want to start. I'm trying to simplify it so we don't go into the weeds here. Of course,
no, you're watering it down, right? Because I'm sure.
Yes, I am. So we can have the conversation because
I think you have to be more specific with definitions, right? Because a lot of things, as I demonstrated, would qualify as a higher power, right? The sun could qualify as a higher power.
And what did I just say, sir? What did I just say? A reinforcing
God is the sun. Thanks, Wise Ape, for clearing that up for me.
A reinforcing organizing force to the universe around you. Is there a reason you do not believe that is possible? To put it in the
You have this solar system.
Nivek's not claiming he doesn't believe in such forces.
No,
you have this solar system. It organizes around the sun.
Lord have mercy. Wise Ape, look, this is the issue.
Yeah.
I asked
when you said Lord have mercy, what were you referring to? Like things like gravity?
No, it's a personal response to frustration that I have because it calms me. I'm not trying to get frustrated with you gentlemen, but you keep cutting me off and I can't explain what I mean. You keep coming in and asking me to explain and clarify, but the whole reason I asked in that question is because we were in the weeds.
I'm giving you light pushbacks. You wouldn't.
I'm not. I wasn't.
You want one me to throw a haymaker.
Wise. You need to stop interrupting him, man.
I have one question, just to start a new tangent so we don't get into the weeds, and to clarify it and make it as simple as possible, right? And I asked Nivek specifically, but you want to conject, so I'll ask you specifically. Can you give me your individual answer? Is there a reason you do not believe in a higher reinforcing, organizing, managerial force to the universe around you that could potentially be sentient? That is as simple as I can put it. It's an agnostic perspective. I'm asking you,
the sun.
Is there a reason?
The answer.
The sun is the reason you do not believe in some sort of agnostic force. That's not a proper answer.
No, you're saying like a higher power, a potential.
He's pointing out something deeper than just the sun, because the sun also depends on something, right? Like the sun isn't controlling the other galaxies that we can see in the James Webb Telescope. Those depend on something else. So he's asking, if you go deep enough into the universe, what does all of existence depend upon? For Jericho, he's going to say all of existence is going to depend on God.
Who's interrupting who? Look, you're making a straw man out of our beliefs or disbeliefs, right?
Yeah, Jericho, I think you're asking us a question about why we do or do not believe in something that either is something that is not something anyone believes in by default, or something that no one does believe or disbelieve here.
Well, I'm just curious because the thumbnail here on the YouTube live stream, which brought me into this conversation, says, "Why do you believe in God?" We already discussed that from my perspective at length numerous times. So all I was doing was attempting to start a new tangent and flip the question. Why don't you?
No, God isn't just a higher power.
You all do believe in some.
I brought it down to higher power because you, Wise Ape, had an issue with me calling it God. When
You're not bringing it down, you're shifting the goalpost.
How is it shifting the goalpost? I believe that God is the higher power. So I'm trying to extrapolate from the most basic perspective, which is an agnostic worldview. I arrived at my Christian belief from an agnostic worldview. So I brought it down to the basic building blocks of my beliefs so that I could relate it to the conversation, so that I could ask and propose a question and go from there. I asked the question, and now you're having an issue with me asking the question itself. You're not giving me an answer.
They're pointing out, essentially, Jericho, they're pointing out that the vagueness of the question, the vagueness of the topic of the question is the problem, because you can answer, if you say a higher power, he might believe in the fundamental forces as an organizing force or something, right? So it's the vagueness that they're objecting to. If you would be a little more specific, they will probably say, do you believe, when you're asking about God, why don't you believe in God? I think you're probably at minimum asking about that organizing forces being sentient, right? And I just don't see my answer is I don't see a reason to think that any of those things would be sentient, sapient, or capable of any kind of intelligence or thought. I have no reason to believe that.
A fair question to ask, a more accurate one, would be why don't you believe in a Jewish sky wizard, right?
That's completely unfair. That's completely unfair because I'm picking your brain. I was asking a question not to any end, not trying to argue for my perspective. I was trying to get perspectives from the gentleman in the call right here on what they think so that I could form an assessment of your perspective. That was all. Like, it doesn't have to devolve into what I believe and what I meant by the question. That's why I tried to simplify it and specify it, like Tart was saying. And to simplify it even more so that we can rein it in and not stay in the weeds is
don't you need faith to believe in both?
Guys, I do think people were sort of taking Jericho uncharitably because Jericho was just asking about your commitments, and then there just became this dog pile about, well, what's wrong with the way the question's framed? I think a charitable approach would be like, can you explain that a little bit more? And every time Jericho tried to explain, there was just immediate pushback. So I think, for the sake of clarification, let's give Jericho a chance and then ask follow-up questions about things that are unclear so we can at least get an answer from you all about, yes, I think that exists, or no, I don't think that exists. From my point of view, the question is so standard that it's just, to me, it seems kind of like, it's like a basic one. Like if you say, what does the squirrel is red mean? Well, it means the animal of a squirrel looks red. Like if you ask me, do I believe in a higher power and I'm in a discussion about theism or not, we can make some assumptions about some classical theistic arguments about what that means.
I think
I'm immediately going to go to grounding relations.
Isaiah brought up a good point. He was bringing up something mythological and saying why shouldn't that have as much relevance as what you are bringing up?
I mean, I'll give you a non-agnostic. Some of the reasons that I would object to the kind of Catholic God, right, the one that you sort of believe in, is that they're going to take it usually that God is some kind of atemporal being. But that atemporal being, in some sense, caused the universe. But I don't take it that atemporal things can be causal because causation is going to require temporal precedence. So, if A causes B, that's just to say that A precedes B and has some interaction with B, right? I also don't take it that it's possible for an atemporal thing to have a causal interaction. So, it can't say, for instance, if it's a spirit or something like that. Right, that's to say that it's fundamentally discontinuous with physicality. They're not going to share any properties in common to have sort of the ability to have causal forces. Similar to if you think the mind-body problem. These are the kinds of objections that make me go, "Hey, the Catholic God just doesn't seem like a sensible option." It sounds more like a Platonic object, and those are generally taken to be non-causal, at least in my view. Do you understand that response, Jericho, or do I need to clarify anything?
Dude, I'm so sorry. I was talking with my uncle. Please. Yeah,
it's okay, man. That's okay.
I apologize. Please clarify one more time.
Yeah, that's fine. If I'm talking about the Catholic God, right? That's kind of God that you believe in. Typically, classical theism is going to hold that God as this atemporal being, right? So, but I take. If you take God to be an atemporal being that causes the universe in some sense, I don't think that atemporal things can be causal because causality is in the notion that I understand it, necessarily a temporal thing, right? So A causing B means that A precedes B. But if time doesn't exist for God, then there is no such thing as preceding. Then there's the secondary issue, which is the issue of Platonic forms. The Platonic forms can't in any sense really cause things. Because they are going to be discontinuous with physical things, and non-physical things can't cause things like physical things to happen because they're going to be discontinuous, and so there's not going to be some kind of a property they share, so that there can be an explanation for why there was a causal relationship. So God is a Platonic form, so it doesn't really make sense for him to be causal. It's just not a thing, and so I can't take the Catholic God to have caused the universe for those reasons.
That's a very honest perspective, and I appreciate that. You're a little smarter than me, so bear with me if my response is not up to par. But I believe my proper response to that would be, I believe that physical causation as a concept exists within this world that we experience. And if I believe that God is outside of that world and he caused these systems to exist, then the description of how he relates to that is outside of my understanding because I'm within that system, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but why would I believe in such a being if all the reasons I've given you are veridical? If they're giving me reasons truly to not believe in such a being, right? My understanding of what it means to be atemporal is for it to be non-causal, because causation requires temporal precedence. But God can't have that property. It would just be like a category error or something. Like God, it just can't have that property, because that's going to be a thing that you have to be causal. And so I don't know what it means in your view to say God caused the universe.
Real quick, he said something beyond his understanding. If something's beyond his understanding, how's he going to communicate with us for us to get on board in whatever he's trying to convince us of?
Agreed.
Yeah. So as I was saying, this our understanding, right? I feel like you actually agree with what I'm saying in a way. I'm not communicating it effectively. And
beyond your understanding, telling us beyond your understanding.
May I speak? Sorry. So the God, from the Christian perspective, from my perspective, as I sit right now, he exists outside of any concept that I can ascertain with my human mind. That includes time, that includes causation, and a multitude of other things. If God himself were bound by the rules of the reality I can perceive and interact with, he would cease to be God in that definition. To be that definition of God, he needs to be above these things and not bound by these rule sets. Therefore, I don't have proof for this, obviously, and this will just loop around into the conversations from earlier. But if he exists outside of my perception of causation, then obviously I cannot understand. I should not need to understand the cause of it. If I build a computer, and let's say that the computer program, the AI or whatever, becomes sentient, it's existing in this playground, in this mainframe and structure that is the computer itself, and it cannot go outside of those bounds. Simultaneously, go ahead.
Real quick, if God is a metaphor for what you don't understand, why don't you just simply try to gain understanding instead? Why not just say you don't know, start from the point of saying I don't know, and try to seek that knowledge?
I didn't say he was a metaphor for what I don't understand, and I answered that same question you just said earlier. There is a reasonable threshold of belief.
If God is beyond what you understand, then he is a metaphor for what you don't understand.
But he's
I will say that I don't find the computer thing to be analogous. The reason is because say for instance the computer becomes sentient and it goes, okay, well there's this other being that's outside of our spatial temporality, and that being is the being that caused us. I can rewind and fast forward the computer, but the computer one is still physical, right? So I still have substance. There's still going to be like a monistic substance that's going to account for how I can interact with the computer such that I can create it. There's also the issue that I can be causal precisely because I'm temporal, right? So at least two of the properties that I'm objecting to God not having that cause the issue are present in the analogy, and so it can't be analogous. So the two issues that I'm bringing up as the issue of causality when it comes to God being spiritual, because if he's spiritual, he's going to be fundamentally discontinuous. And the second issue is that he's atemporal, and so if he's atemporal, he can't be causal. Those are the two issues. So you need an analogy that would work that has both of those properties and still allows for causality for it to be analogous.
Well, and that's fair. I mean, I can't provide you with an analogy that's outside of those, because I was making a very specific point, is that if you're within a system that was created beyond your own understanding and you could never fully ascertain the limits of that system and you are bound by its framework, there is absolutely no way you can ever understand the one who created that framework.
So, but why believe it if I can't really ascertain? If it's not just that I don't understand it, but I can't. Like, it's not even possible for me to understand it. Why would I believe such a thing? Like, it's almost like if I don't know what it means to be God. Like, if I don't even, it's almost like I can't ascribe meaning to it at that point, right? It's a principle. I can't understand it, and so why would I believe it?
The reason I personally and millions of Christians do believe in God And again, this is going to infinitely loop back into the earlier conversations on the burden of proof and why Christianity is valid. But I believe that I'll say specifically the Catholic religion, though other Christian religions have elements of the truth, present to me an understandable definition of what I can properly ascertain is the character of God and what constitutes his actions. I believe that I can understand this framework to its maximum extent because I believe that Jesus Christ was God and he explained it in person. That, of course, if you don't believe in God, you won't arrive at that conclusion. But that's just, if I understand your question correctly, that's why I personally arrive at that conclusion.
Jericho.
The question is a question about meaning. Oh, sorry, go ahead, yeah.
The God you believe in, did he rise from the dead?
Yes.
Did he demonstrate that? You believe that?
I do.
Okay. So the reason I don't believe in that God is that he did not transfer that property of rising from the dead physically. It was a demonstrable thing, right? But no follower of Christ since that time, when they die, their bodies behave in the same way a non-believer, body behaves, which remains inanimate, right? It remains dead. All the saints are dead. Everybody's dead. So this story might as well not have happened, right? Because the demonstration isn't a demonstration for you. It's just a story you're reading about, right? You can't investigate that in a way, like it's left no traces unless you believe in the shroud or something like that.
Isaiah, I don't know how volcanoes work, so I believe in volcano God. I don't believe how lightning works, so I believe in the lightning God.
But I believe that Jesus was God and rose from the dead if his followers had like this special property where when they pass away, they rise, right? I mean, well, when the resurrection happens, you're going to have another believer on your hands.
The Christian principle is that does and will happen for all believers at the end of the world, and they call it the transfiguration, and it's where it's the moment that every soul that's ever lived comes before God for the final judgment, and in that moment, it says in the Bible that the dead in Christ shall rise first, and the Christian belief and perspective is that that's when our transfiguration will happen, and we will have our glorified bodies, similar to Christ rising from the dead and having a glorified body and ascending into heaven.
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's like Jesus got his body back after that weekend. It's almost like he had cosmetic surgery, like he was down for a day or two, and then, look at this perfect body I have.
Yeah, because being crucified and stabbed in the side, that definitely is cosmetic surgery.
It's like, cosmetic surgery, that would hurt. You need to be put out for a day or two, right?
I mean, if you want to imagine that was possible at the time, but that contradicts the perspective that I'm presenting. I firmly believe
you have to sacrifice something to
you're drawing a comparison.
You have to sacrifice a little comfort for cosmetic surgery, just like a crucifixion. Like to get that perfect body, you got to go through a little pain.
Yeah, you can say that.
A little pain?
The Christian perspective is.
Yeah, it's probably less pain than some of these cosmetic surgeries these people undertake.
Do you know anything about crucifixion?
Do you know anything about how they
I asked you
take your organs out when you have stage 4 cancer?
I'm not sure.
Bathe your organs and like this... crucifixion is not the worst way to go.
Oh my God. So you asked about Your question, if I'm correct, was why don't Christians, like the followers of Christ, have a transfigured body? And when I'm trying to explain to you the Catholic Christian perspective, you're now saying that it's comparable to plastic surgery. I really don't understand what point you're trying to make there. If you would like, I could answer your original question, but I have no idea how that relates to what you're asking me.
Yeah, we know it's going to take deep time.
Well, if you could explain, I mean, we're right here. You could tell me what you mean instead of just spitting randomness.
You can always say, "Oh, it'll happen someday." Like the proof will eventually be there. So I agree with you.
But I mean that stems. I mean, you asked me for a Christian perspective, so that's what I was giving you, obviously. And again, just like when you first interjected in this whole call, if you don't agree with the Christian perspective, then you're not going to understand the explanation. That's why we talked about presuppositions for the better part of 40 minutes. So if you would like me to answer your original question from a Catholic perspective, I certainly can. If that's what you want.
He did ask a presupposition question earlier. He says, "What's your definition of God?"
I was answering your question. I was telling you why I didn't believe in this Jesus that you believe rose from the dead, because his that does not transfer to his followers like promised, right? Those bones have been they're going to be turned into fossils before they get resurrected.
Well, me personally, as a Christian, I believe that God is all powerful and that he's not beyond assembling every atom of that person's body and putting it back together, because I believe he is all powerful and above any means of anything we can conceive within this system that we exist in that is our reality. So that's why I believe that's possible. But you obviously, you're not a Christian. I'm not saying you are.
Yeah, and I believe he's not, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to expect you to agree with that. I only highlight it because you asked me for the Christian perspective. So we can go in circles as much as you want. But if you're going to ask me,
I believe you're peddling snake oil and harming people, right? Because they could actually invest their money in mechanisms that would give them something equivalent to eternal life.
What?
How is love harmful? How is love harmful?
Wait, what?
What's that?
Well, you said it was peddling snake oil, and you said that we were harming people. So
yeah, I said how it was harmful. Were you not listening? I told you how it's harmful. Because
he's saying bullshit is harmful, is what he's saying.
Yeah, they're investing their time and energy and money into a mechanism that is equivalent to snake oil, when they could be investing in technologies that actually, the outcome that they're actually looking for, like to safeguard against going out of existence, like that. There's potentially actually mechanisms to pursue that would have real fruits.
If I distort your perception that's not grounded in reality, that could be harmful to you.
So I would argue that is a completely unfair description of the Christian lifestyle and the Christian commandments and what Christians do. You can pull up things like, I guess the Crusades is one majorly common example, but that's what we were talking about when you first joined the call, is the differences in Christian perspective on that matter. But if we're talking a pure adherence, a pure, honest, individual adherence to what the tenets of Christianity teach, whether you believe in it or not, these are it's a lifestyle you can ascertain simply by reading the texts themselves.
His argument is, if you distort a person's perception that's not grounded in reality, that could be harmful in how they navigate the environment, right? If I distort how you perceive things, that could lead to bringing you harm.
And I'm trying to answer that. If you let me extrapolate for just a moment, a Christian lifestyle does not distort perspectives. Adherence to Christian tenets Me sitting here trying to explain my perspective to you in a compassionate and patient manner, in no way is me peddling snake oil. I am not hurting anyone by engaging in harmless conjecture at all whatsoever, especially because the tenets of the religion that I follow demand me, if I'm following them honestly, to be completely pure and compassionate, selfless and loving of all individuals, no matter their creed or color. That's
You could be trying to distort my truth to validate your lie in order to cope. Confirmation bias.
Am I distorting your truth by presenting my perspective and engaging in conjecture? We're having a conversation. So if you want to go on that basis, then yeah, what is the point that people disagree and attempt to speak about anything? Because if you and I have opposing viewpoints, right, that we fundamentally disagree with, but the basic principle of engaging in that conversation is that it's harmful to the other person, then what is the point of conjecture? What is the point of us being here and spending all this time having a conversation? It would be absolutely fruitless and pointless, and all of us are wasting our time.
It depends on the person. Some people seek truth while they're here. Some people seek confirmation in their bias, and they just want others to agree. I don't want somebody to
this
agree.
conversation isn't about that, so let's not have any
I don't know that.
purely
I don't know
confirmation
that.
bias. Oh, okay, but we're going to try to not have that be the point of the conversation.
I would argue that that seeing it as being harmful is just a misunderstanding of that person that misunderstands what faith is and how faith drives one to feed people when they're hungry and give them drink when they're thirsty and clothe them when they're naked.
Why?
Yeah, maybe they wouldn't be in that condition, right? Because they're in that condition because they're just on their knees praying about stuff, right? Instead of digging a well. We'd probably have bases on other planets by now, right? Instead of being so distracted, building like these temples and altars to a non-existent god, right?
Well, your argument could only be true if such endeavors were completely fruitless. I mean, there is a reason that millions upon countless millions of people subscribe to this religion. It's because it is effective and it produces good fruits. If that were not the case, why would it endure for so long? How would it still exist? It would not have stood the test.
His point say that it might be because, it might be despite of. If this thing didn't exist, we might be on the other planets by now. You don't necessarily know that. You're just making a claim.
Yeah, okay, Nivik and Wise, like, it's very possible that without religion we'd be on Mars, but it's also possible that without
We'd probably
religion,
be doing light travel.
It's also possible that without religion we wouldn't exist at all. So we can whataboutism this all we wanted.
Well, I think the religion was adopted, right? Because humans innately care about stuff, right? They care about their own well-being. And religion likes to pervert and it's very pernicious in the fact that it inserts itself into the most precious things we care about in life, like a relationship, a union between a man and woman. They say, oh, you need to get you need to make that a marriage and put God in your marriage and report back to us and actually, make these conditions in which, the relationship has to be based on the God. You do the same things when we die, right? You tell the stories about, oh, don't worry, grandma's with heaven. And same with the kids. You grab them as soon as they pop out of the womb, and you're like, oh, let's start early on these kids. The most important thing is they got to adopt this belief. It's a little much, right?
If we hadn't been stuck to the law of God and been fruitful to multiply, you might not even exist.
No, I wouldn't exist if you actually
You're making a causal argument.
I'm making a point.
Human beings were being fruitful and multiplying long before we even
Religion.
had the ability to put fucking word to paper.
Squirrels do it.
That's just a bad argument.
Yeah, we have to make the distinction between a historical argument and a causal argument, right? So we can.
That's
say
what I was.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Throughout history, it is true that religion has played this role. It doesn't mean that without this role there wouldn't be anything else, or that without this role we wouldn't be better, worse, or equally where we are. This is something that's the difference between a historical argument and a causal
I would
argument.
argue that without the Lord, you wouldn't.
That's what I was trying to say to the guy.
Nothing would.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. Like these natural processes, like these things that we care about as humans, like procreating. Right there, the theist comes in and say, "Oh well, if it wasn't for our commandments of be fruitful and multiply, like the Native Americans wouldn't have existed."
Well, you just proposed the opposing station to that. I think that's completely unfair because you have zero metric to say that if Christianity did not exist, we would be traveling at light speed by now. You have absolutely nothing to base that on.
Well,
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
If I wasn't a distracted,
Christianity targeted against change.
Holy moly, you guys! You got to take turns.
Just to finish, recognize a good argument when it hits you in the face, guys. That was a good point. Whoever made that point, good job.
What's the point? What's the point?
The point is that by the same turn, if you argue that it's a historical argument to say that that we wouldn't be where we are if we didn't have Christianity, fruitful and multiply, it's a bad argument. You can also say that if Christianity was there, we would be traveling at light speed. We have no idea. That's just,
you can't make that argument.
No, it's a
it's sort of demonstrable. Like if you stop, if you're driving across country, like you want to stop.
Stop, guys.
All right, let me just finish my story. If you want to drive across the country, but you stop every so often to play a video game or to pray, you're going to get there across the country a lot later, right? I mean, some guys who are dedicated to like not having any distractions, they'll keep a bottle in their lap, right? They won't even stop to take a restroom break. Right, so it's demonstrably the case that if you distract yourself,
what you're saying,
it's worse than that. It's worse than that, Wise Ape. It's worse than that.
Okay, Nivik, go ahead. Why is it worse than that?
Because it argues against change. It's rigid in upholding cultural norm. Anything different, you'd be burnt at the stake as a witch. It's not. Not only are you like not getting in the car and moving, you can't even think different.
So let me address both of the things. So I'll work backwards. I'll start with Nivik and I'll move to Wise Ape. What you're saying, Nivik, is kind of arguing that without a free speech, secular framework, there's no ability to re-question yourself. But before Christianity, there were non-Christian movements. So you're just arguing for secularism. You're saying if we had secularism all the years we had Christianity, then X, Y, or Z. That's not the same thing as saying if no Christianity, therefore would be light speed. That's not the same thing. And for Wise Ape, you're actually not demonstrating anything. You are simply making an analogy about. The analogy would be that the passage through time and civilizations is similar to a road. And by the same logic, if I stop and pray on the road, if I stop and pray in society, therefore I'm not getting anywhere. The reason why your analogy fails is that time and societal development is not distance in the road. I don't think it can be measured that way. Secondly, it doesn't make sense to think about it as some sort of like destination where there's an end goal to society in the same way that you have an end goal to your destination. So the analogy falls apart and doesn't actually demonstrate anything.
There is an end goal. There is an end goal. The end goal is like the afterlife, right?
May I
I gave an example earlier with the plague, and where people thought to deal with it, you have to be more rigid and strict in upholding norms and ethics, and people who were acting loosely in a liberal way, they'd be killed, and people were killing each other and burning each other at the stake. You couldn't really think differently in order to deal with the problem. It was when people were so strict in their faith, and that more harm came from it than good. They end up shifting. Religion burnt itself out.
Okay,
they end up having to shift from their strict cultural norms. Yeah.
Right. So I say that your metric is completely unfair because you have no list or measurements to compare it against to say that absolutely beyond a shadow of a doubt that Christianity has had an overall negative effect on the world. Further, I would like to add that there are significant historical events that can be contributed to the institution of Catholic Christianity, which are responsible for the formation of the world we have today. For instance, I would like to highlight the Battle of Lepanto in 1571 was a naval battle between the Ottoman Turks and the Christian West. That naval battle and Catholics winning that battle is responsible directly for the formation of the West as we have it today. That, take it how you want, that can go into another conversation about whether the West has a solid system about itself. But the fact that you and I are sitting here today and having that conversation can be demonstrably and historically traced back to actions that were taken by people who profess to be Christians. Simultaneously, you cannot draw any kind of negative effect today that you and I can observe that goes back to the existence of Christianity itself. It's impossible. Like, I don't understand where that argument.
Hold on. You're saying we cannot point to any negative effects of Christianity?
Not over all time. I'm saying he said, right, his original point, the thing he said, or that both of them were implying is that without Christianity, humanity would be better off.
Well, also those men who won the war.
Hold on, real quick, wise though. Like to that point though, I mean, like, so when you make a statement to the level of we can't point out to anything negative as a result of Christianity, currently. I know, not like you said, not through all of time, but like in the place we find ourselves now, right? Is that where you're going? There's no negatives.
I was drawing that back. Perhaps there certainly is some kind of example somewhere that leads to something we can observe now. But his initial point was the non-existence of Christianity would be fundamentally beneficial to the advancement of the human race. I argue that.
Oh yeah. That's.
Well, his point was because this happened before. Then that's why we're in a better place now. And I'm not saying that's not because of. It's despite of. You can learn from the mistakes of Christianity.
Niv, you did talk for a good while, but
I'm clarifying my point that he's claiming that I made.
But Jericho,
let him finish before you clarify.
He was
just real quick, wise. Let Jericho just finish before you guys.
No, he was finished.
No, so the last thing I was saying, right? So your initial point, as I understood it, forgive me if I'm wrong, the non-existence of Christianity would be fundamentally beneficial to the advancement of the human race. I believe that can be fairly implied based upon the statements that you made initially. My argument is that there is no metric to compare that against, while simultaneously, I would argue that there is a metric that the existence of Christianity, specifically as an institution, in that example that I brought up, has resulted in observable positive effects. And to loop back around into what I was saying before it became a big argument, the Christian lifestyle is observably selfless and compassionate and unconditionally loving. I don't believe that is negative in any effect, nor does it hinder the advancement or progression of humanity.
Yeah, you could weigh the misinterpretation of not coming to conclusions on what is or what isn't, and having to fight out in brutal war. With you leaning away from the Christian worldview of reasoning, where you could to a scientific, where you could conclude what is and what isn't based off of evidence. The more the humanity moved away from a Christian worldview, the better it became. Evidently, like how you see now. That's why civilization advanced to where it is.
Would you say that humanity overall is in a better position now than it was, say, 1,500 years ago?
Not because, not because of
100%.
Christianity, despite of it. I mean, like,
okay, so
it's not through the guidance of it. It's through its more through its errors.
So you might
I'm not
one second.
any of that. I'm trying to take you step by step so that I can understand your perspective here.
One second,
Right?
Jericho, though, because I think let me get maybe I'll help clarify. Are you making Nivik? Are you making a distinction between people's personally held beliefs versus like Christian institutions running governments? Because as we moved away from Christian institutions running government, that did help society.
That's what I said.
So you're talking about institutions like the Catholic Church, the king having the divine right. Are we talking about that type of stuff, or are we simply talking about the existence of Christianity?
Well, the people in the government, and the way I do give credit to Christianity through its fuck up, right? But you don't necessarily have to f up to know what's right. You can be more logical, and if you had more of a logical framework when it comes to knowing what to do and what not to do, instead of this mythological one, you didn't have to go through all of the f ups that you went through. So people more like, okay, that's what the Enlightenment was about. It was about, this Christian thing ain't working. After the Reformation, we're slaughtering each other because we can't interpret it, what is or what isn't, because it's all over religious interpretation. Let's more have a scientific view when it comes to what is and what isn't.
Do you think law?
That's why America was formed. America wasn't a Christian country. It's a secular, based off the Enlightenment.
Nivik, do you think that people take a scientific approach today to interpret like geopolitical law?
Take a scientific approach for geopolitical law.
How do you think the judges at the Supreme Court interpret our Constitution?
Based off of evidence.
What's the evidence that they interpret it off? What's the document that they look
I mean, that's what a judge does, right? You have to bring evidence, right?
No, the lawyer brings evidence.
To the judge.
Yeah, and the judge makes a ruling. How does a judge decide whether the rule... They look at the Constitution. So 400 years ago, some nations' constitutions were the Christian Bible. The papals, the church, the kings all looked at that to guide their decisions about what is the fundamental truth or guiding principles of the nation that we're a part of.
Yeah, ours is based off the Enlightenment.
Yeah, ours. That's not the way the Christian. That's not the way it is today, and I'm cool with that. That was a great movement. But I think that there's too big. If Christianity never existed, we don't know that we would be here today.
That's impossible. People will always be religious to some degree.
Without Christianity and the institution that it built, we don't know if we would have this type of governance. But we can't make these counterfactuals. And I think that's what Jericho was trying to get at.
That's where I was trying to get at with the Renaissance and Enlightenment.
Were you actually trying to get at the fact that we can't...
Because we moved away from religious to a more reasoning worldview, you had the advancement of society.
Okay, Nivek.
100%. I think you're missing the point, Niv.
Okay.
I mean, it'd be the same thing as saying, like, if we didn't have the ancient Sumerians, we wouldn't be where we are right now. The same thing.
But this is the point he's making. He's making. I'm explaining my logic. I'm not making an assumption. I'm not saying because this thing happened before that means this is what we have to thank that to what to the good we have now. I'm saying, well, that might not necessarily be the case. Just because this thing happened before doesn't mean that you have to thank for it. Yeah, but I'm explaining the logic behind my claim. I'm not just saying like, oh, just because this happened before, this happened afterwards. It has to do with
yes, but I think the point that's being made though, Niv, is like, yes, I agree with you. Just because we have the outcome right now that we have doesn't mean it had to be that way. But because we do live in a deterministic universe, everything that happened before us is the determining factor on the state that we find ourselves in now, correct?
Yeah, but I'm saying,
Well,
like,
good
have to do in what way? Does it have to do in it being a mess up, or does it have to do in its guiding principle? And he's stealing claims of scientific advancement, and he's giving it to religion.
Hey, let me cut in here.
When did I do that? I never did that.
Hey, it's a little bit of an overreach, though, to attribute everything to Christianity. Those men who won the war, right, that you say were Christians, they had other positions also that they held, right? And to just ascribe, like, if you want to say, like, oh, Ford Motor Company, it's the best, like Ford. No, there's like other condition, like there's the fucking automobile. Right, and you could call it a Tesla. You could give other brand. You could brand it as anything. Like, and for Don, like, if you want to say like, oh, these men, their constitution was the Bible, and this is what they would refer to. But partially, it was like more like a prop, right? But they held other positions, right? They didn't entirely live their lives based on like the Bible, right?
Wait, can I respond to that?
If they had their way, we'd be on horseback.
Yeah,
if
go ahead,
if religious
respond
people in the past had their way, we'd be in mud huts. We'd be on horseback.
Why is Ape said is that it's a false analogy? Because you're making a one-to-one comparison with cars when Christianity is simply not Islam, man.
You're having an
the difference between Rubru is not the same as fucking Islam and Christianity or being a Christian.
The analogy is not really false. Like, these men wore wigs, or they wore pants, right? They didn't wear sandals. They had so many positions that weren't like because of Christianity, right? It's like
So
it's
so
branding.
I think you're going to the idea of like sometimes when different states go to war, like, yeah, it might be like there might be like Christian undertones to it, but at the same time there could be people during the Crusades who are poor and they're like, oh, this is going to be the way that I'm going to make a nut. Right. And this is going to take care of my family for the rest of my life. If I go to war and do this, the king is going to pay me this amount of money. There's all sorts of reasons why people take specific actions. And it's not all based on piety of the Christian religion. And I think that's where Wise Ape is going.
Yeah, they want to claim credit for the greatest things, right? And then sweep under the rugs the things that aren't so great.
I believe that's entirely an unfair representation of the perspective that I was presenting. I believe what was initially being supposed is that the existence of Christianity has fundamentally hindered the advancement of the human race. My argument was that cannot be true, as we can demonstrate how it is not true.
I think you're projecting about the unfair position, that I was making. It's a straw man.
Wise Jericho was highlighting that he was not saying that Christianity is the reason why everything is as great as it is right now. He did not say that. And so were you bringing that up? That's you projecting or putting words into his mouth about what he was meaning. What Jericho was saying, that one does not have the ability to claim, well, you might have the ability, but he does not think that some people have the ability to claim that Christianity is the reason, is the reason why everything was not faster or better than it is today. That you can't make that argument. And
he was saying that.
And in response to that, he said, because I can point to specific things that I can give you, demonstrate to you specific things that have happened because of Christianity that have benefited today. And in response to that claim, you brought up your analogy about the road in the car as a demonstration. That's a demonstration. That's an analogy. That's
well, I'd have to go back because the position. I don't even think that was my original position. It was something like that, right? But I'm just pointing out that he bastardized my position just as badly as I might have bastardized his.
Well, I understood your position to say, you gave the road analogy. So I think it was very clear what you meant, which was that if Christianity was not around, society would have been way further down the road in a better place. And you couldn't, and that's you said it would be, and you gave the analogy until I'm going to demonstrate it with this road analogy. That's not a demonstration. That's an analogy. So you have the floor right now to demonstrate that.
Well, I don't know why the analogy isn't like that's what analogies are. They're not one to one. I was just demonstrating that it's observable that
I did that though. I said that people couldn't come together.
When you waste time on something that you're going to be, if you're headed towards a goal and you take a stop, maybe you need a rest to get there. But if you are distraction means that your task is going to take longer to do.
Okay, let me explain to the difference between an analogy and a demonstration. If you're like in an engineering class and you have to build a building, and I tell you, come for your final and demonstrate this popsicle building you have built, and you come to class, and I walk up and I talk about, oh, here's a video of my popsicle building standing. Here's me putting on weight. I have demonstrated that my popsicle structure has held up. And you stand in front of the class and you say, I'm going to demonstrate it. I want you to think about a popsicle building like a bunch of interlocking pieces. And these interlocking pieces, we can think about them like a fabric. And when they interlock properly, they're really strong and withstand a lot of pressure. That's an analogy. What I would have done would have been a demonstration. Do you see how what you just did wasn't a demonstration, but an analogy?
Well, I just said it's a demonstrable fact about, I'm not articulating this the best, but about reality, that if you take a break or you're distracted, whatever task you are doing is going to be put on pause.
Well, by your logic, being a Christian is being locked in and not distracted. You're with the Holy Spirit.
It's being distracted with snake oil and false promises.
No, you're locked in. No bullshit. No sin. That's
it's all bullshit.
Wise Ape, would you please give me an example of how the mere existence of Christianity?
I think it's a sin to follow Christianity because the old Mosaic laws. I think it would be very sinful to kill your wife, kill your offspring, kill your friends if they secretly entice you to worship another god. Right? I think it would be a sin to cannibalize your children because a god forced you to, for disbelieving or thinking that God was wicked, as the Torah advocates for. Right? I think it would be a sin to slaughter. I think it would be a sin to commit infanticide and slaughter all these people and then take child sex slaves, for as spoils of war, right? And not a sin as the Christian would define it, as in disobeying the God.
Christians take children for spoils.
Let's
Islam does that, bro.
No. That's your disgusting fucking
I would like
book.
to answer the question that was posed in opposition to his question, right? Wise Ape, can you please provide us with an example in line with your initial statements that the mere existence of Christianity has hindered the progression of the human race, or otherwise distracted, as you used in your analogy?
Okay, I can use an anecdotal thing, right? I'm wasting my fucking time here talking about this shit instead of actually working on a rocket. Okay?
So stop wasting your time. So stop wasting your time and fuck off.
Yeah, the existence of
hold on.
brother.
Not
Bojan.
just this, not just this specific conversation, but my entire life has been derailed by religion. Okay, absolutely derailed and destroyed by religion. So there's a real world example for you. That's my truth and my personal testimony.
Yeah. So,
How could you fuck
Wise,
off everybody
I just want to
everywhere?
hold on, Wise. I just want to point out though, like a lot of like initial scientific breakthroughs came from like Christian and like Islamic foundational scholars. So,
Well, they also
like,
came from people who had digestive systems, Scott.
I know, but I do know.
I don't get your point, though.
Here's one thing that we can look at, but I still don't think you can say it's just because of Christianity. Like we can look at stem cell research that George W. Bush banned in the early 2000s.
Christ, first of all.
A lot of Christians in the United States were not.
Trolling. That's what.
I'm sorry. I'm drunk. I'm sorry. I'm really fucking sorry. I'm
Dude,
breaking any rules
Dangles,
right now.
Dangles, no, you're not. I love you. I love you. Just think twice. Remember that you have to think twice because you're drunk.
All right, gentlemen.
Somebody can believe in something that's real and believe in something that's not real at the same time.
We're getting into the weeds here.
I just want to circle back, though. The God of the Bible, not just Islam, advocates for child sex slavery in multiple accounts throughout the Old Testament.
I have a question which maybe offer some clarification.
Wow, what a mess.
Show one biblical verse that actually proves that point that you're making.
Let's do it. No, I like this. I'm going to take a little moderation real quick. Who made the claim that the Christianity in the Old Testament advocate for child sex slavery? Who was it?
Me.
Okay. So Wise right now, mute, take your time, find the quote you're looking for, and we'll get back to it. The second you have that
watch
quote,
the movie again. Why don't you guys watch it? Right? Read it.
It's in the Old Testament. I can say
you're the one. Go ahead,
Just
pick it up, guys. Pick it up.
It's in Deuteronomy, I think, or I don't forget.
Yeah, multiple accounts. I watched the movie. I'm not going to replay and go through my notes.
Okay.
Down is right, guys.
We can only move forward if we're willing to back up and demonstrate our claims. Without demonstrations of our claims, we're not going to move anywhere. We can't just keep throwing analogies around.
People jump in whenever you try to do that.
Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Move forward. Either Wise Ape or Vesper, go ahead, find it. I cannot wait for you guys to find it.
Okay, sure.
We can move on to another point. Once you find it, literally just unmute, be like, I got it, and like yell, and then we'll all shut up. Okay.
It's not just finding it, it's multiple places. It's all throughout.
All right.
Well, find the best one. You don't need every single one of them. Get the best one.
Get the best, exactly. I do want to ask Jericho, if you don't mind, and also Buck. I think at some point we were talking about the different demonstrations of where Christianity has like helped or been where, and I think Buck brought some places that he thinks Christianity might have been helpful. Do you know, Jericho, any areas you think that Christianity has been detrimental in the development of where you think society should go forward to, or has been hurt, in your opinion?
Absolutely, I do. Because I was
sharing some of those.
Yes, sir. As an institution, obviously being ran by men, there is a distinction from the Christian perspective of the authority of the institution and the authority of the men. The men within the institution, time and time again in history, have made horrendous decisions that have affected the world at large. I originally brought my points up because his statement was an absolute, that the mere existence of Christianity hindered the advancement of humanity. I don't believe the mere existence of Christianity has hindered that advancement, but I do believe there have been instances where it hindered the general advancement of society at the time, as well as instances where it aided in the progression of humanity at the time, it's an unfair statement.
So, does anyone want to respond to that?
Yes.
Yeah, just look. It happens every Sunday when they congregate.
So I heard Vesper say yes first, and then I heard Nivik. And
what is the
Wise.
civilizing factor within Christianity?
Oh wait. So, bro, take a second, think about what you're going to say, and then I'll let you in right after Vesper.
Me?
So what is the civilizing factor within Christianity that you're talking about?
The civilizing factor within Christianity is the moral tenets that its followers are commanded to observe. So when you follow those tenets honestly and you live by those commandments, what you have is a civilized individual who operates by a strict moral code that cannot be argued to be malicious in any way, because that moral code includes a rule set that requires you as the follower to be completely selfless, to practice unconditional love for all people, and to be patient and forgiving with all people. That absolutely is not malicious whatsoever.
Okay. Is it an improvement over the ethical system of Judaism, would you say?
Old world Judaism, I would say yes. I can't speak to modern Judaism because I don't know exactly how that religion evolved. But in terms of the start of Christianity and how it contradicted old world Judaism, that's why Jesus was crucified in the first place, because his teachings,
You're a heretic. I'm the real Christian.
So his teachings allowed us to view that rigid religious perspective of old world Judaism in a different way. They were very legalistic and by the book. Things like circumcision, for that matter, were looked at as super serious. But Jesus came along and sort of revolutionized the religion in a way that erased those conceptions that were held by old world Judaism.
Okay, Vesper, do you have anything else? Another rebuttal? Because this is the flow is good.
That was wonderful. That guy is very smart.
You have the flow. You want to go, Vesper?
Yeah. So, would you say it was an ethical improvement over secular ethics at the time, like humanistic ethics?
Define secular ethics at the time of the institution of Christianity, please.
Like among Greeks or something, Greek philosophers.
I do think Christianity was an improvement on Greek philosophy specifically because the Roman system of governance was heavily based upon Greek ideas. Rome in general at that time had become inherently and foundationally Greek because they adopted many of its teachings, principles, and ideas. Even the gods were simply just renamed. And the demonstrable effects of Roman governance at that time, being inherently Greek, were tyrannical and opposed to a natural state of individual liberty in every way. So Christianity came and opposed that, at least Christ's teachings when followed honestly.
But before you respond, I just want to bring something to note, and the room can take it over they want to take it, is that there were benefits under Roman rule that under Christian rule other nations did not enjoy. And I think that was a nice narrativization, but I think it was devoid of both sides of that historical reality of what was actually happening during that time. I think it was a nice narrative, a little preachy, right? So let me just finish my main thought, and I think we can also think an interesting way that Nietzsche talks about the rise of Christianity in that region was that people usually talk about Christianity as a religion of virtues. He actually saw that as a religion of resentment, as what ended up happening is that those who couldn't do saw it wrong to do so.
Well, Nietzsche converted, right?
I don't care if Nietzsche converted. Doesn't make a difference.
Well, I'm saying you're quoting a perspective that he held before he had a full understanding of what he was talking about. When he had a perspective that I think is more. I think he's talking about perspective is more relevant. That's not relevant. If when I die on my deathbed, I convert to Islam. He didn't convert on his deathbed.
Doesn't matter. If I convert to Islam in 5 years,
he spent close to 15 years studying.
Okay. Hold on, Jericho. You need to let Don finish.
If I converted to Islam in 5 years and lived the rest of my life as a devout Muslim, quoting what I'm saying here today and what I've said in the years past to this year doesn't change because I ended up converting to Islam. That's irrelevant. I still think that Nietzsche's genealogy of morals, showing that Christianity was built on a type of resentment as opposed to a type of virtue, is a good analysis and one worth considering.
Well, my argument to that is that you're considering an earlier perspective that he held before he.
I'm looking right here. I apologize to interrupt, but I'm looking right here, and it says no. Friedrich Nietzsche did not convert. I've asked ChatGPT, and I've looked on Google. I can't find where he has.
Interesting, because I was taught, and perhaps I'm wrong. Hold on. I do apologize. Yes, no, I do apologize. I am wrong. I was thinking of Dostoevsky.
Okay.
I was
Interesting. Well, I'm going to add that even if you are wrong, it doesn't matter because the thing is, even if you are wrong, it doesn't matter because that argument didn't matter to begin with.
Okay, well, I would still argue against your position and even Nietzsche's position that it's not
cool.
Because, as I've stated earlier, Christianity, as observable when someone is honestly following these tenets, produces a strong moral structure for the individual to follow that is based. Yeah, it is based on selflessness and unconditional love and forgiveness.
Selfish. Want to be a heretic,
early Christianity. I think you're
the text to say that, right? If you want to,
anointed by God's selfishness.
There's too many people talking.
Guys,
or anything.
We have to stop talking over each other, you guys. Please.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't want to eat up the room. I know there's a lot of people who want to speak. I think that you and I, Jericho, we can continue this Nietzsche talk maybe later if people want to do it. I know Nivik definitely has something that he wants to say. Oh, Bo, you wanted to say something, right? Because you wanted to agree with Jericho. How about say what you wanted to say, Bo, and then Nivik, you can respond to Bo Jangles Jr.
Well, I have a question.
Sounds good.
It's like, what is secular morality? Because my view of secular morality,
Bo, we can't hear you.
Super Machiavellian. It's Machiavellian. It's narcissistic. It's not. What is secular morality as opposed to Christian morality, which I believe is superior?
Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead, Nivik. Then whoever wants after.
I'd say if you're grounded in truth and whatever it is you're trying to do, and communicating and coming together, you can come to an agreement where you don't have to kill each other because of your mythological interpretations and the secular. If you're building something and it's grounded in fact, there's less likely chaos that'll come of it, right? It'll be sound in its structure. Now, if I build like a tower and it was about my fields and what in my loose religious interpretation, the whole city will collapse. You have chaos, and that's what you had with religion. And that's why we had to move from religion to a more secular, logic-based world. So because civilizations were growing and they were emerging, and they had their cuckoo interpretations of what is and what isn't, and that wouldn't work, right? So you had to have people grounded in logic and in order to communicate. That's how come I'm saying it's destructive and it's anti-change and
Can I react?
And it's selfish. Like people use religion to oppress and to uphold hierarchy.
I actually let Bo respond, and then Wise, you can join in afterwards. I want to hear
the
Bo.
The thing is about what Nivik is saying. Like I see where you're coming from, but that's a very postmodernist view. The original conversation, despite me being drunk, like the original conversation is about why Christianity will build a better civilization, and so Christianity is the forefront of our meta narrative, right? Our meta narrative being like the hero, like progressing upon his trials and tribulations, becoming a better person and overcoming Satan, right? That's being better than before, right? I don't think any part of secular morality, like you frame it, as if I don't think secular morality is the way you frame it is better than Christian morality.
Before we continue, before Wise Ape comes in,
would have all the positive things from any kind of religious view, but none of the
better.
1 second, Bo.
I can finish what I was saying.
1 second, Bo. Hart, can you just wait? Because Wise Ape has been wanting to say something.
Oh, okay, sure.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep the room clean. I apologize.
You're good.
Wise, what do you want to respond to Bo Jangles Jr. about that?
I think Nivik had a great point, right? about moving to secular practices, right? Because religion had its opportunity, right? And when people realize that, oh, when I pray about it, the mountain never is casted into the sea. So we had to develop these secular practices where we developed the cat, the caterpillar that will actually, and technologies like TNT that would actually, move mountains, right? Because the religious claims, these practices, aren't demonstrably true. None of them. Not a single fucking one.
Okay, Tart.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it seems like, as far as I can tell, secular morality, anything virtuous about like religious morality, secular morality will have that minus all the negative effects. So, for instance, religious morality is going to be holding you to like doctrinal ideas about people from like marriage to homosexuality to all sorts of things that most of us are going to go, yeah, why would that be immoral?
They're the same. It
doesn't seem like there's a good answer to like why those kinds of things are immoral. And so secular morality, it's just going to be like the kinds of morality that we would normally have, minus all the religious doctrinal morality. All the things that are like actually bad about Christian morality. It's just secular morality is just religious morality minus all the bad stuff.
Bo, have you read the secular? You can respond right after. Bo, have you read into secular humanist morals or the secular humanist manifesto or different types of secular?
What exactly is that?
Well, those are documents written by either thinkers or leaders of movements that try to create moral frameworks, how to live your life from a secular framework, humanism.
But what are we talking about? Aren't we talking about how to create a better civilization and how
Yes.
Christianity created that?
Not necessarily.
No
I think the conversation shifted a
even if you're
bit.
secular or not, denies the fact that Christianity has done that.
No,
people did deny
Christianity doesn't do that.
If Christianity had its way, we would be on horse.
But what you're arguing is that
One second, Bo.
morality.
Yeah,
And
I guess I'm just.
it's a step up from Christianity.
So I would say if you haven't read that or looked into it, it might be worth looking into. I know Jericho wanted to say
No, you can
something.
go ahead and explain it to me, man.
Oh, you guys want to keep kids? So it's Tart, Nivik, Wise, or Tart? Do you guys want to? Since it seems like you guys are three main components.
You're an amazing moderator.
Do you guys want to continue talking about it, or Tart? Do you want to explain what morals are?
I was just refuting the idea that we can accredit Christianity for our progress as a society, right? Like I said, religion failed when it said pray about it, and the mountain will jump into the sea, right? It didn't work.
That's not Wise. I'm gonna have to mute you because we're moving back in the conversation instead of developing it forward. So now we're talking about what are secular morals. So if you don't want to actually help Bo get that, which will give Jericho or maybe even Noel a way to get back into the conversation,
I explained what that was earlier.
I'd kind of like to hear what Tart.
They asked that like 5 minutes ago.
We can talk about like the specific kinds of considerations are going to be around things like empathy. It's going to be built around other things like sort of like a consideration that we're all equal, the equality of man. Right? These are the kinds of things that is birthed out of the Enlightenment movements in the end. Enlightenment, at the time of the Enlightenment, though, there was a lot of mingling of Christianity, a lot of mingling of religiosity.
You have to do that.
And those
you can't just switch off from religion like that.
Nivik, you can't do that. Nivik, you can't
you gotta not yell at me, man. I appreciate it. I partly agree with you, but like at the same time, the idea is that like you build this system, but you're gonna build it around things like empathy. Rather than building it around a god, I think it's better to build it around empathy, don't you?
Yeah, empathy is God.
I don't think God. I think that God is just whatever's convenient in the moments. Those kinds of views. Like it's just like, what is God? God is love. God is happiness. God is logic. God is like some rule set. God is just anything that's convenient. I don't think God is empathy. That's just ridiculous.
Okay, well, without God, who's holding you accountable for secular morality when you're empathetic?
I don't think like punitive.
Who's saying you're not psychopathic?
If you're gonna ask a question, Bo, let him answer. But I also want Jericho to come and say, "Is your God simply empathy.
over there.
Yeah, I would say to answer his question, I don't think punitive punishment is going to be necessary for you to have an ethical system. Like, it could be the case that nobody punishes you for it, and yet you still have reasons to do things. Like, for instance, these kind of considerations are like metaphysically very similar to like epistemic reasons. So, like, when we have a reason to behave or a reason to believe something, these are the kinds of things that no one's going to punish me if I don't believe something that's correct. Right? There's no punishment for it, and yet still I have reasons to do so. And so I don't see that even if we have reasons for our behavior, ethical, what we call ethics, reasons to behave in specific ways, that doesn't necessarily commit me to saying, "Oh, I have to be punished." And I actually don't. I don't think that punishment is justice. Generally, I think that these kinds of things are just unjust. Like, for instance, putting people in hell is going to be unjust by its very nature. And so if you do that, you are immoral. So.
I want to answer the without God question. How you know it's moral?
Man,
because with the fact, we could all come to a conclusion, and we don't have to chop off each other's heads of saying what is or what isn't by me imposing my will. With people who have different interpretations, that's where it can't be grounded, where their views can't align. You'd end up having the only way to convince the other is to impose your will.
Okay.
Yeah, man. But here's the thing, man. If
Jericho wanted to get in. He's been really being really patient. Unmuting, remuting.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right. So I would like to reply to Tart to two things. You mentioned that the influence of religion on morality, and I guess in the context of the conversation we're having, religious influence, which in the proper context, the Christian influence on morality cannot be observed to be malicious or negative in any way for the reasons I previously described, because what the Christian religious influence on morality is overwhelmingly positive. And to note on what Bo was talking about, I don't believe he intended to say who will punish you for going against this morality, but it's more a reference to the conscience and the overall feeling, for lack of a better word or description, that you feel when you go against this inherent morality. And we know that morality is not relative, because I cannot walk up to you if you have a child and say it is perfectly good for me to kidnap your child. The common understanding that is inherent in an overwhelming majority of people is that it is not good to kidnap that child. And while I understand there are people who may be psychologically or psychiatrically deficient, in which in their case their perspective of morality may switch, the exception does not make the rule. And I think overall it's safe to say that there absolutely is conscience within a large majority of people that enforces this non-relative morality.
I'm a moral realist, so I actually agree with that last part. I never said anything about relativity. You maybe try responding to the position that I proposed. I didn't say anything about relativity of any kind. So, but to respond to the previous parts, the parts where you're talking about how Christianity had no negative effects on morality, that's just very obviously false. I think it's so painfully. Look at the gay community. What the Christians did to the gay community. Let's just start there.
What did the Christians do to the gay community?
Let's just start there. Well, the Christian mentality about the ethics around homosexuality has caused people to, by and large, kill themselves and harm themselves, and other people have harmed them too. And they've harmed them in God's name, believing that because this thing is immoral, it's good for them to harm gay people. This is very obviously just not a good influence when it comes to that.
Okay, so let me ask you.
That's not to say that Christianity, but that's not to say that Christianity doesn't have. If I could just finish, I'll let you talk the whole time. I didn't interrupt you. But that's not to say that Christianity's its entirety. That's not to say that its entirety is somehow negative. I think there were positive influences from Christianity. And I say this as an atheist. That doesn't entail anything about the fact that it is negative in some aspects. But all I was saying was that any kind of negativity that Christianity has put forward, secularism essentially cleans that up and keeps all the good stuff and throws out all the bad.
Okay,
not out without
I'd argue secularism
please let me reply, please. Just one thing, please. What you just described is not the negative effects of Christianity on morality. What you described in your example is the negative effects that individuals with their own personal perspective on what Christianity demonstrates cause that harm. It caused them to bully gay people and to force their beliefs on them. That is individual actions that is not reflective of the true tenets of Christianity. This is the point.
One second, everyone.
I don't have
everyone.
Christian fallacy.
Yes. So Tart is 100% right. This is a no true Scotsman fallacy. This is very similar to saying capitalism has nothing to do with the way the U.S. governs itself. It's like saying communism had nothing to do with the USSR. It's like saying Islam has nothing to do with the way that Iran decides to govern itself. That Judaism has nothing to do with the way Israel decides to govern itself, and the actions of people in this group. They weren't really Christians. They weren't really Muslims. They really weren't communists. They really weren't capitalists. This, to me, is a no true Scotsman fallacy, and what it does is it disingenuously divides and disconnects a population, ideology, and this is something that is dishonest to do.
I understand what you're saying, but I only argue that it's not disingenuous because there is a clear distinction within Christendom. As we were talking about hours ago now, there is a clear distinction between a Catholic viewpoint, between an Orthodox viewpoint, and between a Protestant viewpoint. A lot of the persecution against gay people came from Protestants, which if you ask a Christian, if you ask a Catholic Christian, is fundamentally un-Christian and is a different ethos. So when we're talking about Christianity, please let me finish, please. Please let me finish. Please
let him finish.
When we're talking about Christianity, you have something. For example, Mormonism. I have a very good friend of mine who's a Mormon. He claims he's a Christian. He claims to follow Christ, but I do not believe he is a Christian because his doctrine that he follows. His doctrine that he follows is fundamentally opposed to the Christian doctrine that I follow. So when I say, from my Catholic perspective, that you cannot blame Catholic Christianity for the persecution that was done by Protestant Christians.
I got the words of Christ. Okay, to show how.
I can't speak.
I'm muted wisely.
Go ahead. That's literally the definition of a no true Scotsman, though, that you just put out. Right. Like me as a Catholic Christian, like I consider other people who are these other different forms of Christianity. They're not true Christians because they don't believe the same way that I do. That is the no true Scotsman fallacy.
It's not that simple. And this is what I'm trying to represent to you. You wouldn't have an understanding of the framework because you're not Christian. But this is what
Isn't God supposed to be the ultimate judge?
May I please finish? This is what I was saying earlier in one of our other separate conversations is that the Christians like to shoot themselves in the foot. You can call what you're doing Christianity. That doesn't make it true Christianity, because what Christianity is and again, it becomes a Christian conversation, and I could sit here and argue with even Christians about this very fact, or people who call themselves Christian, because there is a fundamental difference. If I hit you or no,
I actually want to step in too because you did respond to me. I want to.
Well, I would also like to.
I'd like to be able to reply. So, do you think that the Catholic Church has been innocent of crimes against homosexual people?
The Catholic Church, defined as an institution instituted by Christ, is completely innocent. Who is not innocent are fallible people who participate in that institution who commit those crimes. This is
very confusing. I'm sorry. I don't understand.
Okay, let me clarify it. The people who so we all know, I'm not gonna lie, I've heard all about scandals within the Catholic Church with priests who sexually abuse clergy members. Just because those priests are operating within the institution, that does not mean that they are responsible, or that the institution is responsible for their actions.
Were there official things that
are you sure you want to go there?
Were there things were there persecution of homosexuals that was
let them one-on-one real quick
by the Catholic Church? The answer is yes, right? The answer is yes, that there were times where there was persecution that was specifically backed up by the Catholic Church. As another example, we also know that Catholics Now you can sit here and go, there's a distinction between the church and the people. I don't care about that. I'm interested in whether or not Catholicism, because the Protestants can play the same game. We preach love and blah blah blah. Yeah, sure, bullshit. But what they did do is they did treat homosexuals wrong, right? There's no official Protestant church for us to blame anything on. So by your own lights, the Protestant church can't be responsible for it. And yet we all know for a fact that they definitely fucking are.
The people are responsible. The individuals with their abhorrent distortion of a Christian moral set are responsible for those abhorrent actions. That's
just a moment ago, you blamed the Protestant church, and now suddenly you're backtracking.
No. I did not blame
the Catholic Church. You wanted the Catholic.
That's
you
not
said,
what I said.
That's well, I'm interested in what Catholics did, and I'm interested in what the Catholic Church instituted. It absolutely did institute poor treatment of homosexual people, and all the way up until 1986 is when the Vatican finally said that gay people should be treated while disordered, they should be treated with respect and compassion. Even these minor kind of things, talking about treating it as disordered, caused major repercussions socially. These things had direct causation on the way people acted. Catholic-run countries that were largely Catholic, believed that the Catholic Church was anti-gay. And because of that, they put gay people in jail. There was absolutely a negative effect the Catholic Church had. That is undeniable, and I have no idea why you would think otherwise.
So let me define really quick what the church is. The definition of the church from a Christian perspective, as I related.
I think that before you define the institution, can you first do two definitions? Can you define what a Christian is, and then define what is the church according to Christian doctrine? I would like both those definitions, please. I think it's going to help clarify things.
Yes, so a Christian is someone who obeys the tenets of Christ honestly and thoroughly. The Catholic institution is the foundation for these beliefs. The Catholic Church has existed for thousands and thousands of years, and there's been a multitude of people who have been in positions of leadership in that church who had power to abuse. That does not mean, because they abuse their power as individuals, that does not contradict what the institution is intended in its original definition, which still exists and is traceable. People can disobey the rule set. That does not negate the existence of the rule set. So when I say there's a distinction, and people who honestly follow Christ would never, ever, ever persecute a gay person. That's why I say people who claim to be Christian and then walk around and do these abhorrent criminal things, they are not truly Christian, because they are in direct contradiction with what is understood to be basic principles of Christian doctrine.
So if the Catholic Church people, the people who are officiating and are instituting the rules, regulations, all that from the Catholic Church, if they're not the Catholic Church and so they're just not true Christians by your view, who the hell is the Catholic Church at that point? Because I don't know who the hell you're talking about. Because if you just say, it just sounds like you have this vague notion that, of course, I can't attack this vagary.
Sir, it's not vague. It's and this is links all the way back into what we were saying earlier. You have to presuppose to understand my position, right? If I, from my perspective, I am a Christian. I am a Catholic. I believe that what God said and did is true. So if I obey his teachings, I am a Christian. If I listen to the tenets as they were organized by him and by the initial leaders of the church, then I am in adherence to those tenets. As soon as I step out of that lane, I am no longer honestly Christian. I am operating on some random prerogative that I decided on my own because the institution itself is an overhead.
Has the church clergy in an official capacity ever stepped out of being a Christian?
Yes.
Okay, so when you say, say for instance, the Catholic Church instituted rules, and they said things like, they talked about reparative therapy and caused psychological harm. Let's see here, what else? What are the kinds of things? They had the rules that condemn sodomy. All of these things, you think these were unchristian things? Like the condemnation of sodomy is fundamentally unchristian by your view?
Yes. Well, okay. In the way that they enforced it, right? So actually, I can see how this can be confusing. Let me try to define it a little better. It's like the Catholic Church, if you will, is a vehicle. And at multiple times in history, there's been different people within that vehicle. right? Because those people in that vehicle go out and perform certain actions, it does not negate the existence of the vehicle and its intended use. Its intended use is absolute regardless of who's driving it. If I get in a car, the intended use of the car is to take me from A to B. Now, whether I crash that car or I run over someone is my own prerogative.
Okay, sure. So when in the Middle Ages, for instance, during the Inquisition, do you think that the Inquisition, the entirety of the church, the parts that were in favor of these Inquisitions, do you think they were just not Christian?
Not entire parts, and that can go deep into the weeds there, because I even brought up from the Inquisition
It just
earlier.
sounds like what you're doing is you're conveniently cutting people off and going.
Because
if they act like that, and even if it was like the
please let me reply. Please let me reply. I'm saying there is a lane you have to be in that was established from the Christian perspective.
Jericho, I think he understands you. You're kind of just repeating yourself a bit. So
okay, so as well,
I don't think he doesn't understand you. I think he's disagreeing with you.
Imagine if I said.
I just want to highlight the difference. So if you're finding yourself having to repeat yourself, it could be that that he does understand you and is disagreeing. Try to figure out what the disagreement exactly is. Try to probe him instead of just repeating. So probe Tart to figure out where the disagreement is. I think it's going to help you both in this discussion.
Let me give an analogy to help us sort of flesh it out. Imagine I said America has never committed crimes against the rest of the world, and for every instance where you pointed out how America, like Americans in official capacities, as generals, as presidents, as blah blah blah, they did that. And I said no, they weren't true Americans, because if you were a true American, if you followed the true tenets of being an American, you would never do that. So because if they ever acted outside of this capacity, so if they were ever to commit a crime against someone else in the world, or if they were to ever do something, even as a general, even as a president, even if we wage war that was immoral, America has never done anything immoral, right? What do you think that this is problematic?
No, I would say I see what you're saying, and I would say there is a fundamental difference, right? Because to act in a true, from a Christian perspective, right, assuming that you believe the Catholic Church has the authority that it does as the vehicle, there is a strict lane that you have to be in to be acting in an official capacity. If you make an act,
listen to the point.
You're just repeating yourself. I'm asking you for a distinction between the two, and I'm not understanding that.
Dude, I'm trying to explain it to you, man. Look,
okay, I think you're. Hold up, guys. Jericho, I think you're legitimately missing the. You can absolutely hold to the highest belief.
Please, before you misunderstand
Jericho, let Bucky, let CJ finish. CJ just has been sitting there, not saying anything. Just came in to make a point. Let him finish.
Yeah. So before CJ go, Jericho, I just want you to know that I see you. It's very hard to feel misunderstood, and especially around people who are disagreeing with you. So hold yourself in high spirits. Take a breath. You're doing a fantastic job. CJ, say what you got to say, and then right back to Jericho.
Yeah, Jericho, I think it's possibly a misunderstanding. It's not that you're wrong, right? It's not that a Christian is particularly this or that. It's that if people are putting themselves under the guise of Christian, it doesn't matter how genuinely you believe they are or are not Christian, or by what set of facts they are or not Christian. It's the fact that there's this whole group of people that calls themselves Christians, whether you think they're true Christians or not, that are doing this particular set of things. And when other people are talking about Christians, they mean you and everyone else in that group. You might not call them Christians, but to say, oh, well, these guys technically aren't true Christians, is aside from the whole point, because we're not talking about true Christians, you specifically. We're talking about the people that report themselves to be Christians. So you saying, well, that guy's not a true Christian, is aside from the point that someone that says that they're a Christian is doing these things to gay people in the first place. This is the point we're trying to make. We're not saying that they are true or are not true Christians.
And I would
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I would like to say that I don't even think there are such thing as true Christians, and so it doesn't even make sense for me to talk about that.
Please reply, and please bear with me, because I understand there is a fundamental difference in our worldviews that's going to lead to the discrepancy. But let me try to extrapolate it simply. If I claim to be a Republican, but I am acting strictly on a Democrat worldview, taking Democrat actions, I am fundamentally a Democrat, but I'm saying I'm Republican. Does me saying I'm Republican make me a Republican, or does the actions I'm taking make me a Democrat? This is what I'm saying. There is a strict overhead for what it means to be honestly following the Christian tenets.
So let me see. So let me see if I can break this down. What I hear you saying, the Republican one is great. Let's say I am registered Republican. I vote in the Republican primaries. I walk around as I'm Republican, but I have some strong disagreement with the way the current Republicans are running their country. And I think that to be Republican means X, Y, and Z. And I, this time around, voted Democratic on my ballot. Republicans will call me a rhino, a Republican in name only. What this highlights is a descriptive notion of what it means to be Republican. Let's just describe what Republicans are. People who are registered to the Republican Party. As opposed to normatively, or how Republicans should act, and that becomes a little more subjective and individual based. They'll have arguments even within those who are registered as Republicans. So while you have your own standard of what it really truly means to be a Christian, to take those, that's a normative standard. It's not a descriptive one, because a person who's descriptively a Christian or a Catholic is someone who belongs to the Catholic Church. It's someone
No. Okay, so that's
I haven't got to speak yet, so
you go ahead. No, let Noel speak. Nivik, Noel has been quiet.
Not you. Okay.
Not your next.
I didn't get to finish, honestly. Like,
that's okay. That's okay.
I would have asked it.
Take over the whole room with
the conversation has been centered around you this whole time. Let's move it a bit. It's okay. It's not a bad thing. I know you really want to say something, but I really want to give everyone else a chance to be a part of this conversation too. And I tried to give you a lot of airtime because you have a lot of good things to say. And I'm sure that this conversation is going to come right back to you because you're the spark that's keeping it alive. So let's let Noel go and then Nivik go.
Please let me get this. I'm so sorry.
Write it down. I'm telling you, I promise you, just write it down. For me, just write it down and you're going to come back. Even if it's in 5 minutes. Go pee, get a drink of water. You'll come back. You'll get to say whatever it is you want to say.
I would have been done. It's real quick. It's not long.
Nivik and then no. I got to use the bathroom. Someone take over.
I got it. Go ahead.
Nivik?
No, you're up.
Okay. So I have experience with homosexuality and also being a person of faith. So I would like to speak from my experience because I don't want to speak on the larger, ideals. I could speak from my experience.
We have for sure 2 gay people in here, which is me and Tart. So, it's all good. You're good here.
Okay. Woohoo! So, being a person of faith, it's and following Christ, as we are supposed to as Christians, it has been incredibly difficult to live a normal life, given that I'm trying my best to actually please the Lord, and so I'm celibate. So, and that's my choice. It has been incredibly difficult as being a part of the gay community as well because I'm a Christian. So I get judged a lot and picked at and called hateful, a Nazi, things like that. So it's been incredibly difficult on both sides. Now, as far as the faith-based part, I don't have experience with the Catholic Church. I have experience with, the Reformist Baptists, and Methodists, even though Methodists are, a little more moderate. I have been shunned lightly, I'll say, but not nearly called a Nazi. So as far as the morality standpoint, I think that, when it comes to that secular morality of, and I'm not calling, all of the gay community, I'm just talking about my experiences with several people within specifically Atlanta. So, given that secular morality and this says that it's okay in general to label somebody a Nazi because you believe in Jesus Christ, and like accuse me of supporting Trump when I don't even support Trump. I'm not a political person anyway. But my ideals, of course, line up with certain things that are Republican. But anyway, so moving forward, I think when it comes to what Jericho was talking about, I think that really when it comes down to at the end of the day, Christ is going to be the final judge on whether somebody really is a Christian or whether somebody isn't a Christian. I don't think we can correct brothers and sisters of Christ, absolutely, but that has to be done in private first, and then if they don't listen, we take them in front of our church and talk with a few members. Well, not in front of the whole church, but just with a few members. So I think, maybe researching what Christ taught on that and how to properly navigate that would be in not only your best interest, but the best interest of people that you come across in the future.
Well, the thing here that we're pointing out is that the teachings of Christ don't necessarily have to be the teachings of the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is not sola scriptura. They don't believe those things, right? So when they do things and when they act outside of what the Scripture says, as long as it's consistent with the Scripture, that's fine. So if they were to say, for instance, burn people at the stake for being gay, right? The Bible doesn't teach that you should do this. It doesn't do that.
No.
But in their view, it's not inconsistent with the Bible either. It doesn't say you can't do that, right? And so the Catholic Church, when they in the Inquisitions, as a simple example, they did that. They did that, and you can sit here and say, well, it's not a true Christian. You can say that, but all that I'm going to respond is like if I make a grandiose claim about something like no true gay has ever committed a crime in history, and then when you like examine that and go, wait a second, let's talk about let's talk about a couple of these, Ted Bundy or I don't know, like pick not Ted Bundy, sorry, Jeffrey Dahmer. I go, no, he wasn't a true gay. You see, true gays have this specific tenet behind them where they're very effeminate, and they're only the effeminate ones. And I go, okay, well, effeminate ones have committed crimes too. And you go, whoa, it's effeminate, and then there's other things we have in there too. And eventually it becomes just incoherent. It's like, who are you even asking me to criticize at this point? Because you're just saying it can't be criticized. If they ever did anything did anything wrong, then it wasn't the church that did it. And it's like, well, then who the hell was doing it? If that wasn't the church, who was it? They were using church money. They were wearing church clothing. They came from the church. They were appointed by the church. What else? It's like me when I say, hey, if an American general were to commit a war crime, and we say, hey, Americans, America, you committed a war crime when you invaded this country. No, he wasn't a true American. You see, like true Americans have never committed a war crime because they couldn't commit war crimes because then they wouldn't be American. And that's all I'm saying is the true church people would never commit crimes against gay because if they did, they wouldn't be true church members. And it's like, well, that's circular.
And then just real quick, CJ's got his hand up. He's been trying to get in. CJ, go ahead.
How do you put your hand up?
I have my hand physically up. That's what he means.
I didn't even let you up. How do you raise your hand too?
Here's the thing. Before, and somebody has
go to Nivik first. Go to Nivik first.
Saying, it's real quick. No. Ahead, just a quick question with the no true Scotsman. I was just saying, like, if these people whose view of religion who you don't acknowledge as Christian are Catholic, what if you're the only person and everybody else is the majority?
I think we're sort of rabbit trailing here.
So that's a rhetorical question. We can think about that. CJ, what do you got? After CJ, we're going to go to Vesper.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so this is kind of all stemming from what is secular, basing their morality off of. And I just want to say that it's kind of like the no true Scotsman thing for seculars in that, like, not every secular person is basing their morality on the same exact thing. Some people are secular humanists. Some people are utilitarians. Right. Basically, when you ask what is secular morality, you're basically asking, okay, what does every philosopher that wasn't particularly a theist say about morality? Like, it's a huge thing.
There's a clear definition, though.
Yeah.
Well, there's not one secular morality. It's like it's argued.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just like theists arguing about what the
but there is one standard for what Christ-centered morality is.
Yeah, but there's not one theist morality.
Christ-centered. I get that. They're not for theists, sure, but Christ-centered, absolutely.
Do I have a moment?
Well, you have to argue with your fellow Christians about. No, I have to say.
We've got Vesper, and then we've got
let's
Bruce.
let Vesper get in.
We've got Vesper and Bruce. I mean, you got
Wise, and then Wise after Bruce.
Yep.
So I want to reiterate the point that Tart and Bucky were making, which is that there's sort of an ambiguous interpretation of what a true Christian is and whatnot.
I've been trying to give it.
Just trying to tie a bow on this, right? So what Isaiah is saying is that there's an unambiguous, true interpretation of what Catholics Christians should be, but that's something that's evolved over time, and I don't think there's any clear-cut doctrine that's ever been in the church that hasn't changed.
There is.
You're talking about something that doesn't exist.
No, there is a standard. I tried to explain it earlier before we went on this tangent, but other people wanted to speak, so I will loop back around to that. Trust me, I had it written down, and I would love to clarify, but there were a couple people ahead of me.
I think we can get down to this standard, bringing in Bruce next.
Yeah. So anyone in Christ is a new creation. The old passed away, the new has come. That's a Christian standard. 2 Corinthians. Believe on Christ Jesus, and you'll have eternal life. That's Christian. That's the working definition. That should be what everyone uses in Christendom. Anyone who does not use that is anathema. So that's number one. Number two, the standard by which we measure morality has some basis of standard. And the standard for secularists seems to be consensus. Consensus is ever moving. And so in that sense, there isn't a standard. It's a moving target. And it's only the standard for where they live, how they live, what they do, and what those attest to in their land or context. And so in that sense, there is no standard for morality for a secularist. The secularist's morality stems from consensus. Okay, so in that sense, there is a standard, but that standard doesn't stay the same. Number two, Christians or Christian morals have a standard. They disagree on the interpretation of the standard, but that's the position they go back to when they argue the interpretation. And the same for the United States. We have a Constitution. The Supreme Court adjudicates and interprets the Constitution and applies that in the judicial system and the legislative bodies. So the problem here is the moral standard for secularists doesn't stay the same. Now, you can argue that Christians have moved since 1500, since 1000, since 800, since 100. You can argue that they have moved, but the standard that they use is largely the same. Now, Catholics and Protestants and Orthodox have a significant difference in the canon, but they're still reading the same New Testament, and they still come to the same law, even Jews have the same Torah, right? So we have a standard, the 10 words or the 10 commandments. These moral standards are what are being adjudicated and interpreted. So this is the problem that I see.
I have two questions. One, why is it the case that?
Holy crap!
If I could, why is it the case that a non-moving standard is better than a moving one? And two, why presume that as a secularist you're not a realist? Like, it seems like a secularist could in principle
Did you just jump out of line, or am I out of line?
I'm sorry. I thought we were going more fluid, but maybe I'm wrong.
I believe Wise was next.
Wise was next.
All right, I'm going to just give you a rough sketch for secular morality. We are social primates, right? So that's just a rough sketch of how there is a standard for morality. So being a social primate would involve caring for your family. And now I'm going to demonstrate or express how the Bible or theology is not consistent. They try to claim, honor thy father and mother, right? But then Jesus specifically says, I have not come to bring peace, but to be like divisive and a sword, to set father against mother, or however it goes. So right there, that's an example of how Christianity, almost finished, perverts morality. And I say, the secular morality, as a rough sketch, is just being like a social primate. We nurse our young. We form bonds within families. And Jesus specifically said, and I would say this comports with Christianity, that he came to tear families apart.
Please
May I
provide
have my
verse.
rebuttal now?
I'm not giving you a verse. Go read your own Bible.
Do I have the floor,
No,
please?
that's ridiculous. Come on.
No, it ain't ridiculous.
Good
I don't
night,
put
everyone.
the Bible out of context. I read it
Do
in
I have the
whole.
floor, please, gentlemen? So just the final thing I want to say, because I got to get going here too. I'm going to address just a couple things. First of all, thank you all of you for the conjecture throughout these hours. It's been a very productive conversation. I believe we behave rationally and sensibly, as all sensible men must. Firstly, I would like to clarify what I meant earlier. By it can be perceived as some sort of shifting goalpost. I can understand how you can arrive at that conclusion, but as a Christian, as a Catholic Christian, the term for it is mortal sin. So when we're talking about where the blame is placed for these actions and for this persecution, people who perpetrate those actions are in a state of mortal sin as defined by the Catholic Church. And as such, when you are in that state, you are not acting under the true moniker of Christian as it is defined and as it is set in stone by Christ himself. Now, this is according to Christian teachings, and especially the Catholic perspective. I believe my obviously Protestant brother Bruce put it very beautifully, and not to disagree with him, but yes, it does become a very Christian conversation where we cannot seem to agree with each other, but the basis is the same. If you are not obedient to these tenets, you are not behaving as a Christian. And the last thing I would like to say, Wise Ape brought up that Jesus, like the commandment that says honor thy father and mother, is obviously indicative of an overall desire for peace. But the scripture that he quoted, where Jesus is saying that he will be divisive, that he has not come to bring peace on earth, but to set father against brother, he's reading it out of context and too literally. In the context of that verse, Jesus is saying that by following me, you will be set apart from the world, and it is a personal decision. So when people use their personal decision to stay in the world or to follow Christ, it sets them diametrically opposed, and it happens every day between family members and between people who consider each other beloved when they arrive at that Christian perspective. It is following those tenets that makes you selfless and loving and unconditionally sacrificing for others that distinctually sets you apart from other worldviews, and that's what he meant by that verse.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, so
I'd like to. I never really got to ask my question earlier. I was trying. I did want to. I didn't mean to jump in line like that, but I do want to jump in here at some point. I want to ask Bruce, or Jericho, either one of you, if you wanted to answer. If it's the case that, like, let's say I grant that secularist views on ethics is a moving target, that can be a virtue, not a vice. Like how, for instance, science is a science is something.
Why is it a good thing for it to be a virtue, and how do you know that it's a good thing for it to move? You have no standard. That's just an assertion.
Yeah, so I think there's more progress. I'm actually a realist, Bruce.
Yeah,
I think that Christianity can't, in principle, account for like a realist version of ethics. You can't
define real. You have no position on real.
Of course, I have a definition of real.
Not outside your own mind.
Oh no, I do. I'm a moral realist. Do you know what that means?
I don't care what it means. You have no standard to make a claim right now. You are just making assertions.
No, of course I have a standard to make a claim. Why would you assert that?
Social primate.
How about you ask me a little bit about my morality?
Is that a problem or not?
To nothing about metaethics if you think I don't know how to talk about this topic. Okay, so let's get started with it. I think there actually is a standard, and I think that it has nothing to do with any agent at all, including God. And if you ground it in an agent, you are a subjectivist by definition. Right. So do you think that moral facts are grounded in God, and is subjectivism going to be objectionable on your view?
Exactly.
In this stance, you're making a claim, right, without any standard. You just did.
Why are you claiming I have no standard? Why would you claim that? What's your basis?
You've merely asserted a
What's
standard.
What's your basis for that?
You've merely asserted a standard that has no grounding.
What's your basis for that? Why do you think there's no grounding? What's your basis?
Because you've admitted that you have a relativistic position.
I said I'm not a relativist. I said I'm a realist. You weren't listening. You got to
can't define real.
I can tell you what realism is from the ethical perspective. It just means that moral facts are fixed by something that's not going to be agential. So, for instance, when I say the fact I ought not kill a kitten is true, what I mean is that it's not true relative to some kind of an agent, their disposition, desire, or nature, any of that. If you do that, you are a subjectivist. Are moral facts grounded in something like that about God? His nature, his disposition, his desires? Is that how you ground your moral facts?
Our moral facts are only grounded by what has been revealed to us by God.
That's an epistemic question. You're confusing. You're confusing epistemology with ontology. I'm asking ontologically, how do your moral facts, where they bottom out at? Is it in the nature of God?
Our moral facts are based upon the life and testimony of Jesus Christ and this example that he set for us. That's what Christians
Jesus Christ a subject?
Yes, and we were social primates way before.
So if subjectivity is objectionable on your view, then you should object to your own view. So, like, I'm not a subjectivist, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like, you're as an atheist or as a secularist, you don't have to be a subjectivist. You don't have to be a relativist. There's nothing about that's entailed. It's just a blatant claim.
You've just made the claim that you don't have to be without any standard.
Yeah, you don't have to be. Why would you have to be? What's the reason? I need a reason to believe
listen
that.
To you on this? Why does anyone have to listen to you at all?
Well, you don't have to. You can close your ears.
Yeah, but the point is, you're not standing on anything. You're just asserting on
why don't you ask me about my ethical views rather than just asserting it? Because all you're doing is asserting that this entails what is about secularism that entails some kind of subjectivism. Can you give me I want a premise by premise argument from you if you can give me one real quick.
Well, CJ also has his hand up, by the way.
Again, sorry, CJ.
He's talking about your senses. You don't know 100% truth. So
go ahead,
your views coming from you, the subject, ain't no different than his with religion.
Yeah, Bruce. I just wanted to get into this idea that you seem to be criticizing Tart for coming at it from a subjective, coming at morality from a subjective position. Is that correct?
Yeah, but I'm not a subjectivist. I'm a realist.
That's fine. But Bruce, does that accurately define, show your criticism that you're kind of calling him a subjectivist in a way?
Correct. Yeah, correct.
So is it bad to come to these conclusions based off of subjective assumptions, or
is it? Well, I would say I have a grounding for stating what is good and bad, but subjectivists do not. Realists, in other words, have to assert brute facts. Okay, they have to say that things exist subjectively without knowing that they do at all. They just assert it.
Brute fact. For anyone who doesn't know what a brute fact is, a brute fact is just a fact that has no reason behind it, and that is not true. You do not have to do that as a realist. That is just not true.
So Tart's not dogmatic. He's open to changing his views.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I've changed my views multiple times. I used to be a non-naturalist on this topic, and now I'm not. I'm more like either constructivist or some kind of like constitutivist view. I can explicate those, but I'm really wanting to have an argument from Bruce if I could. I just want an argument.
Guys, has nothing to do with your argument.
If I may, I just wanted to, Bucky, you had something you've had your hand up for a while, and then I just have a couple announcements, and then I think we're gonna wrap the stream up officially here. But we can all move down to the off-air channels. The tavern is always a fun place to go. But it's great to see Tart, Bruce, and a bunch of people from the old guard here. It's awesome.
Old kids.
Yeah, the old fucks. But Bucky, what do you got?
Yeah, it was just more in that, Bruce. I'm wondering if you really see your objective based. It seems to me a subjective faith.
Sorry, you cut out there. I think you said something along the lines of faith claim versus subjectivity or something along those lines.
Yeah, it seems to me that you're criticizing people that aren't coming from an objective, realistic viewpoint, but it seems to me that you are coming from a position of a subjective faith claim. So I'm wondering how you're getting out of that.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that there's a faith necessary. There is faith necessary to accept the objective standard of Scripture and what is revealed by God. But I am stating that there's an epistemic standard to make any claims at all that is outside of yourself. That is the ultimate standard, the thing that creates unity among diversity, which is found that in Scripture given to us by God in special revelation. And that's the position. You don't have to have faith to assert this position. In fact, there are a number of people that are non-Christians that would agree with such a position with no faith.
But in order to believe in God, you have to believe based on faith. So it's still based on faith.
I mean, technically, yes, but no. I mean, you can have a belief in God using standards of measure, if you wish, but that's not the claim here. The claim here is an epistemic claim to make any claim at all.
Yeah, I'm sure. Why would you presuppose that you need something like that to make any epistemic claim at all?
Because you can't account for unity among diversity without it.
That's the claim again. What's the reason for that?
Yeah.
Because it reduces to absurdity without.
Well, what's the argument for that? Could you give it to me real quick?
The argument for which?
The argument that any position that doesn't have some kind of like outside standard, like God, for instance, reduces to absurdity. All of them. Which one? Can you just give me the premise by premise argument for that, please?
Yeah, when you're talking about an ultimate standard, the standard by which you can derive all other facts, there is always an ultimate standard, the thing that creates unity among diversity. So in other words, when you assert something, there is something you are basing or presupposing when you do that. Now, you could presuppose nothing. In that sense, it's absurd. And so what are you presupposing? You have to have an objective standard by which to presuppose from.
That's the thing I'm asking for an argument for as well.
You can state those are axioms, but not all axioms are created equal, and so you must substantiate claims for that axiom.
Well, but what's the argument
reality,
that absent God, what's the premise by premise that absent God, you cannot have this, like you cannot have any basis to assert these things. What's the argument for that? Do you have one or do you not?
Absent God, you cannot have a basis for any of these things?
Yeah. Why can't you have any access to? Why can't you have any like epistemic claims absent God? What's the argument for that?
Because your epistemic standard is presupposing something higher than that standard every time.
Right.
What?
I think that if I may, Bruce, you think that since we seem to be forced to make some kind of presupposition, that one must make the ultimate presupposition?
At some point, that has to happen. Now, you could decide whether or not to call that an axiom or foundational belief. At that point, you're going to have to defend that. But at some point, people do that. At some point, yes.
Sure, I'll go with that. I'll presuppose, or I'll just assert that reality is bigger than God as a foundation. God is a subset of reality. Right?
Yeah, and a lot of people do who don't
not the
have
entirety of it.
Faith in God, right? But everyone, I wanted to announce that today we gave out, I'm going to release a YouTube short, but today we were able to give out 1,000 Pangburn merchandise, sweaters and shirts because of all your support here on Hastings Street in Vancouver, which is a place where there are a lot of people in need of warm clothing with the coldest, most stormy winter on perhaps on record is going to be happening this year. So we gave those all out today. I'll make sure I at everyone when I post the YouTube short. Make sure you guys watch the short, like it, share it. I record these videos of our our acts of giving just to try to encourage others to do so. We're also going to be doing our regular annual day of giving this holiday season, and I will be making a GoFundMe for that as well. And if you guys have been following our last 4 years of days of giving, last year we gave away 8,000 instant noodle meals, and that it was quite a success last year and really helped out a lot of people. So do keep an eye out for that. And I just want to say thank you for everyone who spoke here today. I was listening all day. I was taking care of some errands and stuff I had to get done. And special thanks to Thomas. This was his program today, and he was babysitting all your butts and did a fantastic job. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Lord knows I need to babysitting.
And make sure you guys on YouTube
drop a like. Everyone who's in the room here, make sure you like the stream, comments and likes and all activity on these videos, because these live streams will be released into our live feed on YouTube. It just really helps out. And make sure you guys share it around and bring your friends. Everyone's welcome, so long as you engage in good faith and helpfulness while we're being passionate about these difficult topics. So thank you guys so much, and I'll see you guys down in the tavern.
Okay, awesome.
Peace.
Thank you.
For those